apart from the initial ability used by Gali's group that shall maintain the name Shroud Art, all the newly created abilities shall be called Spirit Arts. Chen Feng decided firmly. All right. Lil approved of it. He knew that from today onward, the name Spirit Arts would be etched into the annals of history. In the future, for the genetic warriors of humanity, apart from possessing genetic abilities, they would have to possess Spirit Arts as well. Only those who had mastered both systems could be the strongest of all. How about this time Spirit Art? Then, Lil coveted this ability. Chen Feng waved his hand. Take it. After all, this ability wasn't of much use to him. However, the price of obtaining this thing. Lil chortled happily. Don't worry, I won't take it for free. The next day, on the ability exchange page of the Genetic Union, which hadn't changed for several years, a brand new ability suddenly appeared. This was an ability that was listed together with the likes of those 6-star secret arts. Name, time quicksand, classification, Spirit Art. Function, takes 1 second. Exhaustion, all energy a standard beyond A1 would have. Conversion rate. Right holder, Chen Feng. Bang. This sent the entire Genetic Union into an uproar. Spirit Arts? What were those? And then there was the function of this thing. The list of Beyond A abilities hadn't been updated in a very long time. Moreover, those Beyond A classes of the old generation had already purchased all the listed abilities, even the ones they didn't require. And now, buy. Since I bought the final ability in the list 3 years ago, I haven't seen any new abilities. I have remained stagnant for 4 years already. Naturally, not everyone viewed this new ability positively. This guy called Chen Feng stirs up trouble every single day. What bullshit ability is this to deserve an entirely different classification? Yeah, 1 second. What's the point? My speed reduction ability is capable of reducing speed by at least 90% for 10 seconds. Perhaps I should create a brand new classification for my ability as well? True. This is too expensive. Even if we were to ignore the function of this ability, the price is truly. What a trash ability. Spatial freeze abilities are sufficient to render this ability useless. Genetic Union. The sale of time quicksand was just nice for Chen Feng. Such abilities could only be traded internally within the Genetic Union for points. If it was able to help gather enough points for him to exchange for resources that would help him reach beyond A class, that would be even better. After all, here in the Genetic Union, the points were able to be used for anything one wished. Higher beyond A classes. Purchase materials. So long as one had sufficient points, one could obtain whatever one wished. Back then, thanks to the amount of points he'd had, after joining the Genetic Union, he had been classified as an official member. As such, he was eligible to enjoy all the Genetic Union had to offer. However, Chen Feng took a look at the rows upon rows of abilities in front of him. At present, he was already a peak beyond B9. If he wanted to enter beyond A class, he had to first break through his present realm before fusing with a brand new ability. Producing the gene reagents was something he could complete himself, but for the process of breakthrough, Rapid Growth Training Camp. Right holder, Genetic Union. Grade, peak beyond B class. Difficulty, 5 stars. Success rate, 20%. Number of participants, 1 per month. This was a training camp, something Chen Feng had once encountered at the mysterious organization. The unique environments of these training camps increased the odds of one's breakthrough. However, the quota for participating in these training camps was extremely valuable. This was something a regular person had no hope of participating in. Chen Feng looked at the list of applicants for this training camp. So far, there were over 100 people waiting, with some having waited for an entire year already. The only thing these people could do was increase their contribution points unendingly in hope of obtaining a spot. If so, how long would he need to wait? Chen Feng tried to check out other training camps. There were a huge number of similar training camps that could help beyond B classes enter beyond A class. Since Chen Feng wasn't someone who was afraid of success rates, he believed that it wouldn't be too difficult for him to find one for him to join. Unfortunately, his search returned nothing. He could not find even a single one to join. Even for the camp with the shortest waiting list, there were still 126 names on the list. Even so, the reason for this waiting list being the shortest was due to the high difficulty of this camp, and only those with excessively high contribution points were on the list here. Others gave up on trying to enter the waiting list after failing. Even the order of the waiting list was determined by one's contribution points. Only those with the most contribution points could be listed at the top of the list. It was possible that one might be slated to enter next month, but suddenly someone with more contribution points would appear and the first person would have to once again wait, whereas the one with more contribution points would get to enter first. As such, to maintain one's position on the waiting list, one had no choice but to accept missions without stop, to earn contribution points without stop. Only by doing this could one obtain a chance to enter the camp. This was especially true after the sale of the Beyond X gene reagent. A huge amount of peak Beyond B classes had appeared, causing the limited quota for the training camps to be unable to meet the demand. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. Have I inevitably screwed myself by releasing the Beyond X gene reagent? All the training camps at the Gene Production Association were only helpful for the increase of one's production level. As such, he had no choice but to look for strength-increasing training camps here at the Genetic Union. Alas, his special identity within the Gene Production Association did not seem helpful here at the Genetic Union. With several dozen training camps, it shouldn't be too hard for him to find one suitable for him, right? Chen Feng tried asking around. Unfortunately, there were no results. At present, even the one with the highest contribution points in the list had waited for at least half a year. Every person on the waiting list was either part of a major family, the heir of some peak beyond a class warrior, or of similar status. Now, with the threat of the ancient race and devil race looming, nobody would be willing to concede their position in the waiting list. It was impossible for Chen Feng to cut in line. Furthermore, even if one person was willing to concede the spot to Chen Feng, would the others be willing? The only way Chen Feng could enter first was if the several hundred people on the waiting list all conceded their spots to him. After all, his contribution points at the Genetic Union were too low. As such, the only way he could enter first was to get special treatment from the Genetic Union. In fact, with Chen Feng's present identity, he was indeed qualified to obtain this special treatment from the Genetic Union. However, at present, both the ancient race and devil race were paying close attention to him and waiting for a chance to kill him 100 times. As for the Genetic Union, they were all hoping that Chen Feng could obediently serve as a mascot for them among humanity. If possible, they hoped that Chen Feng would forever stay within the Genetic Union under their protection and never leave. As such, it was rather unlikely for them to grant him an exception to enter the training camp, resulting in him leaving the protection of the headquarters. What bullshit is this? Chen Feng did not know whether to laugh or cry. Even if the present Genetic Union seemed rather reliable in terms of providing protection, he had no intention of forever staying under their protection and leeching off them. In this era, it was better for one to grasp strength in one's own hands. Seems like I can only think of something myself. Chen Feng sighed. Contribution points. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes as he studied the description of the contribution points. This system of contribution points was rather simple. This was a system where the importance of one's mission was the determining factor, an entirely different system from the regular points and the regular rewards for missions. This system of contribution points was like a flight of steps. The higher it was, the harder it would be. One mission might have ample rewards, yet only a tiny amount of contribution points would be given. As such, even when selecting missions, one had to be prudent. Naturally, Chen Feng would not be so bored that he started wasting time accepting missions to earn contribution points. If he were to do this, how long would it take to obtain sufficient contribution points? At the same time he was obtaining contribution points, others would be doing the same as well. As such, accepting missions to obtain contribution points was rather unreliable. If so, Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, his gaze landed on time quicksand. This was something capable of earning him a huge amount of points. Naturally, they were regular points rather than contribution points. However, according to a certain provision in the laws of the Genetic Union. Suddenly, Chen Feng laughed. He, you guys are the ones who forced me to do this. At present, time quicksand had only created a small uproar. Even if this was the first new unique ability added to the list after so many years, This ability seemed too ordinary and had failed to garner a huge amount of attention. To buy or not to buy? This was a question a lot of people were asking. A huge majority of the Beyond A classes were assuming a wait-and-see attitude. Suddenly, a rating appeared on the trade interface of Time Quicksand. The Genetic Union's regular points were extremely valuable. Each point was something the genetic warriors fought with their blood and life to earn. As such, in order to prevent wasting points on unsuitable abilities, there would be a short description, introduction, and rating for each listed ability. The total points were 10. Those rated 1 point were classified as trash abilities, while those rated 10 points were classified as abilities of great value. Different ratings would signify different worths for the listed abilities. After all, this was not some competition among merchants. As such, fake ratings were something that had never appeared here. This resulted in these ratings being something of utmost importance here on this list. What's the rating? Let me see. Holy shit, 10 points. Nobody could believe it. Nobody had expected that the first Beyond A class that had purchased Time Quicksand would actually leave a rating of 10 points there. What did this signify? One ought to know that in this rating system of theirs, a score of 10 was the equivalent of a perfect score. Even the 6-star secret art that was publicly acknowledged as the strongest ability was only rated at 8 points. The reason for that rating was the excessive price. This Time Quicksand was obviously priced similarly as those Beyond A class abilities, yet it was still rated at 10 points. Could this ability be even stronger than that 6-star secret art? Everyone's expression became solemn as they pondered this. If that was indeed the case, instinctively, their gaze landed on the content of the rating, and instantly, their expression blanked. Rated by Anonymous Warrior, this is the savior of all middle-aged men. With my strength as a Beyond A9, I am able to easily use this ability 9 times in a row, perfectly avoiding that awkward premature, censored, the act of, censored, that I long gave up on is once again possible. My, censored, power has actually increased by 5 times. Like, Shwa. The people of the Genetic Union lapsed into silence when they saw this. This was a review filled with mosaics. However, even with that, they were able to clearly guess exactly what this person was trying to say. This was especially true for the sentence savior of all middle-aged man, which clearly hinted at what this was about. Time Quicksand could be used like this. Hold on, 9 times, after an increase of 5 times. Could it be that this old man had only been able to last 2 seconds when doing the deed previously? They wiped their sweat. This review was truly. But then, if Time Quicksand could truly be used in such a manner, some of them were full of doubt. That's not possible, right? After all, that old man is still a Beyond A class. How is it possible that? One stated in a low voice. Someone else sighed. Maybe the wife is also a Beyond A class? That might be true. At this, the others gained understanding. With how interesting this was, it soon spread throughout the entire Genetic Union, to the point that a lot of them had odd expressions whenever they looked at a Beyond A class. And because of this, the Time Quicksand became a trending topic. Immediately after, people started discussing the actual function of this ability in battles, in injury reduction, in increased ability duration, and so on. All of these were things that still required further testing. With this, Time Quicksand became truly, incredibly popular. You have a super explosive ability? Sorry, with Time Quicksand applied at the appropriate moment, the explosiveness will vanish. You have an unrivaled defense? Sorry, with Time Quicksand, the active duration of the defense will disappear. After all, when activating an ability that required casting, if a single second were to go missing, the entire process would need to be restarted. The more they researched, the more they noticed how terrifying this ability was. This new ability created by Chen Feng became the most popular and powerful ability. As long as one put it to use in an appropriate manner, this ability could counter any ability. This was a super powerful interruption ability. This was what Time Quicksand was. It was not a powerful attack. Rather, it was the strongest support ability. Those people who had still been wondering whether they should buy it suddenly noticed that this ability was something everyone had to have. Oh, one refused to buy it. Well, one's opponent would buy it. And then? Well, what would happen next was something one should be able to guess. At the very least, Time Quicksand would render one major ability useless. More importantly, one could never guess when exactly would Time Quicksand be used, when exactly one's ability would be suddenly disabled, giving one's opponent the initiative in the battle. In a battle where both parties were evenly matched, the one without this ability would be the disadvantaged party. With great sadness, after all the Beyond A classes purchased this ability, they noted that the only use of this newly bought ability was to counteract the opponent's time quicksand, since both parties similarly had the same ability. MHM. When one activated it, the other would activate it as well. As such, everyone would take 1 second from the other's side. Apart from this ability did not seem to have any other use. Of course, when facing the devil race or ancient race, time quicksand would still prove extremely helpful, something equivalent to an additional life. Ultimately, it was decided that this was an ability not to be used among fellow humans. I keep feeling like something seems off. Sigh, my combat power is still ranked 88. Same here. Even though I have bought time quicksand, nearly all the Beyond A classes have purchased it as well. As such, ultimately, there are no changes in the overall combat power among us fellow humans. What a scam. I knew it. This Chen Feng will never come out with something good. Everyone felt too powerless to even begin berating this. Due to this, the rating of this time quicksand dropped from the initial 10 points to 3 points. Moreover, people were leaving the word scam in the reviews of this ability. Alas, they noticed with great grief that even with that low rating of 3, they still had no choice but to buy it. It reached a point where every newly advanced Beyond A class had to purchase time quicksand as their first Beyond A class ability. At a certain location within Genetic Union, Lil was watching on helplessly as the sales of time quicksand increased. God freaking damn it. At first he had believed that he would be able to bully everyone after obtaining this time quicksand, but now this ability had become a must-have for all Beyond A classes. Chen Feng. What a scammer. This is the reason you asked me to leave that savior of all middle-aged men comment anonymously. Lil sighed at this realization. That's right, he was precisely the anonymous reviewer. Chen Feng smiled playfully. Of course, sex was the easiest marketing method. In his previous world, regardless of whether it was via video, CD, computer, or even virtual reality, sex was something that had always sold extremely well. The same applied when it came to the dissemination of news. By spreading the news about his time quicksand as gossip, it was able to spread through the market at a rapid speed. Lil was speechless. Where's your integrity? Chen Feng merely laughed it off. Hee. Lil raised his brow. Anyway, are the points you have earned this time sufficient for you to enter Beyond A class? Since Chen Feng was already at peak Beyond B class, his next step of advancement was to enter Beyond A class. The points he had earned would be helpful in that. Regardless of abilities or materials, all of them could be purchased using points. Indeed, the points are already enough. But I'm afraid it's still not sufficient to enter a training camp, Chen Feng stated faintly. There's no helping that. Lil shrugged. When it comes to the transformation to Beyond A class from Beyond B class, nobody will concede. Among those on the waiting lists, a large majority of them are the children of the various big shots of the Genetic Union. I am aware of that. Chen Feng smiled calmly. Therefore, I have no choice but to think of something myself. With your talent and the points you have, if you use a regular method to break through, at most, you will be able to break through in a year, stated Lil. Chen Feng shook his head. 1 year is way too long. He had been stuck in Beyond B class for far too long. The trip to the Devil Race territory back then had also increased his thirst for power. No matter what, he had to break through into Beyond A class this time. If so, you can only wait for it. If you need help, I can help you farm some contribution points, Lil stated with a forced smile. This was the only way he could help. Chen Feng smiled calmly. There's no need for that. I already have an idea for what to do about this. At the same time, the Genetic Union was holding a meeting. The higher-ups of the Genetic Union were discussing something extremely important. The deputy president was somewhat anxious. Chen Feng's points are so high it's borderline scary now. Generally, it was extremely rare for a single person to create such Beyond A class ability. Normally, this would be a group project. After all the earned points were divided, what a single individual stood to earn wasn't much. As for the occasional cases where a single individual had succeeded in creating a new ability, those had normally been some minor abilities that weren't particularly expensive. But now, this Chen Feng had created Time Quicksand, a Beyond A class ability. The price of this ability was extremely high, And in this circumstance where all beyond A classes had no choice but to purchase this ability so they didn't fall behind, Chen Feng's points had instantly reached a scary level. What's there to worry about that? One of them felt doubtful. At present, he is merely a beyond B class. I reckon he will most probably use all these points just to break through into beyond A class. I remember how the last time someone earned such a huge amount of points, that person did the same. With Chen Feng's talent and the resources he could purchase with these points, he will be able to enter beyond A class in a year. This was the steadiest method of breaking through. Despite the somewhat lengthy process, it was still much safer than joining a training camp. If that were the case, it would be excellent. The deputy president smiled bitterly. Alas, your understanding of Chen Feng is too low. What about him? That person felt doubtful. Even if Chen Feng was a person with a respected identity, that was still a Gene Production Association identity. In the genetic union, with Chen Feng's strength, he wasn't that high up the ladder. Previously, Chen Feng was also merely a regular producer in the Gene Producer Association. The deputy president slowly narrated. This remained until one day when he created a research paper. Next, he started selling it. Next, he became part of the management of the Gene Production Association. Shwa. Instantly, everyone in the meeting lapsed into silence. Only now did they realize what exactly this deputy president was worried about. That was because according to a certain provision in the laws of the genetic union, if one possessed a certain amount of points, one could start purchasing authority in the genetic union. Granted, the amount of points required was excessively large. However, that's not possible. Everyone shook their heads. Even if such a provision indeed existed, in their history, only a single person had ever managed to do it. That was Liu Yuan, the founder of Stormtech Company, Limited, the creator of the wristbands all of humanity used, the senior who had also created numerous mystical technologies. That was the first person who had accumulated sufficient points to start purchasing authority within the genetic union. However, even with the amount of points he had gathered, the scope of authority he had managed to purchase was only 0.1%. In order to truly have a say in the genetic union, one would need to have an authority of at least 10%. You are thinking too much, one of them stated, as if this was utterly ridiculous. What joke is this? This is the genetic union. Have you spared a thought for how many points would be required to purchase authority here in the genetic union? Even Liu Yuan only managed to purchase 0.1%, an amount only sufficient to have his name listed, before he gave up. If one truly wishes to gain enough authority through this method to control the genetic union, that is impossible. Don't worry. Everyone started comforting the deputy president. Regardless of how powerful time quicksand is, one must not forget one point: the amount of beyond A classes among humanity is still rather limited. True. At this, the deputy president lapsed into contemplation. Even if all beyond A class humans were to purchase time quicksand, the accumulated points would still be insufficient to purchase the authority required for one to actually assume any form of control over the genetic union. However, why did he still have this uncomfortable feeling? Perhaps I have truly been overthinking things, the deputy president muttered. Genetic union. Within a certain laboratory, the Chen Feng that was constantly on the deputy president's mind was contemplating the future of spirit arts. Should he research all by himself? That wasn't possible. Time quicksand alone had exhausted 1000 luck value. If he insisted on proceeding with the research himself, he could force himself to create 2 additional abilities before exhausting all his luck value, but that would be it. Game over. This was simply behaving like a wastrel. Although these spirit arts appeared extremely powerful, it was still not acceptable to waste so much luck value. Even if he was able to create 3 different spirit arts, Chen Feng did not feel like he would be able to earn sufficient points. Apart from wasting his luck value, it was pointless. As such, what should the second spirit arts be? Then, flame, lighting, stone, Chen Feng pondered for a long time, yet noted that all these ideas were unreliable. A pure spirit art or something similar to time quicksand would be pointless to create. If so, should he create something everyone could utilize, then, something even an E-class could use? The advantage of creating such a spirit art was the fact that it would have a huge target audience. There were only 100-something beyond A classes in existence currently. As for a spirit art that everyone could use, it might result in several 100 million people buying the ability from him. If the created ability was powerful enough, Chen Feng thought of it yet ultimately shook his head. That was not feasible. Even if such an ability could achieve high sales volume, the earned points from it would still be too low. Ultimately, it wouldn't be any better than time quicksand. Let's try and see if I can produce a basic version of anything. Chen Feng started trying. Shwa. Light swirled around. With his luck aura activated, Chen Feng started his research. Using his luck aura purely to select a proper direction to follow without a need to think too deeply about it, Chen Feng only needed to focus on improving on what was selected. After a long time, a brand new improved ability appeared. Energy Shroud. Absorbs 1% of the opponent's energy. Chen Feng. Shwa. What was the point of this thing? In short, this new spirit art extracted another's energy instead of time. The version used by Galee's group was a spatial shroud that extracted space itself. As for Chen Feng's time quicksand, it was a timed shroud and extracted time. And now, there was this energy shroud. What other abilities could result from this? Absorbing the opponent's energy during battle? Chen Feng pondered. Star-sucking skill. 1 not reliable. This damnable ability could only absorb 1% per attempt. One would need at least 100 attempts to absorb all the energy of one's opponent. So long as the opponent wasn't a complete idiot, after 2 attempts, the opponent would no longer fall for it. What to do? Chen Feng sank into contemplation. Indeed, he had created the basic version of a new ability. But the biggest questions were how to further improve it and what to do with it. This was especially true since this ability was one that seemed rather useless and would only work on idiots. Chen Feng pondered deeply for an entire day and finally managed to think of something. If so, Spirit, prepare, Chen Feng stated faintly. Do you really want to do that? Spirit's gentle voice was filled with a trace of oddness as well. This idea Chen Feng had thought of was truly Chen Feng answered resolutely. This is my only option. At the same time, at the headquarters, Leal, the deputy president, called Leal over. Apart from time quicksand, is Chen Feng researching any other spirit arts? Nope. Leal shook his head. At that time, Chen Feng told me that researching time quicksand alone had already cost him greatly. At most, he will be able to create 1 or 2 more abilities, nothing more. That's good, then. Finally, the deputy president heaved a sigh of relief. If so, one great worry could be erased from his heart. However, the deputy president didn't get to remain in his joyful mood for long, as just 1 week later, a piece of news that shook the entire world appeared. Chen Feng had created the second spirit art. If it's the second version, so be it. What's so special about it? Yeah, the deputy president was still calm and collected. Even if he creates 1 per week, it won't change anything. No, that's not the case. The employee that was reporting to him wiped his sweat. This spirit art is rather special. It can't even be classified as proper spirit art. What are you even talking about? The deputy president shook his head. Seeing how the employee couldn't explain clearly even after a long while, he decided to take a look himself. However, after a mere glance at this new spirit art, he blanked. Is this still a spirit art? Rather than labeling it a different spirit art, this thing might as well be labeled as merchandise. Along with the ability itself, a long user manual was attached. Name, Master Spirit Trainer. Classification, Spirit Art. Function, by using an appropriate training method, one can increase one's spiritual energy permanently. Exhaustion, same amount of energy exhaustion used during regular spirit training methods. Conversion rate, free. Right holder, Chen Feng. What in the world is this? A permanent increase of spiritual energy through an appropriate training method? This is unlikely, right? How is it unlikely? Even the lowest level spirit gene reagent is capable of granting such an effect as well. The problem here is the price he set. Price. Shwa. All their gazes landed on the price, and they were greatly alarmed. Only now did they realize that this new spirit art was actually free. That's right, free. A powerful new ability was actually being given out for free. This indeed shocked everyone. Indeed, nowadays, quite a number of kind and grand experts existed. However, if they were to give things out for free, they would most probably starve to death. Were they supposed to become a kind and grand beggar instead? This Chen Feng fellow. Let's first see what exactly this thing is. True, this might be an incomplete product. Chen Feng might have merely released it as an introduction for the public. That's possible. They all agreed on such a possibility. Since this was a free ability, everyone started purchasing it. Shwa. Purchase completed. Numerous mystical seals surged out. Everyone followed the circulation route as listed in these seals and circulated their energy. Soon, light swirled around their bodies, and ultimately, a crude illusion made of blue light appeared. This seems to be some sort of illusion. The composition of this illusion isn't too complicated. It only consists of lines. It's something anyone willing to learn can complete. This is the simplest of all abilities. They all started reviewing this new ability while trying it out. As for the contents of this illusion, before their eyes, numerous blue balls of light hovered. A huge amount of them were sealed by a grey seal, with only the first ball of light shining brightly. This was the ball representing the so-called Master Spirit Trainer. It's this thing here. They nodded subconsciously. Shwa. Light swirled around. Instantly, their surroundings changed into that of a massive arena. Greetings. Welcome to the start of Master Spirit Trainer. By defeating the opponent in front of you, your spiritual energy will increase, a nice cold voice prompted. So simple. They tried fighting the opponent before them. They noted that the opponent they faced was someone whose strength was similar to their own. After several exchanges and gaining a clearer understanding of the abilities of their opponents, they were able to defeat their respective opponents. Congratulations, your spiritual energy has been increased. Shwa. A clear breeze surged out. At that instant, all of their eyes widened as they realized that their spiritual energy had indeed been increased. Holy shit, it has actually increased for real. Even if the increase is rather low, it is truly a permanent increase. They were all stupefied. They had never seen such a mystical ability. They had indeed seen a lot of abilities capable of granting an increase in spiritual energy, yet none of those had increased their energy with such a method or so directly. What was the price for this? Nothing. Was anything exhausted in exchange for this number? It seemed like one only needed to activate this spirit art and one would definitely have their spiritual energy increased. Perhaps this is similar to those minor abilities that only offer a one-off increase. Just as this thought surfaced, Shwa. Once again, the voice prompted. Congratulations on completing the challenge. You have obtained 1000 points of spiritual energy. Ding. Due to your current access level being F class, the maximum limit of your spiritual energy increase per attempt is 1 point. As such, you have obtained 1 point of spiritual energy. 999 points of spiritual energy has overflowed. F-class Master Spirit Trainer has been fully unlocked. 1 point of spiritual energy increase will be obtained for every opponent you defeat. After reaching the maximum capacity of F-class, your access level will be promoted to E-class. After promotion, the limit per attempt will be upgraded accordingly as well. Shwa. A shiny item appeared. A closer look revealed that this was actually blue energy paper with the following words written on it. F-class, 5/100ths. Bang. Everyone's eyes widened. Something like this was possible? In short, the only reason for the small increase was due to the F-class access level, resulting in the user obtaining an F-class increase. After all, for an actual F-class warrior, if their spiritual energy were suddenly increased excessively, they might explode. For B classes and C classes like them, this was naturally a rather small amount. However, the increase was actually upgradable. We only need to complete 20 challenges and we will be able to advance to the E-class access level. Correct. The limit for those with an E-class access level will be much greater. At that time, we can continue progressing until our access level reaches D-class, C-class, B-class, and so on. At that time, our spiritual energy will greatly increase after each victory. What a powerful ability. If we are able to increase our access level to that of our actual class, if we can obtain all the overflowing spiritual energy. At the thought of this, they all became so agitated they started shuddering. Perhaps they only needed several dozen challenges to increase their access level to their actual class. This spirit art was truly incredibly powerful. What if we fail a challenge? Someone asked, curious. And thus, someone tried failing a challenge as a test. Next, you have failed your challenge and are currently in a weakened state. To maintain the stability of your spirit, we suggest that you stop continuing your challenges for now. Only now did that person realize that a weakened status effect had been applied to him. If you wish to continue the challenge, Kindly proceed to the illusion paradise to temper your spiritual energy. Challenge attempts will be rewarded in accordance with the stability of your spirit. Illusion paradise. And only now did they realize that the blue ball of light beside the first ball had been unlocked. That seemed to be the so-called illusion paradise. Let's go take a look. They stepped into the illusion paradise. Howl. Numerous howls resounded in the air. So it's these fellows. They gained understanding. The so-called illusion paradise was in fact an area filled with regular mutated beasts. This species of beasts existed in huge numbers everywhere. This species had strong reproductive capabilities and was hard to kill while also being noisy. They were hated by all. The only function of these beasts was to stabilize one's spiritual energy. This so-called illusion seems to be a mere tunnel. True. All these beasts are actual beasts rather than illusory beasts. We will have to stabilize our spirit here first. We can continue the challenge after stabilizing our spirit. That seems to be the case. Everyone was curious. Having arrived at this place, everything was really happening rather than just happening in an illusory world. After all, this spirit heart of Chen Feng's was merely forming an illusory world of light. The hunting of these beasts was the actual method of stabilizing their spiritual energy. Soon, after around 10 minutes of hunting, some of them recovered the stability of their spirit and were rewarded with a single challenge attempt. I'm done. I'm nearly done as well. Let's go back and take a look. Then, once again, they resumed their challenge, like they had previously. The opponent this time was one whose strength was similar to the challengers. The opponent was still a crude silhouette of light. After failing the challenge, the user would still be inflicted with the weakened status effect. As for those who obtained victory in the challenge, congratulations, you have completed your challenge. Present access level, F class, 10/100ths. Once again, your spiritual energy is increased by 1 point. Present overflowed energy. Distance from promotion into E class. After reaching E class, each victory will grant an increase of ... A row of data appeared, subtly tempting the user to continue the challenge. It seems like an unlimited increase is indeed possible. Hold on, there seems to be a user manual here as well. Sure. Someone opened the user manual. Within the user manual, the complete process for promotions from E class and beyond were listed. The higher the level, the more the increase would be. This seemed to be a system filled with temptation. Hold on. The level in the illusory world of the spirit heart is different than one's level in the real world? That's right. Since that's the case, if an E-class warrior were able to achieve a D-class access level in the illusory world, the amount of spiritual energy increase per victory would be. At this thought, their hearts shuddered with excitement. Shortly afterward, they got a rather formidable F-class warrior to test this out. Ultimately, this F-class genetic warrior was able to obtain an E-class access level in the illusory world. There, this person defeated his opponent. With the victory, he obtained an increase that was seemingly off the charts. Only several attempts were required before he was able to break through into E-class for real in the real world as well. Holy shit! One's progress will be so excessively fast after one's access level has exceeded one's actual level in the real world. Good gracious! If everyone does the same. They trembled in excitement. They now realized how heaven-defying this spirit heart of Chen Feng's was. From F-class, the user's improvement would be guided without stop, with the reward upon promotion serving as the unending temptation that triggered one to attempt the challenges without stop. Moreover, it seemed like such a method of improvement would not bring about any side effects or losses. The only exception was the so-called weakened state for failing a challenge. After some tests, they noted that this weakened state would be carried forward to the real world as well. However, one could get rid of this weakened state by battling and killing a mutated beast of a certain level. It seemed like this method of improvement truly had no side effects. The only thing one needed to waste was their time, nothing else. For genetic warriors, who thirsted for strength, this was not an issue. Therefore, nearly everyone immersed themselves within the world of Master Spirit Trainer. Ha ha ha, I have been promoted to E-class. Same here. Hey, just you wait until I reach A-class. At that time, I will be able to dominate everywhere. Countless people clamored without stop. Now, this Master Spirit Trainer became a must-have for everyone. Warriors of all classes, from F to A, started crazily grinding their level in the illusory world for the sake of obtaining a higher level in the world of the spirit art, to obtain greater increases in their spiritual energy. Everyone was overjoyed. This is truly deserving of the name spirit art. Chen Feng is actually capable of creating an ability like this. How amazing. I heard that back then. He also gave a formula he created to the Gene Production Association for free. This person is honestly too kind. I only hope that he still has sufficient resources to research a new ability. True. I do not wish to see Chen Feng finished either. We all owe Chen Feng. Countless people rained praise upon Chen Feng. At present, the deputy president of the Genetic Union was filled with doubt. This did not seem like what he had been expecting. He had initially believed that for something this useful, Chen Feng would sell it at an extremely expensive price. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng had actually released it for free. He wasn't accepting anything at all. Had he gone crazy? For an ability like this, it wouldn't be excessive to classify it as a beyond-a-class ability. Yet Chen Feng had actually classified it as an F-class ability. What was he thinking? Nobody had any idea what Chen Feng was thinking. Even the deputy president started doubting himself, wondering if he had been too prejudiced against Chen Feng due to his history at the Gene Production Association. After all, Chen Feng was a person who had contributed greatly to humanity. That's right. How could I think of him as such a person? Even if Chen Feng has that dark history, even if he has scammed countless people, even if he turned the Gene Production Association into his private property, his contributions to humanity are something one cannot erase. Perhaps I have truly misunderstood him. The deputy president felt ashamed of himself. With the release of this super powerful ability for free, he truly couldn't bring himself to continue blaming Chen Feng. At this time, Lil found Chen Feng in his laboratory. What are you doing? Even if you are performing charity, you don't have to do this, right? Do you have any idea how many points you could have earned if you sold this new spirit art? If you are too lazy to deal with the sales, you can get us to do it for you. Even if I'm only paid a 10% commission, you would still earn much more than what Time Quicksand made, Lil stated bitterly. Chen Feng smiled. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I really can't understand you. Lil sighed. You released this for free just to become famous? To obtain the praise of the public? No. Chen Feng shook his head and asked, have you heard of that saying? Lil blanked. What? Free things are in fact the most expensive of all, Chen Feng stated calmly. Free. The most expensive of all? Lil was puzzled. He failed to understand the meaning of this saying, yet suddenly, a chill went down his back. This Chen Feng fellow. Right at this moment, as everyone was challenging the Master Spirit Trainer without stop, the first batch of users fully entered E-class. With this, they noted with astonishment that one particular ball of light that had previously been sealed in gray was unsealed. After every promotion, additional functions would be unlocked. After every promotion, apart from additional spiritual energy gain, one could obtain additional mystery functions as well. An example was ranking. This particular function ranked the levels of the users. Users across the world were included in this rank. First place, XXXX. Second place, XXXX. Third place, XXXX. Apart from this, there were also regional rankings, city rankings, and many other types of rankings. With all these additional functions, even if this Master Spirit Trainer created by Chen Feng was a rather simple ability, with the top 3 in the rankings being featured in articles, the users were able to gain a sufficient level of respect. One ought to know that the present users of Master Spirit Trainer were humans across the world. As such, these featured people topping the rankings would soon become famous. Holy shit, that goddamn fellow is already first ranked in our city. The first rankers are even featured in an article. They can even write down a single sentence to be used as a saying like an important person. How enviable. At the 11th rank, the only thing I get is my name being included in the ranking. Nothing else. How am I supposed to increase my ranking? There are no other methods. You have to grind without stop. They sighed. Each and every single one of the rankings received much attention. This was even more true for the world ranking. It seemed like as long as one entered the world of Master Spirit Trainer, one would be able to see all the rankings. In this new era where everyone was using Master Spirit Trainer, the reputation of the top rankers in this world couldn't be underestimated. And to increase one's rank, the only method was to challenge without stop, to remove their weakened state without stop whenever a defeat occurred. How nice would it be if there was a method for climbing the ranks faster? Sigh. Nobody has any shortcuts. They felt regretful. Right at this instant, after grinding painstakingly, a certain user finally reached the limit of E-class and achieved E-class access level. Next, he noticed that another astonishing function had been unlocked again. The new function, 100 points to remove the weakened state! As this news spread, everyone's eyes widened. Remove the weakened state with 100 points? Hold on. In other words, after unlocking this function, one could remove the weakened state at any time. One could initiate a challenge at any time, disregarding the weakened state by only paying. Granted, this was a rather steep price. However, bang! With this, everyone went crazy. This was especially true for those racing up the ranks. With this function, one could continue the challenges, increasing their spiritual energy without stop, and their access level would increase without stop as well. Furthermore, the speed their strength was increasing at would be raised as well. All this seemed to be good news, something akin to a snowball effect. Buy, grind, grind. I will most certainly obtain the first rank in this city today. I, on the other hand, am aiming to enter top 10 of the world ranking. Everyone started their crazy grind. Challenges were initiated crazily, and the precious points of the genetic union became something as common as some vegetable. Everyone, regardless of whether they were from the genetic union headquarters or branches, whether they were weaklings or experts, was exhausting their points without stop. Even those F-class genetic warriors couldn't resist using their points to remove their weakened state, renewing their number of attempts without going through the stabilization process. The only reason for such craziness was to save time, to enter the access level of E-class as soon as possible and to gain more spiritual energy as soon as possible. After all, at their present low access level, the amount of overflowing spiritual energy after each victory was so great that it caused their hearts to ache endlessly. As for their opponents, it seemed like the opponents would forever be at a level similar to the challengers. As such, there was no need to worry about the opponents they would encounter. The only thing they needed to concern themselves with was their access level. The only thing they needed to do was increase their access level until their access level was at least equal to their actual level in the real world. Rush, buy. Everyone became crazy. Only now did the genetic union realize that something did not seem right. Hold on. With how things were progressing, something somewhere seemed off. Deputy President. The employee was sweating madly. There's a mistake in our data somewhere. The Deputy President, who was busy rushing toward the C-class access level, raised his head as he asked, "What data?" Presently, he was only 2 victories away from reaching C-class. As such, he was unhappy with this interruption. Chen Feng's data, the employee answered with a sullen expression. Chen Feng. The Deputy President was startled awake. Show me. Next, he saw an extremely horrifying set of data. Based on the latest data, during the past 2 days, the amount of points used to purchase the function to remove the weakened state. The Deputy President started sweating madly as he saw it. He stared blankly at the number that had surpassed 100 million. Surpassed 100 million already? The Deputy President mumbled. That's right. The employee forced a smile. This is merely the beginning. As the number of people who have unlocked this function increases, this number will continue to rise, until. The Deputy President was furious. How did this happen? This. The employee pointed meekly. The Deputy President glanced over at what the employee was pointing at. Instantly, he smiled bitterly. There, it was listed that the Deputy President himself had already made 32 purchases. As a Deputy President, he naturally had a huge amount of points. Furthermore, he was unwilling to waste his time fighting those mutated beasts to remove his weakened state. As such, it was only natural that he would purchase the function without stop. And thus, this had happened. Apart from all this, those damnable rankings were also what had caused everyone to purchase the remove weakness function so crazily. It was rumored that there was a certain E-class warrior that had been accepted as the disciple of a beyond A-class after distinguishing himself in the rankings. Apart from this, various such rumors were being spread without stop. This was a brand new era, the era of Master Spirit Trainer. Just look at how Chen Feng had earned more than 100 million points in only a few days. If this was allowed to continue, the deputy president's heart chilled as he thought about this. The employee was extremely anxious as well. What should we do? Get the research team to make a move immediately, the deputy president commanded. Stop all their projects and get all of them to focus on researching this spirit heart of Chen Feng's. I want to know what exactly is the core of this spirit heart. I want to see clearly what it is that constitutes the essence and ability of this spirit heart. He could not allow this to continue. He was certain that if this continued, Chen Feng's points would surge rapidly until the moment where the genetic union no longer had anything to exchange for this Chen Feng's points. At that time, based on a certain provision in their laws, Chen Feng would be able to use his points to exchange for the authority within the genetic union. At that time, the entire research department was alarmed. After receiving the command from the deputy president, they started researching madly. They were well aware of how popular this spirit heart was. They were also curious about what exactly this damnable ability was. What was the origin of this ability? There is no such thing as gaining spiritual energy from nothing. Even when using gene reagents, the energy used to increase one's spiritual energy is obtained from the materials used to produce the gene reagent. If so, what exactly is the source of the energy used for the spiritual energy increase in this spirit heart of Chen Feng's? We must figure that out. This was the main goal of the research department. Why was everyone using this spirit heart capable of increasing their spiritual energy? Was it based on the concept of the conservation of energy? What was the source of the energy? From the air? How was that possible? The lingering energy in the air could only be used for slow growth. Such rapid growth for users of the spirit heart was simply impossible to achieve. Up until now, nobody had ever achieved such a feat using energy in the air as their source. If so, what was up with this spirit heart? Nobody had an answer. The research department started researching day and night, and after 1 week, they finally obtained a result. This result they had obtained caused their hearts to chill. Is the research completed? The deputy president asked the person with deep dark circles. The head of the research department nodded. Yes. Tell me the results, then. The deputy president forced himself to focus. After all, it had been a week since he last slept. From our investigation, we found that the energy source for the increase of spiritual energy in the users of the spirit heart is not something that appeared out of nowhere. Rather, the energy originates from the opponents, the head stated solemnly. Opponents? The deputy president became confused. Isn't the opponent something formed and supplied by the spirit heart itself? The head shook his head. That's not the case. Although a user can only see a silhouette of light when battling their opponent, our research has revealed that the so-called opponents are actually real humans. Who are those people? Where are they? The deputy president asked anxiously. We, the users of spirit art, are precisely the opponents. The research department head forced to smile. Chen Feng's spirit art first simplifies the appearance of all opponents by covering them up with a special effect. In truth, the challenges and battles are in fact between fellow users. The so-called opponents are us, the users. Shwa. The deputy president lapsed into silence. He was truly shaken. Those figures of light they had been battling were actually fellow humans. Each user is first given with a grade, and then users of the same grade are arranged as opponents against each other. The head smiled bitterly. Even this is something we only discovered accidentally after we stumbled upon each other during challenges. Even with the special effect shrouding the opponent, we were able to recognize each other. That was how we discovered it. Suddenly, the deputy president thought of something. How about the gained spiritual energy? Then, if the spiritual energy was gained from their opponent, what of their opponent? The defeated user will enter the weakened state, the department head stated. Through our research, we found that all those in the weakened state will retain 99% of their combat power, but 1% of their energy goes missing. Since the amount is 2-minute, nobody has paid much attention to it. Through hunting spirit-based mutated beasts at a level similar to the users, the lost energy will slowly recover and stabilize, and ultimately, the weakened state will be removed as the user recovers to normal, the head slowly concluded. Holy SHT. The deputy president blanked. This was possible? How about the weakened state remover he's selling? The deputy president asked. That must be a certain gene reagent provided by Chen Feng himself. Regardless of who it is that makes the purchase, Chen Feng will provide this gene reagent to reimburse the lost energy in a short period of time. Since a reduction of 1% isn't too grave, apart from specific circumstances, the cost for such a gene reagent shouldn't be too high. Based on our calculations, at most, this gene reagent might cost 3 points to produce. The head sighed. Deputy President. He stared at the spirit art that he had still been so fascinated with earlier. A bitter feeling arose within him. In short, the spiritual energy gain provided by this spirit art was actually provided by fellow users like them. Suddenly, the Deputy President recalled an ancient saying, "Wool comes from the sheep's back." That's right. The energy was sourced from fellow challengers. The only thing Chen Feng provided was a rather expensive customer service. This scammer. In his fury, the Deputy President nearly smashed his own desk apart. Suddenly, he discovered the scariest part of this spirit art of Chen Feng's. It was the fact that the users of this master spirit trainer of Chen Feng's were comprised of everyone across the world, every genetic warrior wishing to improve themselves. So long as one won a challenge, one would obtain improvement. What would this signify for the commoners? Strength. Even if one failed the challenge and entered the weakened state, it wouldn't matter. They would be fine after wasting a bit of time recovering their spirit. No matter what, one ought to obtain a single victory after several defeats, right? This would be sufficient for a lot of people. Unknown to all of them, apart from being customers of Chen Feng, they also played a different role. The cannon fodder of the rich. That's right. For the rich, a defeat was nothing. Failing a challenge? Purchase the weakened state remover and try again. In any case, only 100 points needed to be paid. With only 100 points, they could restart their challenge almost immediately, allowing these people to constantly improve, constantly plunder the energy of those regular users. This allowed them to improve without stop, to unendingly rush toward a higher level. These people could seemingly improve without limit. This was precisely what Chen Feng was selling, improvement without limit. These points. The employee was extremely anxious as he looked at the number of points earned with a long string of zeros behind it. The Deputy President forced himself to calm down. It doesn't matter. Yes, Chen Feng now had a huge amount of points. However, even if it had reached over 100 million, so what? The Genetic Union had numerous projects and missions worldwide. Missions and projects that rewarded up to 100 million points were everywhere. As such, this single item of Chen Feng's wasn't something for them to fear. Even if this was a rather frightening amount, it was still impossible for this amount to exchange for the authority within the Genetic Union. It was still insufficient. Moreover, do you believe that he is the only one that can do such a business? The Deputy President sneered. He had already seen through Chen Feng's trick. Wasn't the core of his business the act of producing gene reagents by himself and selling gene reagents that were only worth several points at 100 points after repackaging it as a weakened state remover in Master Spirit Trainer? Others might not realize this, but the Deputy President was clear on this. This thing here was simply a gene reagent. If so, why was it that Chen Feng was the only one that could sell it? Let's go. We will try selling it ourselves as well. The Deputy President purchased some gene reagents to test his theory. Unexpectedly, he succeeded. Indeed, there were several recovery gene reagents in real life capable of removing the weakened state. Chen Feng actually neglected encrypting his creation. The Deputy President sneered. Haha, in that case, we can start selling a weakened state remover as well. Chen Feng is selling them at 100 points each, right? Let us sell at 10 points. Then, I refuse to believe that he can still make money with this. Shwa. The employee's eyes shone as he heard this. Alas, as they prepared to set Chen Feng up, they discovered a rather thorny problem. They had nobody to cooperate with. Normally, the Genetic Union would entrust things like gene production to the Gene Production Association. This time, though, the Deputy President recalled something right as he was about to personally contact the Gene Production Association regarding this. It seemed like the present Gene Production Association belonged to Chen Feng. Instantly, the Deputy President and the employee recovered from their excitement, seemingly having had cold water poured on their burning blood. In short, that guy had actually taken this into consideration already. The Deputy President smiled bitterly. Since they were able to see through the trick, there were naturally others capable of the same. Unfortunately, this spirit art was something created by Chen Feng himself, and the Gene Production Association was under Chen Feng's control as well. who dared to offend him. Using gene reagents to compete against Chen Feng's business, that was no different than courting death. Rather than saying that Chen Feng hadn't remembered to encrypt his creation, it was more apt to say that Chen Feng couldn't even be bothered with encryption. Why? Who would dare to compete against him? Who could even compete against him? That damnable Chen Feng. At this point, the deputy president was feeling so powerless that he couldn't even berate Chen Feng anymore. The only source of relief for him was the fact that even with this many points, wanting to purchase everything the genetic union had to offer to qualify for purchasing authority was still a joke. It was far from enough. Get people to pay close attention to Chen Feng. The deputy president paused and then continued. Take note of whenever he has a new spirit heart. One or two of them can't do much. However, if he is allowed to continue creating more and more. The employee nodded slightly. Understood. Beyond his expectations, before he could even start monitoring Chen Feng, a new announcement was released. A new system had been released for Master Spirit Trainer. To help everyone better improve themselves, we have decided to provide services of a better quality. New content as follows. Black Card Membership. Members with a Gold Black Card can enjoy a discount of 10% when removing the weakened state. A monthly fee of 1,000 points is required to maintain membership. Members with a Platinum Black Card can enjoy a discount of 30% when removing the weakened state. A monthly fee of 5,000 points is required to maintain membership. Members with a Diamond Black Card can enjoy a discount of 50% when removing the weakened state. A monthly fee of 8,000 points is required to maintain membership. Members with a Crown Black Card can enjoy a discount of 70% when removing the weakened state. A monthly fee of 15,000 points is required to maintain membership. Bang! This shocked everyone. Membership system. Everyone's eyes widened. It was unexpected that Chen Feng would suddenly release this function. Moreover, the members could gain a treatment so preferential through the discounts that it was unimaginable. How powerful. This is an exclusive service for the rich. The regular genetic warriors could do nothing but feel jealousy and envy. Despite that, they couldn't say much because the points were only used to purchase weakness remover. The battle stage was still fair. As for those with some extra money in their pockets, they were now truly tempted. Good gracious, a black card offers a discount of 70%. It seems expensive, but if we make use of it frequently enough, I won't be able to afford the Crown Black Card. However, if it's the Platinum Black Card, countless people were tempted. People of different statuses in society were attracted by black cards of different tiers. This membership system single-handedly conquered all genetic warriors with points in their hands. Each person could decide on the membership tier most suitable for them after considering their financial status and how often they would use it. As for the final Crown Black Card, it was simply a perfect match for those wealthy people. Yet before the masses could even start joining the membership, a second announcement was released. With the release of the membership system, we are entering the super discount stage. Those who purchase 1 year's worth of membership in one go may enjoy a discount of 10% on their membership fees. Those who purchase 2 years' worth of membership in one go may enjoy a discount of 20% on their membership fees. Those who purchase 3 years' worth of membership in one go may enjoy a discount of 30% on their membership fees. Those who purchase 10 years' worth of membership in one go will not be offered any discount on their membership fees, but their membership status will be converted to a lifetime membership. Holy SHT, this works. The highest discount is 30%. So by buying a 10-year membership, one can become a member for life. 666,666. This second announcement created yet another uproar. Now, they were truly tempted by this membership system. This was not the membership of some game, nor was this the membership of some hair loss prevention shampoo. Rather, this was a membership that gave a discount on something that would truly increase one's strength. Each point they had was something they had obtained after putting their life on the line. If so, whether this new service was worth their points or not was something each person could only answer themselves. Everyone started calculating the increase in strength they stood to gain and the discounts they could enjoy after becoming a member. The masses started joining, and a majority bought only the monthly card. However, there were also some who bought the 1-year membership, 3-year membership, and so on. A bunch of lifetime Crown Black Card members appeared as well. Only now did the masses know how many rich people were there in this world, how many big shots had been hiding within the genetic union all this while. 10, 100,000. Everyone was stunned as they saw the increase in members. What in the world? This spirit art could actually be used to do something like this. It's over. The deputy president slumped down in his chair powerlessly. The points earned from the lifelong Crown Black Card members alone were already off the charts, even without considering the huge number of regular members. Chen Feng's points were already shooting far ahead. Shwa, shwa. Chen Feng's points were increasing by an incredibly frightening amount each second. Looking at this, the deputy president's heart chilled. If this continued, it was likely that Chen Feng could really reach a point where he could afford everything the Genetic Union had to offer, authority included. Sure enough, the Genetic Union held a meeting regarding this shortly afterward. Nearly all the higher-ups were greatly alarmed. This won't do, one of the higher-ups stated as he sweat profusely. Why is there even such a provision in the first place? The deputy president grumbled. This provision was put in place during the early period when the union had only recently been established. That person explained with a bitter smile. To encourage our members to put more effort into missions, we created this provision where when one has so many points that the union no longer has anything to sell to that person can use their points to buy authority in the union, becoming a shareholder of sorts. This was supposed to be impossible to achieve. Even back then when the union did not have much to sell, it was still impossible for one to have so many points that the union no longer had anything it could sell to that person. Based on the calculations back then, for a PK class to obtain sufficient points through missions to achieve something like this, 300 years of hard work would be required. At present, with the huge amount of things the union has for sale, perhaps one would need 30,000 years of hard work to accomplish this. Everyone lapsed into silence. That's right. If points were merely earned through missions, this would be impossible to accomplish. But now, Chen Feng was using this spirit art to tempt all the members of the Genetic Union. Among the total members, even if only 10% of them were willing to spend their points, it would still reach a frightening amount. They all sighed. Back when they were young, they had had a dream. If the entire population of this world were to give them 1 cent each, they could become a billionaire. Now, Chen Feng had achieved this childhood dream of theirs. Suddenly, someone asked, based on our present calculations, how long will it take him to accrue enough points to buy everything the union has to offer? After some calculation, a department head of stated, based on our calculations, around 10 days. Shwa. Instantly, the entire meeting hall sank into silence. 10 days. In short, something a peak beyond A class would require 30,000 years to accomplish would be accomplished by Chen Feng in 10 days. After 10 days, Chen Feng will be qualified to purchase authority in the Genetic Union. Based on the current growth rate of his points, he will be able to purchase around 0.1% of the union's authority on the 11th day. That person analyzed calmly. Just 0.1%. Someone heaved a sigh of relief. That's still tolerable. Oh, right. I forgot to mention that even when it comes to the purchase of authority, the speed is still growing. That person stated coldly. At present, this spirit art of Chen Feng's is extremely popular. As time passes, the amount of points he earns will only increase. On the 12th day, he might be able to purchase 0.2%. On the 13th day, 0.4%. On the 14th day, 0.7%. On the 15th day, 1%, and so on. Shwa. Their expressions changed. He would be able to purchase 1% 5 days after his first purchase. In short, he would have purchased a total of 2.4% in 5 days. This was an extremely terrifying number. And all this was merely an estimate. One head of department stood up abruptly. We must stop him. They could not allow the Genetic Union to become the private property of a lone individual. The deputy president sighed. How are we supposed to stop him? Chen Feng was not an enemy, and everything he was doing was in accordance with the laws of the Genetic Union. Who could stop him? They couldn't lock him up with no apparent reason, right? Suddenly, the head of the strategy department said, we definitely can't use brute force. However, if we use public opinion against him, the deputy president's interest was piqued. What do you mean? Essentially, the only way Chen Feng is earning points is by selling the weakened state remover. That person analyzed calmly. Based on our understanding, something that only costs 3 points is being sold at 100 points by Chen Feng. Therefore, what if we sold the same thing for only 3 points? With Chen Feng selling at 100 points yet us selling at 3 points, what would happen? Everyone sank into contemplation. The deputy president shook his head. That's not possible. Chen Feng is the one who controls the Gene Production Association. That person shook his head. We don't even need to produce the reagents ourselves. We only need to let the masses know of our intention to do this. Let them know that we are about to do this. That will be sufficient. Public opinion will dictate what happens afterward. The deputy president sank into silence. The head of the materials department had an unsightly expression. But doing it this way, we will make a loss as well. At that time, we will be operating at a loss, selling the same thing that has made Chen Feng such crazy profit. Why not sell it at 50 points instead? That way, we can still profit somewhat. Shwa. Everyone looked at him like he was some sort of idiot. He was dumbstruck. That won't do. The deputy president sighed. What's the point? You sell at 50 points, while Chen Feng is selling at 100 points. Next, he will reduce his price to 40 points, and you will react by reducing your price to 30 points. What do you think we are doing? Do you think we are selling some vegetables? Moreover, you have forgotten the fact that we can't even produce the gene reagents. The only route we can take is suppressing Chen Feng using public opinion, turning this entire thing into some sort of social benefit for the masses. Do you know what social benefit is? Do you think Chen Feng is an idiot? Making it some sort of social benefit is the only way of suppressing Chen Feng, the only way of making him give up. After all, we are all fighting for humanity. As the rest heard this, they gained understanding. Immediately after the meeting, the genetic union proceeded as they had agreed upon. Soon, the entire world was in an uproar. Have you heard? The genetic union is planning to take over this spirit heart of Chen Feng's. Yeah, I heard. It is rumored that the genetic union is prepared to compensate Chen Feng at a great price. In the future, everyone will only need to pay 5 points to remove the weakened state. It is said that for the sake of resisting the devil race and the ancient race, the genetic union is willing to suffer loss. We only need to pay 5 points for each removal, while the genetic union will be subsidizing the remaining 95 points. Yeah, I heard that as well. Wow, that's good. Well, the premise of all this is Chen Feng actually being willing to sell. Otherwise, the genetic union won't do anything about it anyway. Everyone started talking about this. In this unique era, the genetic union played a unique role. When this huge organization announced this, everyone was moved. This was especially true for the fact that the genetic union was willing to suffer a loss for humanity. This alarmed countless people. This single announcement had extremely grave repercussions, with the most obvious being the dramatic drop in the number of people purchasing the member cards and the number of people purchasing the weakened state remover. Apart from the rich who had no fear, a large majority of people started waiting and looking forward to the promised 5 points. This plan of genetic unions seemed to be greatly effective. Indeed, this master spirit trainer had brought the public much joy. However, the 100 points that could only remove the weakened state once would soon allow them to remove the weakened state 20 times, renewing their challenge attempts 20 times. Naturally, this was something everyone was willing to accept. It reached a point where a petition was submitted, hoping that Chen Feng would be willing to relinquish his grip on the spirit art, with the reason given being for the sake of humanity. At present, it was of utmost importance that humans increased their strength. Even the cheapskate genetic union was already willing to suffer such a huge loss for the sake of humanity. As such, they hoped that Chen Feng would be willing to reduce the amount of profit he earned for the sake of humanity as well. The number of signatures on the petition increased without stop. Look at this. Smiling, the head of the strategy department stated, "This is the so-called public opinion." Now, how much longer do you think Chen Feng can hold on? Soon, the time to negotiate will come. Lil was furious. These fellows are too shameless. This was the very first time he had ever felt so embarrassed on behalf of the genetic union. Where was their face? Chen Feng had only recently created this spirit art capable of both making money and helping the public at the same time. Now, those fellows were using such a method to force Chen Feng to sell it to them. This was too excessive. Stay calm, Chen Feng stated unhurriedly. Are you not angry? Grumbled Lil. Why did it look like he was the one being forced by the genetic union instead of Chen Feng here? Chen Feng stretched lazily. Will being angry help? You have such good temper. Lil was still feeling extremely indignant. After all, he had once promised to give Chen Feng a better environment, yet unexpectedly, here at the genetic union, Chen Feng was actually being pushed to such an extent. Come on, It's just some points. Yet those guys. Lil was greatly disappointed in the genetic union. Just some points. Chen Feng turned around and looked at Lil with an amazed expression and concluded that Lil was truly in the dark about how much Chen Feng had earned from this new spirit art. How could those points he had earned be described with the word some? If he had been allowed to continue, the entire genetic union would have been his before long. How could those big shots have possibly remained calm? Chen Feng wasn't surprised at this, though. If he was one of those big shots, he would try to think of something as well when encountering something like this. He would never watch on as the genetic union become the private property of a lone individual. Chen Feng checked online and noted that at present, specialists were already appearing, analyzing and figuring out who should be the one to hold the ownership of spirit art. There were also some specialists saying that since Chen Feng was such a kind guy, he would most definitely hand the spirit art over. Some analyzed that with the present state of humanity, where they were constantly being threatened by the ancient race and the devil race, Chen Feng had to put his personal benefits aside and so on. TSK. Chen Feng was amused as he read all this. From the sounds of things, it seemed like if he refused to hand the spirit art over, he would be the greatest sinner of all of humanity. Lil sighed. If we were in a peaceful time. He shook his head. He could remember that the last person who had created something this miraculous was Liu Yuan. That had happened during peacetime. With the wristband Liu Yuan had created and the Storm Tech Company Limited he'd founded, he had become a legend. Yet now, when Chen Feng created something miraculous. I'm sorry. Lil felt extremely guilty. If his position in the genetic union were higher, he might be able to stop all this. Chen Feng shook his head. You are not to blame. He was still clear on the identity of his friends and enemies. Since he had long ago seen this coming, how was it possible for him to not have prepared for this at all? A smile formed on Chen Feng's face. Don't worry. I believe that the genetic union will most definitely give me a perfect explanation for this. The next day, a new announcement was released, which shocked the entire world. I heard that the genetic union is willing to sacrifice to better help humanity. I hereby announce that I am willing to hand over Master Spirit Trainer to the genetic union for free, just like what I did previously with the Beyond X gene reagent I created. I sincerely wish that the genetic union will give humanity an even better future. Regards, Chen Feng. Bang! This shocked the entire world. Free? That's right. Chen Feng was handing over Master Spirit Trainer to the genetic union for free. Everyone was stupefied. The genetic union was stupefied. They had imagined countless scenarios, such as a high price, a low price, or unwillingness to sell. They had even drawn numerous plans to force Chen Feng to sell it. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng would directly give it to them for free. Only now did they recall how back then, Chen Feng had seemingly given the Beyond X gene reagent to the Gene Production Association for free as well. That was similarly a heaven-defying deed, a contribution capable of altering the fate of humanity. At this instant, countless people felt ashamed of what they had done to Chen Feng previously. These were the ones who had wished dearly that the price would be reduced from 100 points to 5 points. They had even used the internet to use public opinion to force Chen Feng to relinquish his grasp. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng is truly a great person. This is the perfect example of a selfless human. This is a moment that deserves to be carved into the annals of history. Everyone was shocked. The entire internet was filled with information regarding Chen Feng. This was a day where Chen Feng alone was honored. At present, the people of the genetic union were looking at each other. After their trade department confirmed that the Master Spirit Trainer given to them was the stable version, they formalized the takeover and, at the same time, started running this Master Spirit Trainer. Everything seemed perfect. Chen Feng had even performed numerous optimizations to the numerous functions of this Master Spirit Trainer before handing it over to them. Even the higher-ups of the genetic union were feeling ashamed now. Had they been viewing the actions of a noble person through the lens of a scoundrel? Chen Feng hadn't even attempted to keep the Master Spirit Trainer for himself. What now? Leak the news about how Chen Feng helped optimize it before the handover. Rain praise down upon him. Alright. This was the only thing they could do to reduce the guilt they were feeling. Soon, this news was spread, and once again, praises were rained upon Chen Feng, skyrocketing his reputation. On the next day, Master Spirit Trainer started operating. This time, the genetic union was the one running it. For 5 points, one could remove their weakened state once. This attracted countless people, kickstarting an era of rapid growth. Without a doubt, the strength of humanity as a whole had once again been greatly increased. As for the one who the masses felt endless gratitude to, it was without a doubt Chen Feng. This act of Chen Feng's, of handing over Master Spirit Trainer for free, had an extremely huge impact, so much that even the losses Genetic Union took to sell the weakened state remover to the masses at a cheap price remained unmentioned. All the honor and glory belonged to Chen Feng alone. Sigh. When those of the Genetic Union's operation department checked online, they noted that not a single speck praise had landed on them. Almost everyone was expressing their gratitude to Chen Feng alone. No matter what, we deserve some praise as well, right? The person from the operation department felt extremely wronged. Yes, Chen Feng had indeed contributed greatly. However, the Genetic Union was the very party operating at a loss presently. Yes, the production materials of this gene reagent cost only 3 points. As such, selling them at 5 points seemed profitable. However, after deducting the cost of manpower, the Genetic Union was in fact suffering a loss. The higher-ups comforted them. Forget it. At least we were able to solve the crisis involving the authority of the Genetic Union. We are well aware of your contribution. Just wait a while. When the impact of what Chen Feng did has diminished, we will arrange for you guys to be featured in the news as well. All your hard work will be properly reported. With this incident reached its end. The entirety of humanity entered a phase of rapid growth, increasing their strength greatly. As for the Genetic Union, despite the losses they had suffered, they had managed to solve the crisis regarding their authority. To be able to obtain a certain degree of positive publicity, such a small loss wasn't something they were bothered with. As for Chen Feng, even though he hadn't been able to earn as much as he should have, he had received the greatest of glory and become a legend among the masses, obtaining supreme honor. But then, was this truly how things were going to end? In the second week after this incident, when the media was still talking about this without stop, suddenly, the Genetic Union discovered something. Something seemed to be off. This number? The higher-ups of the Genetic Union sank into contemplation when they saw this month's financial report. For an organization of their size, to occasionally suffer some losses for the sake of humanity was something acceptable. That was why they found the losses they suffered from running Master Spirit Trainer to be acceptable. However, the actual losses they were seeing in their financial report seemed much higher than they had anticipated. The figures here did not seem right. At the thought of someone daring to mess around with their accounts, they shivered. Was this due to corruption? Those people were courting death. Investigate. Investigate clearly. The higher-ups were all furious. Soon afterward, they figured out the reason this month's financial report looked so ugly. It was actually due to that newly online Master Spirit Trainer. Why did the operation cost seem somewhat different from the forecast? The essence of Master Spirit Trainer was weakened state removal. This was also what the consumers were buying and the only special service the Genetic Union had to offer. They were only charging the users 5 points per removal. As the charge had been reduced greatly, the masses had started using it crazily, resulting in the number of purchases shooting up and reaching an astronomical amount. As for the cost of producing this weakened state remover, each point spent had an extremely huge effect. Here, the deputy president discovered with horror that the initial cost of 3 points had increased to 10 points. This was a completely unacceptable amount. What was going on? Why was it 10 points? One ought to know that every single additional point that it cost would result in several 100 million points lost per month for the Genetic Union. Yet here, it had been increased by a total of 7 points. This was too fatal. Who's messing around? The deputy president's eyes became bloodshot. He vowed to find this damnable corrupted fellow who had caused this increased cost. Alas, regardless of how they investigated, no problems whatsoever were found in the accounts, because the cost of the production materials alone had already reached 9 points. They were all dumbstruck as they discovered this. Didn't our investigation back then show that the materials only cost 3 points? The investigator was calm. Yes, that is indeed so. Back then, we investigated the materials used by Chen Feng and all related data. Based on our investigation, the cost was indeed 3 points, a cost acceptable for mass production. Everyone lapsed into silence. In short, the formula Chen Feng had been using to produce the weakened state remover was different than the formula they were using. That is quite probable, one of them concluded. Chen Feng must have used some new formula that we don't have any record of. This is the reason why we have suffered such a loss. They all gained understanding. So that was the case. Let's ask Chen Feng about the formula then, someone suggested. All right. They nodded in agreement. In their memories, a legend such as Chen Feng was, in essence, a selfless researcher, and such people were normally extremely easy to negotiate with. New formula. Asking for the formula from Chen Feng. Suddenly, the deputy president's back chilled. He had a sudden feeling that this time, they had definitely stepped into an extremely deep trap. No, that couldn't be the case. There had to still be some way to recover from this. The deputy president gulped as he convinced himself. He was of the opinion that if Chen Feng did not agree to hand the formula to them, they could perhaps continue using public opinion to pressure him. Alas, they received a response for their request shortly after. In a somewhat embarrassed manner, Chen Feng replied, "Oh, you guys are talking about that formula? That is something I researched at the Gene Production Association. As such, the rights to the formula belongs to them. I am really sorry, but I do not have the authority to issue the rights to the formula to you guys." Gene Production Association. The deputy president's hands trembled as he heard this. Chen Feng had successfully transformed this issue that had initially been something involving only him as an individual into an issue that involved the Gene Production Association as a whole. If so, things would be troublesome to deal with. No, that can't be. I must have been thinking too much. The deputy president tried contacting the Gene Production Association. The Gene Production Association gave their reply. "Oh, you are talking about that formula? We have officially included that formula in our formula database. The formula is free of charge for use. However, since this formula is quite special and is rather unstable, for the sake of the health and future of our fellow producers, a limitation has been placed on it, allowing only those who meet the requirements to use it. If you guys want the formula, just send someone here to be tested. Since the formula is free, anyone who passes the test can use the formula freely." Test. Grasping onto the final ray of hope, the deputy president gazed at the people of the operation department. Who are the ones producing the weakened state remover at present? Everyone. The people of the operation department gave it some thought before continuing. That formula is one that was made public long ago. As such, anyone can use it. We only need to issue the corresponding missions for it to be produced. For a single gene reagent, one can obtain 10 points. Such an ample reward is the reason so many people are selling it to us. Apart from this, we also have a specialized factory for this. Despite the fact that the producers in this factory are all niche producers, they have no problems producing this low-level formula. Unfortunately, we are, after all, not professionals in gene production. As such, the amount we can produce ourselves using the factory is rather limited. Therefore, 90% of our supply is obtained via missions. The deputy president's heart chilled as he heard all this. In short, these fellows were all rogue low-level producers. It wouldn't be a problem for them to produce those low-level spirit recovery formulas, but if they had to pass the Gene Production Association's test. Suddenly, the deputy president thought of something. How much is the registration fee for the test? 100,000. This was a standard amount when it came to certifications. The deputy president's hands trembled. He contacted a close friend of his in the Gene Production Association, an ex-classmate of his, and had him investigate which damnable person had proposed that idea in the first place. Next, a name that caused him to despair was sent to him, Chen Feng. Suddenly, the deputy president cursed. Chen Feng, screw you. The other union members around him exchanged glances. Since when had their deputy president had a tendency to curse? The deputy president's face darkened. Damn it. Scammed. This was indeed a major scam. He had already been aware of it, so why had he still stepped into the trap? If they were only dealing with Chen Feng as an individual, it would be easy to deal with, but now they would have to face the Gene Production Association. Using public opinion to pressure the Gene Production Association wouldn't work at all. After all, their official reason for this decision was for the future of producers. Moreover, the charged registration fee for the test was an acceptable and fair amount as well. For a producer, 100,000 was in fact an extremely cheap price. What excuse could they use to pressure the Gene Production Association? As for the difficulty of the test, it was not the place of the Genetic Union to get involved in the tests of the Gene Production Association. That fellow must have done his calculations long ago. The deputy president gnashed his teeth. What if we entrust the Gene Production Association with producing this gene reagent on our behalf? Sure. Soon, a price was quoted. This price. The operation department head's expression darkened. If it's converted into our points, the price is equivalent to 5 points. Even we are only selling it at 5 points. That coupled with the security measures, management of the illusory world, all the other miscellaneous costs, and also sustaining the membership card holders that purchased the membership cards from Chen Feng early on. Even if we have stopped selling membership cards, the ones sold previously are still acknowledged. The costs of all of them, especially the damnable lifelong members, an average loss of 3.8 points per sale. Screw that. No matter what discount it was, they would be making a loss on every sale. In essence, this spirit art created by Chen Feng was a combination of weakened state remover and the management of the illusory world of Master Spirit Trainer. Joining the weakened state remover, which was essentially a gene reagent produced in reality, with the illusory world using a spirit art so the users could consume this item in the illusory world, was also something with an extremely high cost. The only consolation was the fact that these costs were all fixed costs, since this was essentially pure energy exhaustion, which cost them around 2 points per sale. In their initial calculation, with a production cost of 3 points, they would have been able to maintain a balance, not earning a profit yet not making a loss from the sales. The only thing they would lose was the cost of the manpower, which wasn't much. But now that the production cost had increased to 5 points, the losses were truly dramatic. The operation department head was anxious. We can't agree to this. The deputy president smiled bitterly. Do we still have other options? Everyone was speechless. Indeed, were there any other options? If they choose to not use the new formula, to not hire the Gene Production Association to produce it for them, it would cost them the extremely high amount of 10 points per production. Why don't we try and use public opinion? Suggested the operation department head. In fact, for the sake of humanity was a very convenient excuse. The deputy president gazed at him with a hooded gaze. Do you still remember the excuse we used to force Chen Feng to hand over Master Spirit Trainer to us? Excuse? The operation department head gave it some thought and stated smoothly, Chen Feng's version requires 100 points per weakness removal, since the cost is too high, which is too expensive. As for us, we can reduce the cost to 5 points. Sure. As his words reached this point, the operation department head paled. Indeed, these were the words they had said themselves. The Genetic Union had claimed to have a new technology capable of reducing the production cost to only 5 points, forcing Chen Feng to hand over Master Spirit Trainer to them. But what had happened instead? If the public found out that the Genetic Union did not have this so-called new technology at all, that they had all been played like fools by the Genetic Union, exploited to force Chen Feng to hand over his Master Spirit Trainer. If that were to happen, it wouldn't be long before the Genetic Union lost the trust of the public. Therefore, the deputy president sighed. Regardless of how difficult things are this time, we have no choice but to swallow it. Chen Feng. The deputy president weakly slumped into his chair. He knew that this was his complete defeat. From now onward, the Genetic Union would have no choice but to deliver a huge amount of funds to the Gene Production Association on a monthly basis. Selling to the Genetic Union at 5 points when their production cost was only 3 points, the ones to truly profit from this would ultimately be the Gene Production Association. As for the Genetic Union, the very owners of the Master Spirit Trainer, they would have to suffer losses just so that Gene Production Association could make such handsome profits. The more the deputy president thought about it, the sadder he became. Why had something initially so good developed in such a direction? Perhaps the only thing he could rejoice about currently was the fact that they had stopped Chen Feng's takeover attempt. Why is Chen Feng even doing this? One of them couldn't understand Chen Feng's reason for doing this. Was this revenge? What would he, as an individual, gain from this? Nothing at all. Apart from obtaining his revenge against the Genetic Union's act of snatching Master Spirit Trainer from him, he wouldn't gain anything at all. They could not understand the logic behind this action. The deputy president smiled bitterly. How is this revenge? After all, the present Gene Production Association was simply the private property of Chen Feng. Gene Production Association. While the Genetic Union was shrouded by a figurative dark cloud, The Gene Production Association was in celebration. Worthy of being Chen Feng indeed. Hu Liang was smiling so wide his face bloomed like a flower. Being able to earn such great profit from that cheapskate genetic union, everyone in the Gene Production Association was laughing happily. This time, they had truly profited greatly. Even though the bigger portion would go to Chen Feng, this was, after all, a profit they had earned out of nowhere. Hee. How are you doing? Are you going to break through into A class? Hu Liang asked with a smile. Chen Feng nodded slightly. What do you need? Just let us know, Hu Liang declared tyrannically. Master producers, grandmaster producers, or even those senior producers that had already retired. Say the word and I can get all of them to help you. I need to enter a training camp to break through, Chen Feng stated calmly. Sure. Instantly, Hu Liang paused. Training camp. The one required by Chen Feng was most definitely those camps used to increase one's combat strength. This was something he was truly unable to help with. After all, those camps all belonged to the genetic union. As a producer. Hold on. Suddenly, Hu Liang recalled something. You are planning to enter one of the genetic union's training camp? Chen Feng nodded. Their camps should be where I can break through in the shortest possible time. Hu Liang's expression became strange. You had just scammed the genetic union badly. I suppose their higher-ups all have a deep hatred against you now? Chen Feng's expression had no change. I am aware of that. You sure are calm. Hu Liang gave Chen Feng a thumbs up. I reckon they won't even allow you to get past their entrance. Chen Feng smiled. I know that. Therefore, I have to think of something. Think of what? Hu Liang asked curiously. Chen Feng smiled. A method to make them compromise. When Hu Liang saw Chen Feng's expression while saying those words, his back chilled. This guy was most definitely planning to do something yet again. Genetic Union. Lil, who had just returned from a mission, saw that everyone had an expression as if they had just been raped. Curious, he asked and was eventually told what had happened. It was actually due to Chen Feng. The genetic union had been acting too arrogantly and had ended up screwing themselves instead. As for how it had happened, Lil did not know whether to laugh or cry after he found out. Finally, he understood what Chen Feng had meant when he'd said that free things were the most expensive of things at times. Lil tried contacting Chen Feng but received no reply. As the call was disconnected straight away, Lil blanked. Normally, something like this would only happen when one entered seclusion. Lil was inwardly alarmed. One ought to know that the first time Chen Feng had entered seclusion, he had created time quicksand. The second time he had entered seclusion, he had created Master Spirit Trainer. And now, he had entered seclusion yet again. The mere thought of this caused Lil's heart to shudder. In truth, as a human, he truly wished that Chen Feng would be able to create more spirit hearts. However, the problem here was the fact that each time Chen Feng did so, he also created trouble. I hope that this time, he won't create any huge issues, Lil muttered. At the Gene Production Association, Chen Feng had indeed entered seclusion, just as Lil had guessed. After the previous two incidents, Chen Feng had no choice but to ponder the topic of what he could produce that would be beneficial yet no single party could monopolize. Only by creating something like this would he have an excuse to enter the genetic union. Naturally, what he created had to be free for all as well. Only by giving it out for free would there be more users, and only with that would he stand a chance to earn more. But then, what should he create this time? Chen Feng sank into contemplation. Yet another spirit heart? It seemed pointless. Regardless of what spirit heart he created, something similar to what had happened previously would occur again. No matter how much he earned, either the genetic union or some other organization would make a move against him. Granted, Chen Feng still had the confidence to earn more despite that. But that was pointless for what he truly wanted at present. The only thing he wanted presently was authority in the genetic union. Chen Feng frowned. Let me think. What should he create? Master Strength Trainer? Master Physique Trainer? Master Ding Dong Lengthener? None of these seemed reliable. Chen Feng had always believed firmly that spirit hearts would become a brand new system independent of the current genetic system. Something capable of propelling humanity to a new height, something whose actual value was much higher than that of Master Spirit Trainer. Even if Chen Feng wanted to earn points, he would have to approach this from the perspective of all of humanity. Alas, by himself, what he could do was rather limited. Researching all his ideas one by one, How long would it take for this new system, this spirit art, to establish itself among humans? Perhaps. Chen Feng contemplated. Spirit, how much luck value do I have left? You have 1,824 points. Spirit answered faithfully. Splendid. Hopefully, it will be enough. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed. This time, he had to succeed. At the Genetic Union, as the task of gene production had been handed over to the Gene Production Association, the wave brought upon by Master Spirit Trainer finally calmed. At this, the Genetic Union finally heaved a sigh of relief. The people of the Material Department smiled bitterly. Our losses are rather immense. In this incident, the Gene Production Association and Chen Feng had profited greatly and all of humanity had been blessed. The Genetic Union was the only party that had been scammed ruthlessly, yet they still had to feel grateful for this conclusion. At the very least, that was the attitude they had to display. When facing the Chen Feng who had given the Master Spirit Trainer to them for free, the Genetic Union had to display their gratitude when in public. The people of the finance department were furious as well. I am grateful to his mother. However, the deputy president was feeling relieved. Finally, this is over. Even if they had been scammed ruthlessly by Chen Feng, at the very least, what Chen Feng had gotten from them was some money rather than points. As such, the management authority of the Genetic Union wasn't under threat by Chen Feng. What if he continues and researches something similar? The people of the Material Department were extremely anxious. As the others heard this, their hearts chilled as well. They thought about it and apart from Master Spirit Trainer, what if Chen Feng continued developing spirit arts? How should the Genetic Union respond to that? I heard that Chen Feng is in seclusion yet again, someone muttered in a low voice. The deputy president shook his head. Don't worry. As long as this incident is dealt with, all will be fine. As for other spirit arts, we won't fall for the same scam twice. After all, they were the Genetic Union. This time, they had indeed been scammed. However, based on the way in which Chen Feng did things, their strategy department had already come up with a counter. If Chen Feng really dared to come out with a similar development, they would most certainly ensure that he would end up suffering a great loss instead. Chen Feng, we shall be waiting for you. On the next day, all the departments of the Genetic Union prepared themselves. At present, Chen Feng was already labeled as the highest level threat. They had entered a phase of total war against him. Naturally, this so-called war was not an actual war of force. Rather, this was a war of wits. The absolute counter had been put in place and was waiting for Chen Feng's next spirit art. Are you certain? The deputy president asked in a low voice. Yes, we have already divined it. Although what we saw was still somewhat fuzzy, we are sure that Chen Feng's next spirit art will be launched in a few days. Based on the contents of what we divined, it will similarly be named Master 20 as well, an old man stated calmly. The deputy president expressed his gratitude. Many thanks. Indeed. Yet another Master 20 series. A smile appeared on the deputy president's face. After all, the Genetic Union was a huge organization. The only reason they had fallen for Chen Feng's scam previously was because they had never expected him to come up with something like that. Now that the entirety of the Genetic Union was ready for it, Chen Feng would be helpless against them. Divining, forecasting, visions, and so on were all done. Every single action of Chen Feng's was in their grasp. Even the day of sale and part of the name of the product had been divined. How could Chen Feng still hope to scam the Genetic Union? It was no longer possible. But then, this name. The deputy president blanked as he saw the Master 20 given to him. Generally speaking, when those experts divine something, the information would most certainly be complete. This time, only Master 20 had been divined. Was there some peak beyond A-class protecting Chen Feng? The deputy president contemplated. In any case, it did not matter. Even with this incomplete name, it was sufficient for them to make their preparations. What would it be this time? He looked forward to it. 3 days later, Chen Feng ended his seclusion with success in his research of a brand new spirit art. At present, he was preparing his information for the official announcement without knowing that the Genetic Union had already fixed their eyes on him long ago. Chen Feng is out of seclusion. I saw that. He is registering the data. True enough, it's a brand new spirit art. HMPH. Time, venue, type. Everything is exactly the same as what the senior foresaw earlier. What this kid scammed from us previously, we shall earn it all back this time. The Genetic Union rubbed their fists. anxious to start their revenge on Chen Feng. Countless people eyed Chen Feng secretly. We don't have to be too ruthless. After all, Chen Feng is still contributing toward humanity. Cut him some slack. Only with that will he continue developing other spirit hearts. That's natural. After all, they were simply competing in business rather than being in an actual war. They discussed secretly, figuring out a way to earn the most they could while at the same time leaving Chen Feng some face. As all this happened, Chen Feng finished his registration. Chen Feng's third spirit heart was released. Instantly, all the genetic union members worldwide that had been paying attention to Chen Feng received the latest announcement. The higher-ups were filled with anticipation. Here it comes. What will be the training this time? Strength, agility? Instinctively, they opened the announcement, yet the instant they laid eyes on the name, they were stupefied. Name, Master Spirit Developer. Classification, Spirit Art. Function, through suitable combinations, one can develop new spirit heart unique to oneself. Exhaustion, similar to the energy exhaustion of regular abilities. Conversion rate, free. Right holder, Chen Feng. Genetic union, all genetic warriors. Everyone was dumbstruck. What damnable spirit heart was this? None had any idea. But then, from the name of this thing here, the first thing they did was purchase this spirit art. This was what was good about Chen Feng's spirit arts. He always released them for free. Light swirled before their eyes. An illusory world appeared before them. Similarly, this was a rather crude illusion formed of simple shining lines. 1. Developing spirit hearts. 2. Editing spirit hearts. 3. Selling spirit hearts. 4. Purchasing spirit hearts. Amid the light, only several simple options were available. Curiously, everyone took a look and noted that the final 3 spots were temporarily empty. However, when they tapped on the first option, a complete user manual appeared. Spirit Hearts Development Options. 1. Spatial Module, Range of Adjustment, 0% to 1%. 2. Time Module, Range of Adjustment, 0 seconds to 1 second. 3. Energy Module, Range of Adjustment, 0% to 1%. 4. Pending. This thing. The eyes of some people who were tech-savvy opened wide. Could it really be as described here, where they could develop brand new spirit hearts? Someone tried using it. With astonishment, they found that the time module could truly be controlled. That's right, these modules such as time, space, and energy weren't something the users could use previously, since these were the core abilities of the spirit hearts. However, Chen Feng had now provided them an interface with which they could make use of these abilities. By only inputting the corresponding energy, they could now use these modules. Naturally, based on the amount of energy poured in, the effect would be different, such as 0%, 0.5%, 0.6%, and so on. The stronger one needed it to be, the higher the energy exhaustion would be. With this unique method, Chen Feng had provided them with an ability unique to each of them. This works. Some tried developing something. Content of development. Selected module, time module, range, adjusted to the maximum, end. That's right. Some of them started using the simplest development option. A brand new spirit art was formed. Unnamed, undefined, unedited. After testing it out, they found with great astonishment that this was precisely the time quicksand Chen Feng had developed earlier on. This thing here was truly capable of taking away 1 second of time. I have actually developed time quicksand by myself. That person was stunned, even though he had only developed this time quicksand through the interface provided by Chen Feng. Holy shit, this is too amazing, that person exclaimed in admiration. Let me try selling it. He selected the option to start selling, yet a prompt popped out with an indication that this spirit heart was already published for sale, and the information of time quicksand was shown. That's right. A spirit heart that had already been published could no longer be sold. But it did not matter much. Shortly after that, Someone developed a new spirit heart through a different combination of the spatial module and energy. Naturally, these newly developed spirit hearts were essentially useless abilities. An example was a particular spirit heart developed through a combination of 0.5% spatial power and 0.5% energy. This was an ability with a huge energy exhaustion rate, and it was named Spatial Energy Helix. It can actually be sold for real. Their eyes widened. This ability lacked a practical use, but what it signified was an entirely different thing. Bang! Everyone was in an uproar. The masses started selling various spirit hearts, finally understanding how the selling option worked. First, anyone could put a spirit heart up for sale. As long as the copyright of the particular spirit heart had yet to be registered to someone else, that person would be allowed to publish it for sale. However, for a spirit heart whose copyright had been registered, one could only purchase it instead of issuing it for sale. Second, a price had to be set for any spirit heart issued for sale. The prices here used the genetic union's points. Third, Master Spirit Developer charged a 10% fee for the sale of all spirit hearts as a management fee. Fourth, for all spirit hearts sold, so long as energy and the different modules were used, additional energy transfer fees would be charged as well. An example was the 10% transfer fee for energy module, 10% transfer fee for the spatial module, and 9.9% transfer fee for time module. This works. Everyone was stunned. Spirit heart development, editing, and sale. Suddenly, they found that Chen Feng had successfully launched a complete and brand new platform of his, a platform of spirit hearts. As for the final function of this master spirit developer, it was the function to purchase spirit hearts. The people tried casually selecting the option to purchase the spatial energy helix listed for sale at 10 points. Shwa. The points disappeared and the purchased spirit heart was received. After receiving the spirit heart, a complete energy circulation method was transmitted to the buyer through master spirit developer. One only needed to familiarize with it and try doing what it said. Bang! They were actually able to use this ability for real, even though this spatial energy helix was a useless ability. Holy shit, I used the ability for real. How powerful. Ha 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 ha, I can't believe I am now a master researcher that has developed a new ability. 66,666,666. It seems like anyone making use of this master spirit developer properly will be able to become a master. Yes, that's possible. Everyone was in joy. One ought to know that generally, these masses would only have the opportunity to be the consumers, to be the ones who purchased abilities using the points they had earned through hard work. And now, Chen Feng had opened a brand new path for them. The path of development. With Master Spirit Developer in hand, anyone could develop a new spirit heart and be able to tower above others. Is that possible? Someone looked at the purchasing option. There, the first entrepreneur of this Master Spirit Developer, the developer of Energy Spatial Helix, had now earned over 180,000 points. Bang! Everyone's eyes became red from envy. They were aware that everyone had only been buying this Energy Spatial Helix to try out this newly developed platform. However, the sales volume and the points he had earned. After calculating, they noted that he had earned 180,000 points. That's right, that was what he had earned. Even the developer of the ability himself, who had merely developed it casually out of curiosity, was stupefied at this. He had never expected that an ability he'd published as a joke would actually earn him so much from the sales. Even after the 30% cut, he still had 126,000 points remaining all for himself. Insane, this is insane, muttered one of the jealous masses, who remained stupefied for a long time. Naturally, this was not the only person who was jealous of the Energy Spatial Helix's developer. Almost everyone who saw the sales volume went crazy. Everyone started immersing themselves in spirit art development. They were clear that for today, regardless of what trash ability they developed, it would still sell well. After all, like the very first entrepreneur, the second, third, and fourth person stood to earn a lot. It would earn them handsome profits even if it was only sold for 10 points per ability. Suddenly, everyone seemed to be immersed in their research. Instantly, the popularity of this spirit art development platform increased rapidly. There was no competitor in sight. At the Genetic Union, in a meeting room, all the higher-ups gathered here. Next, they all lapsed into silence. Looking at this platform launched by Chen Feng, They were all stunned. All their preparations previously had been done to counter any products Chen Feng might obtain internally with preferential prices to be sold to outsiders. Unexpectedly, this time, Chen Feng had no intentions of selling anything himself. The only thing he had provided was an interface, and everything for sale was developed by the users themselves. If the Genetic Union wanted to interfere with this platform as well, that would be the same as courting death. The fury of the masses would be sufficient to flood the Genetic Union. At this instant, the higher-ups of the Genetic Union were all extremely anxious. How could this have happened? The strategy department head was already going crazy. They all looked to the deputy president. What do we do? The deputy president slumped down into his chair powerlessly. Report it. Only after crossing swords with Chen Feng had he come to realize how terrifying an opponent Chen Feng was. The moment this development platform had been launched, he had known that it was over. All right. The employed reported this through an emergency channel. On the same day, the president ended his seclusion. President. They all shivered silently in fear. It was without a doubt that as the president of the Genetic Union, this person's strength was excessively powerful. Before the Beyond X gene reagent had even developed, he had already been at the peak of Beyond A class. If one were to select a single human that had the most potential for stepping into S class, apart from this president, there would be no other candidates. Generally, this president, who believed only in strength, would not get involved in these miscellaneous affairs of the Genetic Union. That's right. In his eyes, all of these were mere miscellaneous affairs. If not for the deputy president personally requesting help this time, he wouldn't have bothered to come out of his seclusion. The presided stroked his white beard. Chen Feng. He had a slight impression of this child. This was the child who had contributed greatly toward humanity before obtaining ownership of the Gene Production Association, becoming a legend. Surprisingly, this child was now thinking of laying his hands on the Genetic Union as well. Give me a report on everything that has happened recently. The president stretched lazily. He had been in a long seclusion. He would just take this incident as a short vacation. All right. The deputy president reported everything that had happened recently. The president sank into contemplation. Spirit hearts. The president purchased one spirit heart personally to try it out. In the meeting, all the higher-ups did not dare to even move, all waiting silently by the side. After a long time, the president ended his attempt. You guys don't need to worry about this, huh? They all blanked. They didn't need to worry. But the popularity of this Master Spirit developer had exceeded that of Master Spirit Trainer. Even if the amount of points changing hands in this platform wasn't much at present, based on what had happened with Master Spirit Trainer previously, they couldn't even imagine the bleak future of the Genetic Union if this was allowed to continue. You guys have been thinking too much. The president shook his head. In all honesty, the popularity of this thing will only last a single day at most. Yes, that's right. Have you guys not noticed something? The president sighed. Even if this Master Spirit developer is magical and is attracting the curiosity of everyone, the abilities that have been developed by this are all trash abilities. Abilities with no practical usage. Space, time, energy. For any one of these three, if one could train to the peak, one would be a legend. But here, through this platform, only 1% of the power can be utilized at most. It is far from enough. The most powerful module here should be the time module. But then, the duration of 1 second is truly too short. This thing here has no practical use. The president shook his head as he looked at everyone. In your opinion, what exactly can people develop with these three modules here? Everyone exchanged glances as realization dawned upon them. Indeed, even if this Master Spirit developer seemed magical, were there any practical uses? Even if all three modules could be assembled freely, one would still be unable to develop anything good out of it. The only reason the masses were crazily researching now was because of the huge amount the first developer had earned. Due to this Master Spirit developer being free, due to Chen Feng's popularity and reputation, the number of users of this Master Spirit developer was extremely high. As such, those testing it out and those curious were extremely great in amount as well. There were even some who had purchased every single spirit art available for sale on the platform. This was also the reason that first developer had made so much. However, How long could this last? Novelty? Curiosity? This wouldn't last any longer than 2 days. When everyone saw clearly how this platform was simply incapable of releasing any proper abilities, the popularity of this master spirit developer would decline rapidly before ultimately dying out. So that's the case. After finally seeing the situation for what it was, they heaved a collective sigh of relief, worthy of being the Lord President indeed. With only a few minutes, he had been able to see clearly every aspect of Chen Feng's master spirit developer. This strength of his was something they could only exclaim in admiration toward. The deputy president frowned. Is that really the case? At present, he still lacked understanding of this spirit art, since some time would be required for him to gain more understanding. However, he had a clear understanding of Chen Feng. That scammer. Oh, no, that fellow, would his methods only go this far? We still need to pay close attention to this, the deputy president reminded them. The president shook his head. Don't worry. After all, this is merely a child's toy. Deputy president. He had no choice but to have his underlings continue paying close attention to this. Would Chen Feng be so simple? Indeed, on the next day, after a group of people started getting a clearer understanding of all aspects of this master spirit developer, they were all disappointed. That was because they had discovered that in essence, this thing was worthless. It was simply incapable of developing a true ability of practical use. In short, this was nothing but a toy. More and more people realized this. After the popularity of the master spirit developer reached its peak, it stopped increasing. As for those who had placed high expectations on this master spirit developer, their hearts chilled. Was this thing truly a mere toy? They had been hoping that this thing here would change their lives. For people in the lower rungs of society like them, this was akin to hope. Alas, their hope had only lasted one single day. They despaired. Why? Some even started scolding Chen Feng online, feeling like their dreams and hope had been mocked by Chen Feng. Unexpectedly, this negative promotion attracted more attention and managed to bring a short burst of popularity for this master spirit developer. However, that was as far as it went. Everyone was aware that soon, the popularity of master spirit developer would decline rapidly. This thing is going to die soon. There's no helping that. Since no proper abilities can be developed with this spirit developer, who will make purchases through this platform? Who can sell without buyers? At present, everyone is merely trying it out for the novelty of it. Once the novelty wears off, the people of the Genetic Union watched unhappily as all this happened. Something they had expected to be extremely frightening surprisingly died before it could even start posing a threat to them. Furthermore, Chen Feng's reputation was suffering as a result as well. After all, this spirit developer was being viewed as a scam. After this incident, would the masses still purchase Chen Feng's next spirit art the moment he released it? This was quite the question. The Genetic Union enjoyed the show that was unfolding. At present, Lil contacted Chen Feng immediately after he realized what was happening. I'm afraid you are in trouble. Chen Feng was curious. Oh, this master spirit developer you released. Lil rolled his eyes. Even if the popularity of your master spirit developer is still rather high presently, the popularity of this thing is like an arc. Soon enough, it will start dropping rapidly. Don't tell me you're not aware of this. The popularity of master spirit developer had reached its limit at present. Chen Feng chuckled. I am aware of that. This senior Lil was still as energetic as ever. For master spirit developer to have reached its present height, it had truly relied on the curiosity of the masses and the sliver of help it had brought the commoners. Naturally, the abuse he was receiving couldn't be forgotten either. At present, all the potential for this master spirit developer continuing to grow in popularity had been exhausted. Without abilities of high quality on this platform, nobody would be purchasing anything. With that, the number of users would drop. With the drop in users, the number of developers would start dropping as well. Slowly, nobody would be using this platform anymore. Chen Feng was the clearest of all on how this all would work. He remembered how in his previous life, there had been one particular operating system he'd liked greatly, called Windows Phone. Just like that, the system had died. Naturally, he was quite curious about whether his bad luck during his previous life had had anything to do with the death of this system that he had liked so very much. That shouldn't be the case, right? In any case, Chen Feng would most definitely not follow in the footsteps of Windows Phone. After all, in this world, there were no competitors for this platform he had created. Spirit. Are you ready? Chen Feng looked at Spirit. Spirit was analyzing everything that had happened these 2 days. No problem. Spirit confirmed. Excellent. A smile formed on Chen Feng's face. Let's start, then. Shua. Light flashed past. At this time, just when the popularity of Master Spirit Developer had reached its limit and was about to drop, suddenly, the developer interface popped out. A new module was being installed. Ability module. Able to add on abilities that you already have. Requirement: mastery over the ability one wished to add. They were all confused. What does this mean? No idea. Let me give it a try. Someone attempted to add a basic fireball technique. Next, after the fireball combined with a certain dosage of the spatial module, the initially ordinary fireball technique was now able to teleport a short distance. Everyone was stunned. Holy shit, this is. Let me try the time module. As the fireball combined with the time module, suddenly, the fireball that was about 1.2 seconds away from reaching its target appeared right in front of the target. This seemed even more terrifying than the spatial version. Naturally, proper control was required to make use of this new ability effectively. Otherwise, if the module was applied too fast, the fireball would disappear immediately instead. The entire world was in an uproar. Those with a clear understanding of how this Master Spirit Developer worked understood clearly what this new update signified. This signified that all abilities would have the potential to be transformed. Insane. This is insane. Their eyes became red. Good gracious. Spatial fireball. I remember that for one to obtain this ability, one must have both spatial and flame genetic abilities, with both similarly trained to a certain extent before they could be fused in B class. But now, even an F class will be able to use this ability. Everyone was going crazy. What was the concept of reducing the requirements of an ability from B class to F class? And this was merely a basic function of this Master Spirit Developer. Bang! Master Spirit Developer started increasing in popularity yet again. Once again, it became the hottest topic, even hotter than when it had been first released. The reason for this explosive popularity: those trash abilities that had been sold at 10 points per ability had all been cleared from the store. In their place, a bunch of genuine, powerful, and valuable spirit hearts had appeared. For example, Spatial Fireball, Time Fireball, Devouring Waves, Tadpole Transformation, and so on. Numerous mystical and powerful spirit hearts appeared. Spirit hearts. This is what real spirit hearts should be like. Ha ha ha, I knew Chen Feng wouldn't scam us. Future. This is where my future lies. Countless people immersed themselves in the world of spirit heart development. As for those headstrong and wealthy big shots, all of them waited with their purses ready for those brand new and powerful spirit hearts to appear. Once again, the system used by all of humanity underwent a change. The entire world changed. At present, the Genetic Union, who had been waiting for the death of Master Spirit Developer, was stunned. This seemed to be progressing differently from what they had expected. Let me take a look. The president, who was resting, entered the interface of Master Spirit Developer. His eyes widened. This thing. Bang! That moment when the president combined a minor E-class ability of his with the time module, when he saw the might of the developed ability. The president left the world of Master Spirit Developer and said with a sigh, "Prepare yourselves." What? They all blanked. Prepare for what? The entire world is about to be transformed. The president muttered. On this day, a light drizzle was falling from the sky. It wasn't as bad as the rain when the devil race appeared, but this was still the type of weather that made it hard for one to feel cheerful. However, when the numerous mysterious yet formidable spirit hearts appeared, all of mankind felt like a golden brilliance signifying hope had appeared in the sky. Is this what spirit hearts are? Countless people stared blankly at the numerous abilities that had been developed freely. That's right. This was the present state of spirit hearts. Initially, the spirit hearts had only consisted of time, spatial, and energy abilities, which had not had any practical use. Now, when the genetic warriors were allowed to combine their abilities with spirit hearts, infinite possibilities were now possible. Bang! Bang! One spirit heart after another appeared. In the Master Spirit Developer platform, the sales of spirit hearts had surpassed all records. People watched as the sales volumes of the numerous spirit hearts increased without stop, surpassing 10,000, surpassing 100,000, surpassing 1,000,000, and so on. Haha, this really works. After combining spirit hearts with my original ability, the strength of the new ability is over an if-fold higher. Same here, they all exclaimed in admiration. Due to the existence of this platform known as Master Spirit Developer, the strength of humanity had increased as a whole. From what the masses remembered, the last time something like this had happened was when the Beyond X gene reagent was released. Yet again, Chen Feng had changed the entire world. I want to become a developer. Countless people joined the profession of being a developer. The frightening sales volume was the very motivation for these people. Some had even formed groups to develop _8 dear spirit hearts. One could imagine how terrifying these new spirit hearts would be if their development proved to be successful. Bye. As for those regular genetic warriors, they were all taking this opportunity to increase their strength without stop. Every single day, there would be countless missions waiting for them. Even a tiny increase in their strength would increase their survival rate, let alone the survivability added by the present Master Spirit Developer that could increase their strength as a whole. All of humanity was overjoyed. The users of Master Spirit Developer surpassed 1 billion, and the number of spirit hearts that had been successfully developed surpassed 100,000. Moreover, this figure was still constantly increasing. As for genetic union points Chen Feng had, it had long since gone off the charts. At the genetic union, the president and the deputy president were watching on in silence with everyone else as the figures signifying the points and authority of their genetic union changed without stop. This time, they truly had no way of preventing it. The people of the finance department were not reconciled to this. Are we going to just let this be? The president looked at him with a strange gaze. What else do you want to do, then? The person from the finance department wanted to say something, but he decided against it and stopped talking. The genetic union was way too used to their hegemonic ways. As such, they had only recalled now that this opponent of theirs this time wasn't an enemy, nor was it even a potential enemy. Rather, it was Chen Feng, the messiah of humanity. Using threats and bribes against him, the higher-ups would most definitely be the first ones to finish them off if they were to do that to Chen Feng. Regardless of what they decided to do, Chen Feng's safety had to be assured. Remember this, Chen Feng's contribution to humanity is higher than all of you added up together. So long as the laws are followed, regardless of what he does, we must assure his safety. Control your lackeys properly. I do not wish to hear about anything untoward happening. If something happens to Chen Feng, the president's eyes gleamed coldly. None of you should hope to survive. The people of the finance department trembled as they heard this. Yes, HMPH. The president concluded with a snort and stopped talking. Chen Feng's identity was too unique. The things he did were way too extraordinary as well. Regardless of whether or not Chen Feng was intentionally acting against them, he was ultimately still changing this world for the better, changing all of humanity. This single feat alone was already deserving of respect from everyone. If he can continue repeating such feats, the president stated calmly, so what if I give him even my position as the president? Everyone lapsed into silence. And now, the changes officially began. On the first day, Chen Feng's points reached an amount worth 20% of everything the genetic union had to sell. On the second day, Chen Feng's points reached an amount worth 50% of everything the genetic union had to sell. On the third day, Chen Feng met the requirement to start purchasing authority in the genetic union. Shwa. With a slight wave of his hand, instantly, all of Chen Feng's points were cleared. With this, he obtained the qualification to start purchasing authority in the genetic union. On the fourth day, Chen Feng purchased 1% of the total authority. On the fifth day, Chen Feng purchased 3% of the total authority. On the sixth day, Chen Feng purchased 5% of the total authority. With the present seemingly unstoppable momentum of the Master Spirit Developer, in a single week, Chen Feng earned enough to purchase more than 10% of the total authority. With this, he officially became part of the upper management of the genetic union. This shocked everyone. This speed. Everyone was now convinced. 1 week, huh? Someone lamented. Even back during the dawn of a new era with the creation of the wristband, Liu Yuan had still used 2 months just to obtain the qualification to purchase authority. As for Chen Feng, only 3 days had been used. The times had changed indeed. Perhaps this is not a bad thing? I guess so. I hope that Chen Feng will not act all bossy and set up stupid rules now that he's part of the management. Some of them were anxious. After all, The Genetic Union specialized in something different than the Gene Production Association. If Chen Feng as a producer decided to interfere with the various decisions of the Union, it would bring them trouble. In the eyes of everyone, Chen Feng was ultimately a producer, a researcher. Even the miracles he had created were related to these two identities of his. On the other hand, his combat prowess and management prowess were things he had yet to prove. Alas, surprising them all, Chen Feng did not even bother coming to the Genetic Union after obtaining management authority. The only thing he did was select a certain training camp and register his name to enter. Next, with his terrifying contribution, he surpassed everyone and placed first on the waiting list. Spurt Growth Training Camp, Right Holder, Genetic Union. Class, Peak Beyond B Class. Difficulty, 5 stars. Participants, 3 per year. Order of entry, priority based on one's ranking in the Union. This was the camp most fitting for Chen Feng at present. This was also the only training camp with a vacant spot at present. But then, why had he decided to enter a training camp at a time like this? The president rubbed his head. Should he not be coming here to join our meeting? As someone who had just become part of the management, shouldn't he be coming over to fight for the power that was rightfully his? This Chen Feng guy. Suddenly, the deputy president recalled something. Hold on. Training camp, contribution points. Sure. The deputy president asked. Do you have the list of applicants for the training camp from earlier? Yes. Soon after, the list was sent by the employee. The deputy president took a look and was instantly stunned. That was because the list indicated that previously, Chen Feng had applied to join a training camp and had been rejected due to his contribution points being insufficient. It can't be, right? The deputy president muttered. He had a rather bad premonition. The president looked at him with a strange gaze. What are you doing? Please wait a moment. The deputy president called Chen Feng. Chen Feng on the screen, looking surprised. Yes? With an expression of someone who was constipated, the deputy president said, I have a question I need to ask you. Ask it, then. Chen Feng seemed rather busy. The real reason for you buying authority in the Genetic Union. The deputy president paused before continuing with a disbelieving tone. Was it for the sake of joining a training camp? Yes, Chen Feng stated as if that was the natural thing to do. Indeed, the deputy president nearly fainted. As for the other higher-ups around him, they were all stunned as they heard this as well. Training camp? The only thing you wanted was to enter a training camp to break through? The president asked, full of disbelief. Yes. Chen Feng curled his lips. Don't you guys have an imitation based on one's contribution points? I tried applying several times yet kept getting rejected. As such, I had no choice but to do something about it! Everyone had a rather wonderful expression on their face. What reason was this? What nonsense was this? Were the contribution points you obtained from the Master Spirit Trainer not sufficient for that? The deputy president asked with a forced smile. Originally, it should have been sufficient. Chen Feng assumed a helpless expression. However, you guys forced me out. I had initially planned to use the points and contribution points I earned through Master Spirit Trainer to try to get on the waiting list. Who could have expected that you guys would take it over from me forcefully? Out of options, I had no choice but to release Master Spirit Developer to earn points. Everyone lapsed into silence. The silence was stifling. An unbelieving expression was plastered on each of their faces. Numerous people had a what the FCK expression as well. They had truly never expected that the primary reason Chen Feng had created these spirit hearts and had even purchased their authority was for the sake of entering the training camp. They all looked at each other. What in the world? Oh yeah, I am about to enter the training camp. I will be ending the call here. Chen Feng seemed somewhat busy with his preparations to enter the training camp and ended the call in a rush. The higher-ups were all left there looking at each other with stunned expressions on their faces. Who's the one managing the training camps? The deputy president asked with his teeth gnashed. Someone raised his hand meekly, a forceful smile on his face. Me. What the hell? If he had known earlier that Chen Feng had done all this just to enter the training camp, he would have allowed Chen Feng to enter even at the risk of getting expelled from the Union. Chen Feng should have said so if he wanted to enter, right? How was this person managing the training camp supposed to know this if Chen Feng hadn't even mentioned it? What could he do about this? He was feeling extremely helpless as well. The president shook his head. Forget it. After all, this ridiculous incident could be considered to have ended. The most important thing at present was the fact that Chen Feng was truly planning to enter the training camp despite the terrifying enemies they had. This was too dangerous. They wanted to stop him. However, damn it, the president's head ached. Since Chen Feng was now part of the upper management, they were no longer qualified to control Chen Feng's actions and had no choice but to allow Chen Feng to risk his life like this. His identity is too unique. It is my hope that you guys can manage his trip to the training camp properly. No matter what, his safety must be ensured. Devil race. Here, it was still shrouded by darkness. A certain powerful devil expert with a body the size of a mountain was prostrating on the ground like a domesticated animal. An old devil was seated above his body and gazing at the starry sky. Suddenly, the old devil muttered with his hoarse voice, "I like the dark, because the darkness is also our home ground." A faint smile formed on the old devil's face. He gazed down at this devil, this formidable S-class that surpassed everything but could only prostrate under his feet at present. He deeply enjoyed this feeling of being the master of everything. The only source of discomfort for the present him was the faint scent of urine on the huge devil below him. Reporting. A little devil presented the latest news to the old devil. Chen Feng. The old devil's eyes gleamed coldly. What the little devil presented was precisely the news of what Chen Feng had done recently in the human territories. It seemed like he had done something extremely amazing, causing the strength of humanity to rise greatly. The little devil's killing intent surged. "Lord, should we?" The old devil shook his head. "There's no need. This fellow called Chen Feng isn't easy to kill. At present, the ancient race should be the ones most terrified of him. Our present strength is rather limited. As such, our priority should be maintaining a low profile and increasing our strength silently. Besides, both the ancients and humans are constantly trying to increase their strength. As such, we must hasten our speed as well. The superiority we gained from this giant S-class devil will not last long. Before it ends, we must increase our strength as much as possible," the old devil stated with a resolute gaze. "Yes," all the other devils replied. Bang, bang. Slowly, the giant devil stood up. Standing on the head of this giant devil, the old devil gazed upon this piece of land in front of him. He vowed to use the shortest time possible to awaken those slumbering devils and transform them all into his puppets as well. Even if those devils he was thinking of were all stronger than him, the truth was, he. The old devil patted the head he was stepping on and said, "Pippy devil, let's go." "Howl." The giant devil replied with a loud roar, bringing the old devil along. The giant devil charged into the darkness. Ancient race. The present Qin Hai had a cloak draped on his back and his killing intent was surging. Behind him was an all-female army with all sorts of characters within. Even the previous emperor's harem members were included in this all-female army. Every one of them was gazing at Qin Hai tenderly. With their continuous consumption of that Beyond X gene reagent, the present ancient race was much stronger. At the same time, they were also more feminine, and their figures looked even more perfect. Not a single trace of masculinity remained among the ancient race. Raising his hand, Qin Hai slashed his blade downward. With a flash, several ancient rebels were slaughtered. Opposite Qin Hai, the rebels were so furious that their bosoms started trembling. "You are too much of a bully." Qin Hai sneered with a cold gaze. In order to prevent himself from having a protective feeling against the fairer sex, before the destruction of all of the information regarding the X-males of the ancient race, he saved a copy of that information on his wristband. As the breath of the rebels quickened from their fury, resulting in their chests jiggling, Qin Hai gave his wristband a glance. Original name, Zhang Dapao. Introduction: once sentenced to prison for molesting the daughter of the mayor, ultimately escaped during the chaos. What followed was this Zhang Dapao's wanted poster. A picture of a person with a lush beard on his face. At the sight of this, all protective feelings for the fairer sex vanished. Decisively, Qin Hai killed this rebel with a flawless figure. "Why must you kill all of us?" a different rebel female cried. They were truly willing to surrender. In fact, when the entire population of the ancient race had become feminized, when Qin Hai had been crowned the new king, they had all been sincerely willing to surrender unconditionally. Alas, Qin Hai had issued a command to kill all rebels. As such, these rebels had decided to resist till the end, since they were going to die in any case. However, they truly had no idea why this guy here insisted on killing them all. "I'm sorry. Your hands are filled with the blood of the ancient commoners. I do not trust you people," Qin Hai replied with a cold gaze. He issued his final command. Kill. Bang. The entire ancient army moved out. And just like that, yet another army of rebels was eliminated. Even though the ancients had all been feminized, their strength had become even scarier than before. It was rather hard to decide if this was actually good or bad for humanity. Unfeeling and decisive. "This is our king," a playful-looking young lady stated. "Excellent," stated a young lady with a splendid figure. "The act of killing these rebels presented us with an opportunity to familiarize ourselves with this newfound strength." "Indeed," another person answered. "But then, it won't be long before all the rebels are killed off." It won't be long indeed," a gentle-looking young lady agreed tenderly. Qin Hai. This scene here with all these young ladies was supposed to be filled with allure. Unfortunately, whenever Qin Hai looked at his wristband, he saw the information and original pictures of all these young ladies. Third Prince, Marquis Ming, Chancellor of Military, and numerous senior ministers. Looking at the original appearances of all these people, Qin Hai sighed deeply. "How many rebels are left?" Qin Hai asked. A sexy young lady licked her lips as, with her killing intent surging, she said, "2 more armies. They are quite far from us. However, we should be able to finish them off within a month. After that, we will be able to start moving against the humans." Oh, this particular person used to be the head eunuch. 1 month. Huh? Qin Hai stared ahead toward the direction of the human territories. Even after doing everything he could only delay the ancients this much. The moment the ancient rebels were eliminated, the ancient race could start attacking the humans. At that time, how was humanity supposed to face this feminized yet stronger ancient race? Worry filled Qin Hai's eyes. "Lord, it's time to set off," someone reminded him. Qin Hai nodded before leading the army to the rebels. "Let's go." "Chen Feng, I won't be able to delay much longer. As for what happens next, it will have to rely on you." Amid the boundless starry sky, numerous huge battleships were roaming the outer space. As the aviation industry of humanity had progressed rapidly, numerous wealthy people had been able to construct a battleship villa before moving from the planet into outer space. There in their ships, they lived the lives of true kings. A single huge battleship could fit a population of 100,000 people, equivalent to a small city. Here, the commander was the absolute leader. Some commanders led scientists and focused on research, some commanders led their underlings and focused on increasing their strength, and some commanders focused on building a promiscuous harem. Within a certain battleship, a certain commander around 60 to 70 years old with a huge belly was flipping the cards in his hands with a perverted expression. Within this huge battleship, not a single female could escape his grasp. "Let me see, whose turn will it be today?" Shwa. Light swirled around. He pointed midair, and next, a petite figure appeared. Huh? He gave the hologram a glance, and instantly, his body trembled. "Wow, there is such a beauty on my ship. Ha ha ha. The age is somewhat young. Well, it is understandable for me to have missed her before. After all, there are several 100,000 people on my ship. Ha ha. Little sister, let me accompany you today." The perverted commander drifted forward within the battleship. Suddenly, the air trembled. Instantly, a bright explosion erupted and a terrifying shockwave swept everywhere. In a split second, half the battleship was destroyed. Yet even as this happened, no news was able to be transmitted outward. Genetic union. Chen Feng inhaled deeply as he saw the message he had just received from Qin Hai. 1 month. There truly wasn't much time left for him. Even though the devil race had suffered losses due to their previous defeat, the S-class giant devil that had recently appeared served as a frightening deterrent. That single giant devil was akin to a nuclear warhead. As for the ancient race, Qin Hai had always been curbing them. However, with the existence of their land of legacy, the ancient race would never be eliminated for real. Moreover, Qin Hai would never be able to truly gain complete control over the ancient race unless the land of legacy was destroyed. Chen Feng shook his head, as this was an unrealistic expectation. There, an old man was hidden in seclusion. Moreover, There were also numerous peak beyond A classes residing there as well. Regardless of how many human experts were sent there, it would be no different than throwing rocks into the sea. Chen Feng shook his head. Forget it. I won't think about it too much. His utmost priority right now was to enter Beyond A class in the shortest time possible. I am currently a peak Beyond B class and can become a Beyond A1 by breaking through the bottleneck and fusing with a new gene, Chen Feng thought inwardly. With his current strength, at most, he would be able to force a Beyond A5 forcefully thanks to his strength as a peak Beyond B class. If he was able to enter Beyond A class, Chen Feng's gaze burned. Perhaps, I could even be a match for Lil. In a way, Lil was one of the apex existences among humanity. He was a Beyond A8. As long as Chen Feng entered Beyond A class, he would possess such combat power as well, even if this combat power would only be made available by erupting with his trump card. At least with that, he would possess powerful self-defense capabilities. If so, the only thing he needed to concern himself with was breaking through in the shortest time possible. Chen Feng looked at the latest data on the training camp. Shua light swirled around. Following the Genetic Union's guide, he reached his destination. There, two people were already waiting for him. A male of around 30 years old nodded at Chen Feng as he introduced himself. Qian Chen. A delicate-looking young lady smiled sweetly as she introduced herself. Si Fan. Both of them were peak Beyond B classes. For them to have been able to obtain the qualifications to enter this camp from the numerous Beyond B classes of the Genetic Union, their contributions to the Genetic Union were apparent. Either they had terrifying backers or they were. Chen Feng nodded slightly. I am Chen Feng. We know. Si Fan smiled. You have been rather popular recently. Thanks. Chen Feng replied politely. Let's go. Qian Chen stated faintly. We have been waiting a long time for you. All right. Chen Feng did not bother saying anything much. This time, the three of them were the participants in this training camp. Based on the content of this training camp, their goal here was extremely simple: to enter the ownerless land. That was a place with a unique environment. If one were able to grab the chance presented properly, one would be able to break through. This was the training camp with the lowest difficulty level among all training camps for their level. That is a unique place. There, the environment is rather harsh. However, it is also precisely this harsh environment that will allow our energy to be tempered, helping us in our breakthrough. Si Fan explained gently. She wasn't someone with an exceptionally beautiful appearance, yet she gave off a feeling of comfort to onlookers. When talking, her voice was gentle and soft. A person like this should be the ideal partner for a lot of people. Is that so? Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Ownerless land. Qian Chen shared his knowledge as well. In this mission, there are no ancients or devils. If nothing unexpected happens, there will only be the three of us there. As such, you don't need to worry too much about it. Chen Feng shrugged. I don't think I have any information worth sharing. He had only selected this training camp at the last minute out of various camps. Furthermore, he hadn't been on the waiting list, nor had he been waiting for a year or so like others. Naturally, he had not had the opportunity to learn more about this camp. No worries. It will be fine so long as you don't bring us any trouble, Qian Chen stated bluntly. Si Fan smiled. You don't need to mind him. This is how he is, a blunt person. When I had just arrived, I suffered from his words several times as well. I nearly start chopping at him with my weapon. Chen Feng chuckled. Qian Chen raised his brow yet remained silent. This ownerless land is a training camp discovered long ago. However, at that time, due to the environment being too harsh, B classes were unable to survive there. As for A classes, this place is useless for their breakthrough. As such, this place was considered an abandoned region. But due to the appearance of Beyond X gene reagents, Beyond B classes appeared, resulting in this place being converted into a proper training camp. Ultimately, this is thanks to you. Si Fan shook her head. Without your Beyond X gene reagent. So that's the case, thought Chen Feng. Only Beyond B classes could temper themselves in this unique environment. Si Fan flashed a wide smile. You don't have to worry. It has been 10 years since this place was discovered. No other life forms had ever appeared here. If everything goes smoothly, we might be able to break through in a single day. Chen Feng nodded. Qian Chen maintained his silence as he led the way. Soon, the three reached their destination. Interestingly, as they neared their destination, the sunny sky started darkening. By the time they arrived, The sky above them was already dark as night. "It has gone dark." Chen Feng checked the time but noted that it was still 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Shua. Yan Chen's body vanished abruptly before reappearing. "The further it is from this place, the clearer the vision is," Qian Chen replied calmly. "This is unrelated to the time of the day. Rather, this is caused by the unique environment here." "Ah? Instant teleportation?" This Qian Chen fellow was a spatial specialist. "If it's only due to the unique environment, it's all good," Fan said with a smile. "The last time the sky darkened suddenly like this, something extremely scary happened." She was clearly referring to the appearance of the devils. "Let's go," Qian Chen stated faintly. "Enter earlier so we can leave earlier." "All right." The two followed behind him in silence. Fan was feeling somewhat helpless. Evidently, she found this Qian Chen fellow somewhat dull, making this trip somewhat boring. Arriving, training, and finally returning. They might very well remain strangers even after completing this training camp. Truly. Fan shook her head as she lamented inwardly. "Idle. Remember to give me an autograph after this is over," Fan said to Chen Feng, smiling. Chen Feng chuckled. "Not a problem." Soon, the three reached the ownerless land. Hum. This area was formed of a rocky mound. Countless rocks hovered in midair, some of them streaking across the air at a terrifying speed. Occasionally, rocks would collide against each other, creating terrifying shockwaves that spread all over. This was the ownerless land. Here, everything was ownerless. Fan opened her mouth. Qian Chen wanted to say something as well. They both discovered that even when speaking, no sounds could leave their mouth. This was the first property of this ownerless land. Sound restriction. This was a soundless place. Chen Feng pointed at the communicator on his wristband. "Communicate with this." Shua. Light swirled as the three turned their communicators on and regained their ability to communicate with each other. Fan frowned. "There are no sounds here." Qian Chen glanced around. "Forget sound. Have you guys not noticed how our bodies feel lighter? Their mood became solemn. Now that their bodies were much stronger than those of regular people, there was an innate resistance built into their bodies toward such external effects. As such, they hadn't paid it much attention. Now that they focused their attention on their bodies, they noted that the gravity here was indeed much lower than other places. Bang! Chen Feng tried punching forth and was welcomed with a soft feeling, as if he had just punched cotton. Indeed, the environment here was very different. "It seems like there's no oxygen here either," Fan pointed out. "Oxygen." Their hearts jolted. With the powerful bodies they had as peak beyond B classes, their bodies only required oxygen when training or improving themselves. For normal operations, their bodies could nearly stop using oxygen. However, they had only reached a state where they were nearly free of their dependence on oxygen rather than absolute freedom. Without oxygen, their bodily functions would not be able to recover and they could only maintain their present states. The moment they suffered any injuries or accidents, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Let me take a look." Once again, Qian Chen sensed around. After a while, he opened his eyes. "Oxygen is not the only thing missing here. To be exact, we are currently in a vacuum. There isn't any energy in the air either." "No energy." Their hearts sank as they heard this. They could accept the lack of oxygen and being in a vacuum. To a certain degree, energy would be able to replace these bodily needs of theirs. However, without energy, that signified that they would be truly incapable of recovering here at this place. This also signified that after their energy was exhausted, they would be truly finished. This was the scariest aspect of this place. Chen Feng pondered. Was this the type of tempering this place offered? Qian Chen's gaze became resolute. "It looks like, in essence, this is a training camp that will force us to break through by subjecting us to such harsh conditions." Despite the harsh environment here, his gaze was now burning. He trusted deeply that he could most certainly break through here. "Let's go." "We are now only at the outer zone." When we reached there, Qian Chen pointed forward. "When we reach the inner zone, we can start cultivating." Chen Feng gazed over. There, the place Qian Chen was pointing at, was the area with the highest frequency of rocks streaking about. In this unique environment, all their senses were greatly restricted, and their bodily functions had dropped drastically as well. Despite all of this, they would still need to face those terrifying rocks. This was truly an environment of utmost harshness. "There's no need to worry," Fan stated with a low voice. "In fact, we still have a secret mission while we are here. Chen Feng was surprised. Oh, to protect you, Sifan sighed. Both my family and Qian Chen's are underlings of the genetic union. Before coming, our families issued an absolute command that we must assure your safety. If something happens, we must assure that you can return alive before thinking about ourselves. Chen Feng wiped his sweat. Unexpectedly, his present status had reached the height where he was akin to a national treasure, and these two were his protectors? Chen Feng smiled. Who would be doing the protecting was not a sure thing yet. I know. Chen Feng did not bother giving them an explanation. They continued forward. Soon, they reached the inner zone. Let's start, Qian Chen stated flatly. Sure. He sat down cross-legged and started cultivating. Chen Feng and Sifan were already used to his cold attitude. After exchanging glances, they both sat down and started cultivating as well. With this, their special training began. Ksu, ksu. Numerous rocks streaked back and forth midair. The three of them dodged the stones with utmost difficulty. This was a place where their senses were greatly reduced, a place where regular B classes would most probably suffer greatly. However, the three of them were ultimately elites among peak beyond B classes. The three of them were existences capable of battling those of a higher rank. Whoosh, whoosh. Slowly, their strength increased. In this unique environment, the nature of their energy transformed slowly. The beyond B class energy was slowly transforming, approaching the standard of a beyond A class. This place was indeed worthy of being the best rapid growth training camp. Everything progressed smoothly. If there were no mishaps, Chen Feng would most certainly enter beyond A class this time. Hum, hum. A faint energy bubbled up. The radiance surrounding their bodies started becoming mystical and powerful. After 10 minutes, Chen Feng became stronger. After half an hour, Chen Feng completed the transformation of his energy. After an hour, Chen Feng could feel that there was only a barrier separating him from beyond A class. After 2 hours, Chen Feng could feel that there was only a barrier separating him from beyond A class. After 3 hours, Chen Feng could feel that there was only a barrier separating him from beyond A class. Question mark. Chen Feng awoke from that mysterious state of mind. This feeling, something seemed off. He could sense clearly how near he was to breaking through, yet he'd been stuck at this final step for 2 hours. He turned around and looked at Sifan and Qian Chen. The both of them had seemingly entered beyond A class, as the energy surrounding them was changing qualitatively. If everything progressed smoothly, when they both awoke, they would both be fully fledged beyond A classes. Is my talent so poor? Chen Feng smiled bitterly. He was aware that he was not a genius. For him to have reached this height, apart from his hard work, the contribution of luck aura could not be neglected. After all, even if he had his luck aura, the other geniuses were all constantly working hard as well. As for luck aura, it had merely been able to make up for the talent that he so very lacked. Chen Feng sighed. I didn't originally plan to use it. Spirit, activate luck aura, Chen Feng urged inwardly. Calculate the amount of luck value required for me to reach beyond A class. Spirit nodded. All right. Hum. Light swirled around. Spirit finished her analysis, yet an ugly expression appeared on her face. What's up? Curious, Chen Feng took a look. Instantly, he was stunned. The amount shown was an extremely huge amount, an amount of luck value Chen Feng might not be able to obtain even after a lifetime of accumulation. 9,982,333? Chen Feng's face darkened. Was this number meant to insult him or something like that? He was aware that he might lack talent. However, it shouldn't be this bad, right? This was too excessive. This appeared impossible now. Nearly 10 million luck value. What the heck? If he had that much luck value, rather than working hard like this, he could merely wish for world peace and then let luck deal with everything. Right? That much luck value would be sufficient to even allow all the programmers in this world to finally obtain girlfriends. How excessive. Chen Feng was extremely disappointed. Chen Feng looked at Spirit. Spirit, have you optimized the luck aura inversely instead? In his memories, something like this was possible. In his previous life, there had been the 6th edition of a certain game, which the developers had forgotten to optimize prior to release, as they had been too busy thinking of ways to scam money out of the gamers. Ultimately, the released version had been so filled with bugs that it was worthy of being a legend in itself. Not only had the computer requirements for the game not lowered, They had increased by more than 100-fold. Even the best graphics card of that time had not been able to run the game smoothly. This game had subsequently been known dearly by the consumers as Chinese Paladin, Sword and Fairy 6. The Fall of Titan. Spirit felt wronged. How is that possible? Let alone reverse optimization, for such a result. She couldn't even begin optimizing luck or to reduce it. Try optimizing it. Then, Chen Feng said after some thought. Spirit waved her hand. Shwa. Instantly, the number rose from 9,982,333 to an 8-figure number. Spirit. Chen Feng. Inverse optimization indeed. Chen Feng sighed. How can you say that? Spirit pouted, feeling so wronged that she nearly cried. Chen Feng shook his head. It's not your fault. He knew himself how good Spirit's optimizations were. It was truly unexpected that when used to work on something concerning his talent, it would work inversely instead. Was his talent really so poor? This amount of luck value. Suddenly, Chen Feng felt like something did not seem right. One ought to know that even back then when he calculated the amount required to kill Lu Han with bad luck alone, the amount given wasn't even this high. At that time, only 100,000 luck value had been required. If he had 100,000 luck value, Chen Feng would not even have needed to do anything. Lu Han would have died purely from accidents. Naturally, it was simply impossible to obtain such a luck value. And now, just to break through into Beyond A class, it would require nearly 10 million luck value? Something had to be wrong here. Or perhaps, Shwa. Chen Feng's heart trembled as he thought of a certain possibility. Spirit, investigate for me if anyone is causing a disturbance here, Chen Feng requested. All right. Spirit activated luck aura. Suddenly, the red light blazed without stop in his illusory world. Chen Feng's expression changed instantly. Red light. This was the alarm signifying the highest degree of danger. Chen Feng's heart trembled. Indeed, someone is messing around. It was no wonder. Only such a thing could make it impossible for him to break through, to need so much luck value just to break through. Someone was actually stopping his breakthrough, and that person was extremely strong. Qian Chen? The first person Chen Feng suspected was this fellow beside him. Shortly afterward, he shook his head. If these two were the ones, he wouldn't need so much luck value to deal with them. Chen Feng could directly kill them and then break through easily. Who could it be? Then, Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. This unique environment here seemed to be one that would exhaust one's energy without stop, forcing one into extreme danger so that person could break through. However, what if after one exhausted one's energy, an enemy appeared? At that time, that person wouldn't even have the energy to flee. Chen Feng's heart chilled. The enemy was hidden away, obstructing his progress in silence. It was certain that this enemy was waiting for him to exhaust his energy before appearing to finish him off. This enemy definitely had to be one with a deep understanding of him. Then, after all, Chen Feng had reversed numerous seemingly helpless situations. Even when all seemed to be lost, Chen Feng was often able to turn defeat into victory. Even if he couldn't obtain victory, he would still be able to escape, regardless of how strong the enemy was. Therefore, to prevent Chen Feng from repeating those miracles, this person had been waiting here for Chen Feng. Chen Feng understood. He is waiting for me to exhaust my energy. Very well, since you want to wait it out, I will wait it out till the end with you. Shwa. Chen Feng sat down cross-legged and continued his cultivation. Secretly, he tried to request help. However, he received no responses. All the messages he sent were seemingly thrown into an endless abyss. This was a situation Chen Feng had seen once before. His messages had all been devoured. It was not signal blocking. Rather, this was the devouring of messages. If this was normal signal blocking, Chen Feng would be able to notice it the moment it happened. After all, his signal interference warning system hadn't been installed for nothing. Qian Chen and Si Fan would similarly be able to detect it as well. Now, the signal seemed to have been devoured directly. The three of them could communicate with each other here. However, if they wished to send messages out of here, that was impossible. Naturally, even if they noticed this, they would assume that this was due to the environment as well. If so, there was only one method left. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Spirit, Chen Feng stated. Spirit nodded slightly. Understood. Shwa. The little amount of luck value Chen Feng had dropped. Only 100 luck value remained. Hopefully, you receive this. Once again, Chen Feng regained his calm. Faint energy flickered around him. Chen Feng seemed to have entered the same state the other two were in. Once again, he tried to break through. The Chen Feng that kept failing in his breakthrough seemed somewhat jittery, causing the speed of his energy exhaustion to increase. 1 hour, 2 hours. Finally, their energy exhaustion reached the peak. Gradually, the auras of Qian Chen and Sifan transformed as they reached the final stage of their breakthrough. As for Chen Feng's aura, it was stuck at the stage where it seemed like he was going to break through, yet at the same time, it seemed like he was not going to break through either. He was not far from beyond A class. Very near, in fact. However, each time, he was lacking a tiny bit of the push necessary to break through successfully. Chen Feng howled furiously. His voice was blocked in this environment, however, he was evidently using all his strength to break through. Alas, nothing seemed to help. Their energy decreased without stop, seemingly on the verge of drying up. Right at this moment, with a crisp sound, the auras of Qian Chen and Sifan transformed abruptly. After being pushed to their limits, they finally transformed entirely. Bang! A terrifying radiance flickered out. All the energy they had exhausted earlier was regained instantly. Their breakthroughs were successful. Both Qian Chen and Sifan reached beyond A1. Even though they were unable to recover their energy to the peak level of a beyond A1, they had still broken through successfully. From now on, they would be rank among the top existences of this world. Suddenly, Chen Feng coughed out a mouthful of blood. Finally, he stopped his breakthrough, as his energy had been fully exhausted. Sifan rushed over and helped him up. Chen Feng tried to say something. Don't talk, Qian Chen interrupted him. You only need to focus on maintaining what energy you have left. Sifan was extremely anxious. Is his injury grave? His energy is about to be fully exhausted. The moment his energy stops supporting his body, with the lack of oxygen here. Qian Chen continued with a solemn expression. He will die if he stays here. What do we do, then? Sifan asked anxiously. Take him away promptly, Qian Chen analyzed calmly. Let's take him to the outer region and wait there. After recovering his energy, we can bring him back here to try again. In fact, failing to break through in a single attempt is rather normal. Sifan carried Chen Feng and started heading toward the outer region. All right, shwa. The two streaked toward the outer region. With their speed as beyond A classes, they were able to move at an extremely high speed. Alas, alarmingly, regardless of how fast they moved, they seemed unable to leave this area. Suddenly, Qian Chen noticed something. Something seems to be off. He looked around. Everywhere seemed completely the same. No direction could be determined, and there were no other sights. This place had actually transformed into a huge labyrinth. Sifan's expression became unsightly. Something happened. Now, this no longer concerned Chen Feng alone. If they couldn't solve this, all three of them might die here. Qian Chen started moving in a different direction. However, it was still useless. The energy of the three continued decreasing, especially Chen Feng's. Even though he was presently being carried by Sifan and his energy exhaustion rate was already at its lowest, he was already in a critical state due to the excessive exhaustion earlier. As for Qian Chen, he still failed to find a way out. Sifan despaired. Chen Feng will not be able to last any longer. She looked around. Regardless of which direction she looked in, the same sight welcomed her. Endless rocks and endless nothingness was all around them, making it impossible for them to decide on the correct direction. Sifan's heart chilled. It's over. Qian Chen was ashen-faced, as he could not think of anything either. Would the three of them die here for real? Sifan looked at Chen Feng guiltily. Sorry. No worries. His hands shivering, the pale Chen Feng took out a gene reagent from his bosom. This is spatial teleporting gene reagent I produced. By activating it, we will be able to go back. For real? Sifan's eyes shone. Qian Chen also gazed at that gene reagent with an unbelieving expression. They had never heard of such a mystical gene reagent. A gene reagent capable of group teleportation? This thing here was too terrifying. However, as he recalled Chen Feng's identity, what was a mere group teleporting gene reagent? After all, Chen Feng was a legend, the creator of the Beyond X gene reagent and spirit hearts. Sifan took the gene reagent in an agitated manner. Let me do it. Just as she was about to activate the gene reagent, with a flash, The gene reagent in her hands vanished into thin air. What? Alarm was plastered all over Sifan's face. She was a beyond A class, yet the enemy had been able to easily snatch the gene reagent from her hands. Who is it? Chen asked with a solemn expression as his killing intent surged. Had this hidden person finally decided to make an appearance? Not far away, a figure wearing plain and simple cyan clothing appeared. He had a normal appearance, and his hand was holding Chen Feng's mystical spatial teleportation gene reagent. Slowly, he walked out of hiding. While gazing at them, he laughed lightly. Interesting. Here in this place where there should be no sound, this light laugh sounded so very loud and clear. Worthy of being Chen Feng indeed. I knew you wouldn't die easily like that. He gazed at the gene reagent on his hand toyingly. You have even something like this as your trump card. What a pity. Regardless of how many miracles you can create, I have prepared well in advance. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. What else could he say? The more miracles he created, the more preparations his enemies would make before making a move against him. Evidently, energy exhaustion was merely the primary plan. This enemy had originally planned to let Chen Feng die from exhaustion. When Chen Feng had taken out this spatial teleporting gene reagent, the enemy had been compelled to reveal himself. The alternative to the first plan was to personally kill Chen Feng. Chen Feng looked at that person. Who are you? This person felt familiar, yet he was certain he had never met this person before. Ah. That person merely replied with a smile. Die. Lightly, he waved his hand. Evidently, he was not planning to give Chen Feng any chance to delay this. Chen blocked before Chen Feng. Scram. Bang. Light swirled around, and instantly, Chen was blasted away. That's right. It only took this person an instant to defeat Chen. Sifan looked at him in panic. You, bang. With another flash, Sifan was blasted away as well. The two new Beyond A1s were completely helpless before this person. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. Who exactly are you? Such strength. He should be a Beyond A7 at the very least. Even if there were a lot of Beyond A classes everywhere, most of them were still around Beyond A1 or Beyond A2. They were still rather far from those true experts in Beyond A class. This person was most definitely one of those experts who had entered Beyond A class long ago. That person answered with another smile. Hee. Bang. The terrifying radiance descended, with Chen Feng as the target this time. Chen and Sifan were alarmed. Chen Feng. They had both been blasted quite far away and were not able to assist Chen Feng in time. Moreover, with their strength, they would be no different than cannon fodder. Even if they arrived in time, they would not make a difference. Bang! The radiance erupted brightly. Instantly, the dazzling radiance spread all over. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. It's coming. He could feel the terrifying pressure amid the boundless white. This was the might of an apex expert, and also his final chance at breaking through. Spirit, Chen Feng urged with a cold gaze. Understood. Luck aura was fully activated. A faint aura swirled around. All the remaining energy in Chen Feng's body bloomed. From the moment he had noticed the existence of an enemy here, all his energy had been hidden away. Only a small portion of his energy had been used to maintain the fake cultivation state he had been in earlier. He still had his original strength. He was sure that this was his one and only chance. Even though the enemy had stopped his breakthrough earlier, in order to avoid suspicion, the enemy had still allowed Chen Feng to remain on the verge of breaking through, only stopping him from crossing over that single line. Only a thin line remained between Chen Feng and his breakthrough. He only needed to cross over this thin line and he would most definitely enter Beyond A class. As he had been sealed by this enemy, he had been unable to break through this thin line. Now, though, in this final moment where the enemy had the impression that Chen Feng could no longer survive, Chen Feng intended to make use of the enemy's power to break through this thin line, to break through using that extremely strong pressure and that terrifying might. Come! Chen Feng howled. Bang! A terrifying radiance erupted. All of Chen Feng's energy erupted. At this instant, the entirety of his power bloomed. The shaking radiance at the point of contact caused this clash to appear even more terrifying. The hearts of Chen and Sifan chilled as they saw this. It's over. They had never expected that an enemy so terrifying would appear here while they were training. This time, Chen Feng's death was already assured. At present, the both of them were perhaps worrying about their fates instead. The faint radiance landed, yet when they looked over, they blanked. At this time, they noticed that Chen Feng, who was supposed to be dead, was still standing there. All around his body, a faint radiance swirled. The feeble power surrounding him had become furious and fierce. Beyond A class. That was the power of Beyond A class. Chen Feng had actually broken through during the crucial moment. How powerful! Qian Chen gazed at Sifan blankly. They exchanged glances, indescribable alarm in their eyes. Chen Feng had actually entered Beyond A class. Moreover, Chen Feng's Beyond A class seemed even more terrifying than they had imagined. He was actually capable of blocking the power that had been capable of instantly blasting them away. The enemy looked at Chen Feng with shock in his eyes as well. He was still shocked even though he had already been aware that Chen Feng was good at creating miracles. When that person had drawn up numerous strategies to deal with Chen Feng, he had viewed them all with disdain, believing that he could easily kill someone like Chen Feng with a single slap. Now, he became speechless. Both his plans had been stopped by Chen Feng. This Chen Feng fellow was much more terrifying than they had estimated. Moreover, his luck was too astonishingly good. However, this should be the most he could do. He looked at Chen Feng coldly. Even if you have broken through, so what? The breakthrough had indeed exceeded his expectations. However, a Beyond A class that had only recently broken through was simply not a match for him. Bang! He took a step forward as a terrifying radiance swirled around him. Today, I will most definitely kill you. His killing intent locked onto Chen Feng. Is that so? Chen Feng looked at him toyingly. Are you sure that you can kill me for real? Sure. Chen Feng took out something from his bosom. It was another spatial teleportation gene reagent. Chen Feng sneered. Are you stupid enough to believe that I only had one of this on me? Silently, he took a step back. The anxious Qian Chen and Sifan came over. The three of them fixed their gazes on this enemy, despite the fact that they seemed so powerless before such an opponent. Sorry, I have no intention of fighting you at all, Chen Feng stated proudly. Since I have already broken through successfully, goodbye. Chen Feng was about to leave. Suddenly, that person asked, don't you want to know who I am? Chen Feng stopped the activation of his gene reagent and narrowed his eyes. Who are you? That person smiled calmly. We met once. However, at that time, I was as dazzling as a deity and you failed to get a clear look at my appearance. That person said flatly. Slowly, the radiance around him intensified, even more so the radiance on his forehead. There, a single dot of light was shining dazzlingly, and slowly, the radiance coalesced into a diamond-shaped object. Finally, all the swirling radiance faded. Standing there, he seemed to be bathed in a white light. On his head was a white crown, and on his forehead was a flickering white diamond. It's you! Chen Feng cried out in alarm. Master Mu, the master of that fanatical religion. He was a self-proclaimed god, the founder of a certain religion, and that white hat was his crown. Indeed, the ancient race was the one trying to kill him. Chen Feng tightened his grip on a teleporting gene reagent. You won't be able to stop me. Of course I can't stop you. Master Mu looked at him with a wide smile. However, do you know how many believers I have? What? Chen Feng had a vague feeling of unease. Whoosh! A killing intent streaked at him from behind him. Chen Feng leapt, trying to dodge the attack. Blood splattered around. Qian Chen, who should have been protecting Chen Feng, could be seen pulling his hand back. As for Sifan, her hand was holding the teleporting gene reagent she had just grabbed from Chen Feng. You too. Chen Feng's heart trembled. He was aware that the ancient race had made numerous preparations. That was the reason he had used the so-called spatial teleporting gene reagent to force Master Mu to reveal all his trump cards. Unexpectedly, this was a truly huge trap. At the genetic union, the deputy president was looking at the data in front of him with a solemn expression. They had no intention of contacting Chen Feng and interrupting the training session. However, to be safe and maintain contact, they had been sending data packets without stop to Chen Feng's wristband. These data packets had no substantive usage. They were merely being sent to receive a response. With each request sent, a response would be received. That was all. The requests and responses matched each other without stop. Every single request they sent was answered with a response. Seems like they are in serious training, the deputy president muttered. He felt like he was the one with the most bitter of lives. When Chen Feng had been at the genetic union, the deputy president had had to constantly worry about that fellow annexing the genetic union. Now that Chen Feng was out training, Deputy President still needed to worry about any dangers that might befall him. This was the vision of the bigger picture someone at his position needed to have. However, the Deputy President had been feeling that something was off. He frowned. Am I merely unhappy after falling for Chen Feng's scam? Don't worry. By his side, someone comforted him. Yan Chen and Fan are there as well. Both of these children are peak beyond B classes, and they are among those with the greatest future in our genetic union. With them, Chen Feng will be safe. Hopefully so. The unease in Deputy President's heart was extremely intense. Yan Chen, Fan. Suddenly, the Deputy President thought of something. Give me the information on both of them. Sure. The information was shown. When the Deputy President read about their strength, a trace of praise appeared in his eyes. The two of them were indeed geniuses. However, when the Deputy President's gaze landed on the records of their past experiences, every single person would have a lot of recorded information about them. As members of the genetic union, almost every update of their profile would involve the inclusion of several thousand records detailing the new missions these members had undertaken since the last update. When all of these were added up together, it could reach even several 100,000 records. The Deputy President skimmed past the records at high speed before suddenly stopping on a certain record. On a certain day, contact with Yan Chen was lost at coordinate. This lasted 5 minutes. It might be due to enemy interference. Something like a lost signal, especially during a mission, was in fact a very common occurrence. After all, things like enemy interference or even a mere battle could cause the signal to be lost. They had long been accustomed to this. Besides, this particular record was detailing a mission from a very long time ago. What roused the Deputy President's curiosity wasn't the date of the incident. Rather, it was the location of this incident. This record was something from a long time ago. As such, nobody had noticed it. However, subsequently, when some incident happened at that same place, it was recorded down. These were the coordinates of the destroyed headquarters of the mysterious organization. Therefore, Yan Chen lost contact with us at this place for 5 minutes. The Deputy President contemplated. An accident or a coincidence? Sure. He opened the records for Fan's battle history. This time, he utilized the filtering function to directly search for what he wanted. With astonishment, the same thing had happened to Fan as well. She had similarly lost contact with the Union for several minutes here. The Deputy President's expression sank. Damn it. If it were only one person, it might be a mere coincidence. But if it was two of them, contact Chen Feng, the Deputy President stated abruptly. Oh, he might be in the midst of training, the technician reminded him in a low voice. They had been sending only data packets to Chen Feng, never disturbing him. Contact him immediately. Transmit the highest tier warning. The Deputy President spat gravely. He did not feel like providing an explanation. Yes. The employee immediately did as he had been told. Alas, nothing happened. Even though all their data packets were still receiving responses as usual, Chen Feng oddly did not reply to them, as if he was too busy for them. Something has happened. The Deputy President's heart thumped. Send reinforcements to the ownerless land immediately. Get all the experts we have near the ownerless land to head there directly. The entire genetic union started bustling with activity. An unsightly expression was on the Deputy President's face. He sincerely hoped that he was mistaken this time. Chen Feng, he sighed. This guy was akin to a walking calamity. Wherever he went, mishaps followed. He hereby vowed that when Chen Feng returned, even if he needed to tie Chen Feng up, he would do it to ensure Chen Feng stopped going out looking for death. But then, suddenly, the Deputy President recalled how Chen Feng's present authority had surpassed even his own. What bullshit is this? His head ached. He prayed that nothing bad had happened. Alas, the reinforcements near the ownerless land indeed rushed over, yet there were no replies whatsoever. The ownerless land, which was originally a human territory, had seemingly transformed into a black hole devouring all information and energy. Presently, at the depths of the ownerless land, Chen Feng's astonished expression slowly became cold. It's actually you guys. He had never imagined that the two who had been constantly helping him throughout the trip were actually puppets of the ancient race, believers of the white religion. Even Lakora had failed to detect their malice toward him. No, that wasn't right. If they truly harbored malice, Lakora would not have failed to detect it. Chen Feng looked at them. You too. Sorry. Yan Chen was still speaking as coldly as usual. I was indeed genuine and sincere when helping you. If it was a different enemy or the devil race, I would most definitely help you. However, I am truly sorry. He looked at Master Mu, his gaze becoming fanatical as he continued, it is my honor to have the chance to serve the White Church. Chen Feng. He gained a rough idea of the truth. Rather than puppets or controlling them, this was pure brainwashing. He had personally witnessed how terrifying the brainwashing process of the mysterious organization was. On regular days, those brainwashed would behave normally. Only when it pertained to the White Church would they suddenly become fanatical. Using their words, this was the so-called faith. Chen Feng looked at the gentle young lady Sifan and saw her present the gene reagent to Master Mu deferentially before prostrating in a fanatical and emotional fashion. Greetings, Master Mu. Master Mu stood there loftily. Finally, Chen Feng understood. You have both been brainwashed. Spirit faithfully analyzed the situation for Chen Feng. It seems like they encountered this Master Mu before when on a mission. During the encounter, rather than killing them, Master Mu brainwashed them and then allowed them to return, waiting for the day when they would finally be needed, such as right now. Well done. Master Mo caressed Sifan's face and said, you are very obedient. He gave Qian Chen a glance. The same for you. Thank you. With fanatical gazes, the both of them stood beside Master Mu emotionally. Evidently, receiving such praise was an utmost honor for the both of them. Now, Master Mu looked at Chen Feng. What else can you do? Do you have other spatial teleporting gene reagents? Master, Sifan stated deferentially. I checked him earlier. He no longer has any. Master Mu laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Not bad. Not bad. Indeed. Chen Feng sighed. So, this is your third plan for me? Master Mu smiled cruelly. Of course. He was rejoicing in the fact that his junior apprentice brother had helped arranged all this thoroughly for him before coming. Yan Chen and Sifan were obviously his third plan to deal with Chen Feng, their role being purely to prevent Chen Feng's escape rather than to kill him. Finally, this Chen Feng, who had escaped them numerous times, who had even killed his apprentice brothers, had been forced to an impasse. This time, escape seemed impossible for him. Alas, just as Master Mu was about to finish this, suddenly, the diamond on his forehead flickered rapidly. Next, he staggered and nearly slumped down to the ground. Yan Chen supported him hastily. Lord, damn it. Master Mu's expression sank. That was an alarm sent to him from his White Church. Shwa. He waved his hand. A huge screen appeared in midair. Within were the scenes playing out at the White Church. There, a mysterious person had appeared midair and was presently killing everything around him. Bang, bang. The entire church cracked as those formidable believers were killed without any chance to even fight back. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. You finally arrived. Even though the energy, aura, and appearance of that person had been disguised, Chen Feng was still able to recognize him. This was precisely Qin Hai. He had indeed received Chen Feng's signal. Since this Master Mu had prepared numerous plans just to kill Chen Feng and someone was scheming for him behind the scenes, this ownerless land should have already fallen into enemy hands. As such, even if Qin Hai were to come here, he would most probably fail to rescue Chen Feng. In that case, they might as well force this Master Mu to return instead. With that, Chen Feng would be able to obtain additional time, and with the gained time, perhaps he would be able to discover a lifeline. His expression calm, Chen Feng analyzed everything that was happening. Master Mu looked at Chen Feng. It's you. He had obviously interfered with Chen Feng's communicator. Chen Feng sneered. Interference? Blocking? Interference? What a joke. Whatever Master Mu had used, it was only capable of interfering with Chen Feng's communicator. However, how could it hope to interfere with Chen Feng? As long as he wished, with a little luck value, he could even use the wind to shake the clouds above the sky to send a message for him. How naive. Do you think that my method of calling for help is as unreliable as your ancient traces? Drop it down. Hee hee. Chen Feng smiled calmly. TSK. Oh great Master Mu, have you ever thought that while you are hunting, you are also prey at the same time? The mysterious man moved once again. Once again, countless members of the White Church died. That mysterious man was too powerful. Even those beyond the class experts of the White Church were not his match. They were of two completely different leagues. Lord, countless believers knelt on the ground, calling out for Master Mu to return. He was the only person capable of stopping this slaughter. Master Mu's eyes gleamed coldly. "I am going to kill you, Shua." His killing intent surged as he charged at Chen Feng. Alas, right at this instant, on the screen, the mysterious man had already reached the inner areas of the White Church. There, Master Mu's children were presently hidden in the room in fear. Master Mu's eyes widened. "No," Chen Feng sneered. "Return fast. Since your White Church specializes in faith summoning, I'm sure you have a method of instant teleportation back there, right?" Master Mu was furious. "You are courting death." He could naturally return instantly. However, that was because the White Church was his main base. After returning, if he wanted to come here again, it wouldn't be so easy. If he left, Chen Feng would certainly be able to escape. This was something he could not accept. Moreover, he had been alive for so many years, yet nobody had ever dared to threaten him. Suddenly, Master Mu shut his eyes. "You have no idea what you are doing, Shua." Suddenly, the screen vanished. Chen Feng's heart jolted. Once again, the diamond on Master Mu's forehead gleamed. This time, the scenes of the White Church were not shown. Rather, a mysterious yet resplendent white radiance appeared. This white radiance was obviously somewhat different than normal the white radiance. The white radiance spread out, stepping across millions of kilometers. The white ray returned to the White Church instantly. Next, everything in the White Church started to slow down. Master Mu had actually slowed the flow of time in the White Church with his own power. After doing this, Master Mu's face dimmed. He had been able to obtain an additional 1 second for himself, which would be sufficient to do what he wanted. Kill. Master Mu spat. At this instant, the entire world seemed to start transforming. With an ice-cold expression, Master Mu continued, "I will most certainly return. However, I will still be able to kill you before leaving. I only need a split second to kill you." Bang! Swirling radiance flashed around Master Mu's hands. This threat of Chen Feng using his children had truly angered him. It was time to let this idiotic human experience how terrifying the supreme power of the ancient race could be. Master Mu erupted. Kill. His attack descended. This time, alongside him, Yan Chen and Si Fan attacked together as well. The three of them surrounded Chen Feng, forcing Chen Feng to his death. Bang! Terrifying attacks poured down upon Chen Feng. "Just end this." A trace of regret was apparent in Yan Chen's eyes. At the same time, his eyes were also filled with resoluteness. They were a part of the Great White Church. Even if it was somewhat of a pity for Chen Feng to die, they trusted the White Church to bring them all into a new era. Holy shit! Not willing to return even with this? Chen Feng was stupefied. "Do you think you are HKE? 1. Are you not afraid of divine protect rocks? 2. Who?" Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Since he couldn't force this fellow to return, he could only fight with his all. Shua. Chen Feng stretched his hand out. "God, Punisher." Bang! A terrifying attack erupted. A sneer appeared on Si Fan's face. "Ridiculous. This ability again?" Indeed, this Chen Feng fellow had exhausted everything he had. This God Punisher of Chen Feng's had already gone through numerous studies. Even though it was powerful, its might would only increase after the number of abilities released increased. From what she remembered, the might would only increase by 1% after each released ability. This signified that even if the sequence was changed and the strongest ability was released first, it wouldn't be too powerful. When Chen Feng had done this previously, it had been against a weak opponent. That was the only reason the ability had been able to defeat the opponent even without going through the amplification. Now that he was facing the attack of a Beyond A9, what was the point? She was sure that this attack of Chen Feng's would most certainly be crushed after colliding with their attacks. Shua. White radiance bloomed from Chen Feng's hand. The radiance of God Punisher erupted and collided with their attacks. Bang! The radiance around the point of collision intensified. Come. Chen Feng's gaze was resolute. Did these people believe that this God Punisher was still the same as the God Punisher from back then? As his strength had increased, as he'd entered beyond day 1, the release speed of God Punisher had increased by more than tenfold. The speed of ability condensation had increased by at least tenfold as well. The previous God Punisher had required 1 minute to reach the final ability and erupt with the strongest attack, but now, only 5 seconds were needed. Naturally, Master Mu's attack would arrive instantly, not giving Chen Feng even 5 seconds of time. Shua. Chen Feng waved his right hand downward slowly. First second, Time quicksand, shwa. Instantly, 1 second vanished. The God Punisher that it just started releasing was abruptly amplified by an uncountable number of times. This was God Punisher where the first second of amplifications had been entirely skipped by Chen Feng with his time quicksand. However, this was still far from enough to deal with Master Mu. After manually releasing time quicksand, without hesitation, he altered the sequence of God Punisher's ability release and released the time quicksand contained within God Punisher immediately after the manual release. 3. God Punisher, unleash all abilities the user has previously used. In the second, time quicksand was released. Shwa. Once again, time moved forward for God Punisher. Suddenly, the radiance of the God Punisher in Chen Feng's hands intensified to a terrifying level. In the mere 2 seconds he had skipped with time quicksand, his God Punisher had skipped past numerous abilities, going through numerous amplifications. At this instant, he began releasing all the spirit hearts from the spirit developer platform he had tried. All those spirit hearts with weak time capabilities were unleashed together. Time skipped, 0.1 seconds. Time skipped, 0.2 seconds. Time skipped, 0.3 seconds. Time skipped, 0.1 seconds. Time skipped, 0.1 seconds. The 5 seconds required for Chen Feng to reach the peak amplification of his God Punisher were entirely skipped through in this manner. Instantly, God Punisher reached the end stage. The final few abilities, which were also the strongest in Chen Feng's arsenal, were waiting to be released. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Well then, let's end this. A terrifying radiance bloomed. After the 5-second time skip, this God Punisher had gone through numerous amplifications and been boosted by numerous support abilities. Once again, Chen Feng's strongest nether gaze displayed its astonishing might. Bang! The red shone dazzlingly. A boundless radiance erupted. The entire world was covered by a scorching red. After a long time, when the night sky returned, and everyone that trembled. How is this possible? This was the first time Master Mu had cried out in alarm. Chen Feng had been injured. All his veins had burst apart, his blood drenching his clothes red. However, Chen Feng had still survived. He had survived the combined attack of a peak beyond day 9 and 2 beyond day 1 warriors. A slight feeling of pain arose from Master Mu's chest. He rubbed his chest with his hands and noted that both his hands were dyed red with blood. He had actually been injured as well. Only now did he realize with shock that he, Qian Chen, and Si Fan were all drenched in blood. All three of them had suffered similar injuries to Chen Feng. They had actually been evenly matched in the collision earlier. Master Mu's pupils shrunk as he realized that Chen Feng had actually evenly matched that scary attack from them earlier. How was that possible? All three of them were stunned. This was a result far exceeding their expectations. With blood all over his face, Chen Feng stated coldly, "Beyond day 9? Nothing much after all." The silence became stifling. They had never expected that this would be the result. Chen Feng's God Punisher, which required a cast time, was actually capable of erupting with such power instantaneously as well. Chen Feng was already this powerful after a while of not seeing him. They were all shaken. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the diamond on Master Mu's forehead. His expression changed. Light swirled, and instantly, he vanished. He had exhausted all he could just to deliver this single fatal attack to Chen Feng. Even if Chen Feng was still alive, it was unlikely that he could last any longer. Alas! From amid the flash of light where Master Mu had vanished, a voice filled with killing intent drifted out. "I will leave Chen Feng to the both of you." Without God Punisher and with all his energy exhausted, he is no different than a cripple. Now, kill him. The voice vanished. The gazes of Qian Chen and Si Fan landed on Chen Feng. Indeed, now that Chen Feng had already used his God Punisher, he was no different from a cripple. When such an excessively powerful ability like God Punisher was used, if the user failed to kill the opponent, it would signify the death of the user instead. They took a step forward. "Sorry, you guys." Chen Feng chuckled. With his blood-drenched face, his chuckle seemed rather horrifying. "Do you really think that I no longer have other trump cards?" he asked toyingly. Their expressions changed greatly. "That is not possible. The requirement for the God Punisher is obviously the exhaustion of all the user's energy." How naive! Chen Feng's expression became sinister. The actual duration of God Punisher is much longer. How long did I take to release the previous God Punisher? Naturally, The full release would require all my energy. However, you guys are only aware of God Punisher. Are you aware that if time quicksand is used inversely, time will flow backward? Are you guys aware that all the energy I used during that 1 second of eruption recovered to the level 1 second prior to that? Chen Feng asked with a toying smile. Shwa. His hand raised, a red radiance started condensing in his hand. That was a huge red weapon exuding a beyond a class aura. Bang! Yan Chen was utterly dumbstruck. This weapon. It was actually an energy weapon. And indeed, on this weapon lingered the aura of a beyond A class, an aura much more powerful than even he and Si Fan. This Chen Feng fellow had indeed recovered to his level from 1 second prior, recovered to his peak condition. Do you know? Compared to that little white hat guy, my hatred for you guys is deeper. Chen Feng mumbled. Enemies are not what's scary. What's scary will always be traitors. The two of you, hee hee, enjoy your time in hell. Bang! The red shone intensely. The red weapon in Chen Feng's hand started shining with a terrifying radiance. Damn it! Yan Chen and Si Fan shivered. They recalled how during the final eruption of Chen Feng's God Punisher earlier, it had precisely been an ability with a red radiance that had defeated all three of them, including Master Mu. And now, Master Mu was no longer here. Could both of them, new beyond A1 warriors, truly defend against this attack? They gulped, and for the very first time, they lost their calm. Bang! With wide strides, Chen Feng walked toward them. Yan Chen and Si Fan exchanged glances before looking at the gene reagents they were holding. Yes, they could still use the spatial teleporting gene reagents. Run. They made an immediate decision to first leave here before deciding on their next course of action. Pop. Without hesitation, they activated the gene reagents with all their power. They stood together, braced for the teleportation. Neither of them noticed the odd expression on Chen Feng's face. Bang! Suddenly, a terrifying energy erupted and swept everywhere. Yan Chen and Si Fan's eyes widened. With an unbelieving expression, they gazed at the exploding spatial teleporting gene reagents in their hands. Suddenly, they realized something. This gene reagent, Shwa. They raised their heads. The energy weapon in Chen Feng's hand had already vanished. With a kind expression, Chen Feng waved at them. Puh. Blood splattered everywhere before the both of them turned into nothingness. These two gene reagents weren't particularly powerful. Fortunately, they had been right in the hands of those two when they'd exploded. Moreover, the two hadn't activated any defenses against the explosion. Perfect. Chen Feng waved with a wide grin on his face. Enjoy your journey to the underworld. Spatial teleporting gene reagent? Hee hee. You guys actually bought that? If I truly had something like that, why would I have wasted so much time with you guys here? I would have escaped long ago. Shortly after seeing the two off, Chen Feng slumped down onto the ground weakly. His energy had been excessively overexerted. The energy sword in his hand softened and started swirling around Chen Feng's body. Without a doubt, this sword was actually Xiao Ying. Seems like your only use is to scare others nowadays, Chen Feng lamented. The enemies he faced nowadays were too powerful. As such, the only roles Xiao Ying could play were scaring others and acting as a scout. Hold on. Xiao Ying had another ability, the ability to summon the showering sister. Chen Feng thought about it and decided to give up on such a death-courting thought. He heaved a long sigh of relief. After a short rest, he crawled up with great difficulty. This place was too unique. As such, his energy would not recover at all. If he did not leave now, he would most probably die from energy exhaustion alone, even though he was now a beyond A class. Time to leave. He stood up. Beyond his expectations, he had only walked a short distance before he was once again surrounded by a bunch of ancient race members. These fellows had been here waiting for him for a long time. Master Mu said that you might survive. Surprisingly, you have indeed survived. Hee hee. Those two fellows are indeed useless. Did I not say that humans are completely unreliable? Now then, bang! Numerous attacks erupted. Shit! This was the only thought that surfaced in Chen Feng's brain. In his present situation, he was truly incapable of doing anything. If he stayed in the ownerless land, he would be exhausted to death. Now that he was leaving, he was surrounded by enemies instead. What could the present him, with all of his energy exhausted, do to deal with this? Spirit. Chen Feng urged inwardly. Spirit nodded obediently. Understood. Shwa, shwa. Numerous layers of killing intent erupted as various terrifying streaks neared Chen Feng. The only thing he could do now was spam his luck value. Alas, right as Spirit was about to activate luck aura, suddenly, a black shadow flashed past. Instantly, Chen Feng's weakened body was knocked flying away. Chen Feng was dumbstruck. What was going on this time? Before he could even do anything, numerous swirling radiances of multiple colors flashed before his eyes. Chen Feng could only feel a powerful force dragging him before he lost all perception. At this moment, in the ownerless land, the ancient experts were watching on with blank expressions as well. Where Chen Feng had stood before was now completely empty. That black flash had streaked past and Chen Feng had vanished. Where is he? No idea. Are you all blind? The ancient experts were furious. After a long time, when Master Mu returned, his expression became ashen as he heard what had happened. When he had returned to the White Church, that mysterious person already departed. That expert hadn't waited around to meet him at all. As such, he had taken a trip for nothing. Now that he had returned here, Chen Feng was gone as well. Just like that, an adult had vanished into thin air. There are some traces of spatial power here. Suddenly, Master Mu recalled Chen Feng's spatial teleporting gene reagent from earlier. Chen Feng had to have used that gene reagent. This Chen Feng fellow had to have kept one more behind as a trump card. Even though Si Fan had failed to detect it, with Chen Feng's capabilities, it wasn't odd for him to have been able to hide one from Si Fan. Chase. Master Mu ordered without hesitation. He gathered all of them together before activating the spatial teleporting gene reagent he had grabbed from Chen Feng earlier. Bang! Instantly, a terrifying explosion erupted. Bloody chunks of flesh flew everywhere. Master Mu was dumbstruck. The ancient experts that had still been alive and well earlier were now all chunks of meat. Master Mu was the only one left alive. He rubbed his face and discovered that he seemed to have sustained injuries as well. This spatial teleporting gene reagent was a freaking fake. Master Mu's body chilled. He gazed at a certain skull that was flying toward him. Only half the head remained. This was the head of one of the ancients that had reinforced him earlier. He recalled that this fellow was the son of his junior apprentice brother. How was he supposed to answer to his junior apprentice brother? A mournful scream echoed through the air. Chen Feng. At the same time, at a certain unknown location, Chen Feng woke up from the darkness. He could vaguely recall that during that final moment, he had felt some sort of warmth around his body, like someone had been embracing him. That familiar feeling. Chen Feng raised his head. A face capable of giving children nightmares entered his sight. Kong Bei looked at him with a smile. Hey! You're awake. Chen Feng retracted his hand that had instinctively prepared to attack. This face was so ugly at the first glance that he had thought that this was someone from the devil race. You rescued me? Chen Feng asked with a smile. What else? Kong Bei curled his lip. Anyway, at that time, I was peeing. When I saw my pee that was supposed to shoot forth over 30 meters distort in form and so's shape, I knew something must have happened to you. Chen Feng. Therefore, this lord here locked onto your aura and transmigrated over there to rescue you, Kong Bei stated proudly. Chen Feng was alarmed. Transmigration? Kong Bei looked at him with an odd gaze. Of course, how else am I supposed to get there? Spatial abilities? What kind of joke is that? Do you have any idea how many ancients were guarding the ownerless land? If I dared teleport there directly, I would have been killed long ago. As such, I had no choice but to transmigrate over. Where are we now, then? Chen Feng looked around. The environment looked rather unique. It seemed to be a place he had never been to. He raised his head and noted that even the stars in the sky looked somewhat different. Even the moon wasn't white. Rather, the moon was an icy blue color. What damnable place was this? Kong Bei looked at him with a solemn expression. How am I supposed to know that? Chen Feng. Suddenly, Chen Feng recalled that Kong Bei had once mentioned that he had once tried transmigrating numerous times, wasting a large number of years before he was able to return to the genetic era. In short, this time, Spirit, is there any luck value left? Chen Feng asked hastily. They had been able to easily return during their previous transmigration thanks to the combination of Kong Bei's ability and Chen Feng's luck value. However, the further they had transmigrated, the more luck value they would need to transmigrate back. Therefore, please wait a moment. Spirit took a glance and said, you have 3 luck value left. Instantly, Chen Feng's heart chilled. He had nearly exhausted his supply of luck value when trying to save himself earlier. This time, Things were getting troublesome. He looked at the fellow beside him and sighed. Even if it had been Wang Yao instead of this person who had rescued him, wouldn't it be better? Spirit shook her head decisively. That's not possible. Wang Yao was too far away and couldn't be reached in time. Furthermore, the experts of the ancient race were heading over there as well. Even if Wang Yao arrived, it wouldn't have helped. Moreover, your luck value was rather limited as well. In that situation, only Kong Bei could save you. That was already the most optimal choice. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. Fine, let's first look around. What do you normally do after transmigrating? Chen Feng asked Kong Bei. This fellow should be experienced in this. Oh, I normally gather information about the new place. Kong Bei scratched his head. I first disguise myself as a monster or a freak before going out to cause disturbances. Then I'll vanish and reappear using a brand new identity that fits the culture of that world. Naturally, at times, the world I arrive in is one where there is no culture, only primitives or beasts. Chen Feng felt helpless. This guy obviously had a tendency to act rashly. Let me give it a try. Kong Bei was eager. Since he had returned to the genetic era last time, it had been a while since he had last transmigrated. He had been afraid that after once again transmigrating away, he wouldn't be able to return. Now, though, with Chen Feng around, he wasn't as stressed. Chen Feng shook his head. There's no need for that. Shwa. A red flash streaked out of his hand. Instantly, Xiao Ying vanished. Huh? It's that snake capable of hardening up. Kong Bei exclaimed in admiration. He clearly remembered how, several times in the past, Chen Feng had used the hardened version of this snake to act tough during fights. Chen Feng's face darkened. Could he use a different term than harden? Kong Bei realized his fault and coughed awkwardly. When snake and harden were used separately, it sounded right. However, when used together, it was capable of sparking colorful imaginings. Shwa. With a flash, Xiao Ying returned. The scenes scouted out by Xiao Ying appeared in Chen Feng's brain. However, surprising Chen Feng, within a circumference of 50 kilometers around them, not a single life form could be found. There were no animals or vegetations. This seemed somewhat odd. This place obviously had an environment suitable for life. The air. Shwa. He transmitted what he had seen to Kong Bei. As Kong Bei saw the scenes, his expression became unsightly. Based on his years of experience transmigrating, such a unique situation signified only one thing: this was a place where no life forms existed yet, a newly formed world in its most primal form. In short, we have transmigrated to a newborn world. Kong Bao howled in grief. Chen Feng patted his shoulder. Congratulations. Humanity's dream since countless years ago, of searching for a habitable planet, has been realized by you. Kong Bei did not know whether to laugh or cry. Indeed, this planet was habitable for humans. However, the thing was that they couldn't return either. It was quite possible they might even starve to death here before Chen Feng could recover. Kong Bei gazed at Chen Feng passionately. How long do you need to recover? In such a circumstance, only Chen Feng's luck aura could bring them back. Please wait a moment. Chen Feng asked Spirit the same question. 700 luck value, answered Spirit after her calculations. This is the most basic consumption to return to the genetic era with Kong Bei's ability. This amount does not consider the numerous mishaps or accidents that might arise. I would recommend you save more luck value before even attempting to return. Chen Feng's heart chilled. 700? At present, only a single month was left before the ancient race conquered the entire world. Based on his recovery rate of 24 luck value per day, he would require 1 month to obtain 700 luck value. This also signified that from today onward, he could no longer use any luck value, not even a single point. Only by doing this would it be possible for them to return in 1 month. The moment he started using his luck value, by using a tiny bit here and there occasionally, he would probably fail to return even after the ancient race had eliminated all of humanity. This was the scariest prospect. 1 month, Kong Bei wailed. Even with the physical body of a beyond A class, they might still starve to death after going without food for an entire month. Just as they were discussing possible solutions for their present situation, suddenly, red light blazed in Chen Feng's illusory world as the sound of alarm resounded. Danger detected. Shwa. 1 luck value exhausted. Chen Feng Feng's pitiful 3 luck value had been reduced once again. His alarm system had activated to give him a warning in advance. Chen Feng's face darkened. Damn it. He was so numb to the normal activation of his alarm system that he had forgotten that it was not possible for this alarm system to work without luck value. If you want to return in a month, I suggest the closure of your luck alarm system, Spirit proposed. Chen Feng sighed. Shut it down, then. It seemed like he could only rely on himself for this 1 month. If he exhausted his luck value and couldn't return on time, only death would await. If he decided to not use his luck value and were to encounter danger here, death was still what would await him. Well then, he would have to see for himself what danger this planet had. Chen Feng increased his vigilance. The luck alarm system was something that provided a warning in advance. As such, they had yet to see the supposed danger. Chen Feng was rather curious. What danger could there be in this place without any life forms? Environmental factors? A volcanic eruption? Chen Feng's concentrated his mental senses. Right at this instant, a black flash charged at them from far away. Xu. The cold ray bloomed. Careful. Without any hesitation, Chen Feng pulled Kongbei with him as they dodged. Bang! A thick and sturdy huge black tree brushed past them before smashing into the thicket behind them. The terrifying attack left numerous long cracks on the ground. A tree? Both of them blanked. Question mark. There were trees here. Just as they were feeling doubtful, a lot of vegetation appeared all over the barren land around them. Starting from their immediate surroundings, the vegetation spread everywhere until all they could see was vegetation. Suddenly, this desolate land had transformed into a forest. Holy shit, Kongbei exclaimed in admiration. What in the world is this? He had transmigrated numerous times, yet this was his first time seeing something so mystical. Vegetation? Where had it come from? They had obviously not found any while scouting earlier. Underground? Kongbei looked questioningly at Chen Feng. Chen Feng shook his head. The underground was inspected as well. Xiao Ying is capable of full environmental scouting. Even under the ground was checked. Then, this place. Their expressions became solemn. What damnable world was this, exactly? Suddenly, Chen Feng heightened his vigilance. Be more careful. Understood. Kongbei concealed his aura rapidly. The both of them were experienced combatants. As such, they were well aware of how they should conceal themselves when in such an unfamiliar world and strange era. Xu, xu. Just as the two of them were feeling curious, numerous cold gleams of light appeared from amid the darkness. 2 huge trees pierced through space and shot toward them from far away. Shwa. The two of them were able to easily dodge the attack. With their present strength, it was rather easy for them to dodge such an attack. However, this seemed to be a mere prequel to what was to come. Subsequently, numerous weird attacks suddenly appeared. From underground, twining weeds might abruptly appear. From above, the sky might suddenly rain down a lot of vegetation upon them. As for in front of, behind, to the left, or to the right of them, attacks might come from any direction. Chen Feng was alarmed. What damnable place is this? There were no people or beasts, only never-ending attacks. Kongbei had a stupefied expression on his face. No idea, he said. He had transmigrated so many times before, yet he had never seen such a weird place. A place where a forest would appear out of thin air, where attacks would appear out of nowhere. Bang, bang. The attacks were increasing in strength. Initially, the attacks had only been at the strength of F class. Slowly, they had increased to E class, D class, and so on until now, when they reached A class. The strength of the attacks here seemed capable increasing without limit. As they were about to fail to last, the attacks suddenly halted. All the trees, weeds, and everything else seemed to suddenly become obedient. "ST stopped?" Kongbei asked as he panted. "I guess so." Chen Feng had a calm expression. He kept feeling like something did not seem right with this world. Shwa. With a red flash, Xiao Ying returned. Earlier, Xiao Ying had been scouting around without stop for him so that he could see these attacks coming in advance. Only with that had they managed to forcefully survive the seemingly unstoppable attacks. Now that Xiao Ying had returned, everything he had seen earlier was replayed in Chen Feng's mind. As Chen Feng saw the scenes, he was alarmed. This light swirled around. From the scenes Xiao Ying had witnessed, Chen Feng could clearly see that those things had indeed appeared out of thin air. Flowers, grass, trees, everything here, including the attacks, had all appeared out of thin air. Were those actually fake illusions? Shwa. Chen Feng pulled at a random tree. The intense pulling force he felt from his hand confirmed that this was indeed a real tree. He found a random fruit tree and plucked a fruit from the tree to eat. After eating the fruit, the energy within his body started to replenish slowly. These fruit trees were real as well. All of them are real, Chen Feng muttered. If the vegetation was all real, how was it possible for everything to have appeared out of thin air? This world seemed much more mystical than he had imagined. Chen Feng gazed into the distance. Seems like we have arrived at an amazing world. True. Kong Bei focused his gaze. Creating something from nothing. This seems to be the prerogative of a god. I am curious. What power exactly is that? Suddenly, a strong, chilly breeze brushed past them. They raised their heads abruptly. Wind appeared. Jijigagoo. From the forest, the sounds of birds and other odd sounds suddenly appeared. The initially deadly silent forest was suddenly filled with life. Vaguely, howls could even be heard. Even animals had appeared. This world was actually slowly becoming a world with a complete ecosystem. Glang, glang. Suddenly, the ground trembled. The trees around them trembled violently. The weeds of the forest split apart noiselessly. From far away, a huge creature slowly walked toward them. It was actually a huge elephant with blood-red teeth. The teeth glowed with a red light. The head of the elephant rose as its gaze landed on Chen Feng, killing intent simmering within. Holy shit, peak beyond A-class. Kong Bei was alarmed. He had never expected that a random huge creature would actually possess the strength of a beyond A-class. What the hell? This elephant wasn't any weaker than the Master Mu they had faced earlier. What kind of place was this world? Exactly. Let's go. Instinctively, Kong Bei wanted to flee, but he was stopped by Chen Feng. Hold on. Kong Bei was somewhat dumbstruck. Chen Feng ignored him, focusing his gaze on that terrifying elephant before sweeping his gaze past every single weed in the forest. Ultimately, he raised his head to gaze at the starry sky, creating something out of nothing. This was a magical world. Thankfully, even without luck value helping him, Chen Feng still had his sharp intuition. He had an odd feeling, a feeling that beyond the starry sky, someone was observing them. In the unknown world, Chen Feng was gazing up at the starry sky. He had an odd feeling that even though there was only a patch of darkness up there, someone was observing them. Xiao Ying, Chen Feng urged inwardly. Stay here in your void form. Do not show your real body no matter what. Shwa. Chen Feng and Kong Bei retreated rapidly. Although the beyond A-class creature was powerful, fortunately, it wasn't fast. With Chen Feng and Kong Bei's present strength, they were able to flee with only some difficulty. Bang, bang. The gigantic creature chased after them for 5 kilometers before giving up. Damn, I was almost scared to death. Kong Bei panted endlessly. That fellow's defense is too scary. My attacks couldn't even move it. Chen Feng gazed at him in amazement. You actually attacked? Oh. An awkward expression appeared on Kong Bei's face. A small attack. Chen Feng cautiously probed. Demonic mirror? Kong Bei remained silent. It seemed like Chen Feng had guessed correctly. Chen Feng exclaimed in admiration. Kong Bei's demonic mirror had even failed to work on a giant creature like that. Was this giant creature the handsome one? Or was Kong Bei the one that was too ugly? Kong Bei's expression darkened. What kind of gaze is that? Chen Feng coughed. Don't worry about it. Shwa. Suddenly, a scene flashed through his mind. This was the scene transmitted to him by Xiao Ying. As his strength increased, Xiao Ying's strength increased as well. After all, Xiao Ying had merged with Chen Feng's spiritual energy. As such, the two of them could still maintain communication even when far away. When Xiao Ying had scouted around earlier, it had been equivalent to gaining vision of the entire map. In Chen Feng's illusory world, the map was imprinted within his mind. His map contained everything within 50 kilometers. This was also how they had managed to flee from the giant creature easily. Xiao Ying was still presently remaining around 50 kilometers away from him. As the scene flashed through his mind, Chen Feng saw an astonishing scene. His pupils shrunk abruptly. What had he seen? Earlier, the place they had just departed from had suddenly transformed into ruins. No, to be more accurate, it had transformed into an unexplainable state of nothingness, a blank slate. That place remained in a state of nothingness where nothing existed. Everything around Xiao Ying was in a state of nothingness. Chen Feng raised his brow. Things are somewhat odd. That was a place they had been to. A place they had seen themselves, a place they had experienced themselves. How had it transformed back into a state of nothingness where no plants or animals existed? This place. Suddenly, Chen Feng's back chilled. Mysterious vegetation, the sudden appearance of life forms, and then them all vanishing mysteriously. They seemed to have truly arrived at rather amazing place. Suddenly, Chen Feng said, "Let's go back." Huh? Kong Bei's foot trembled. Where we came from? The place where we first descended into this world. Chen Feng had a resolute gaze. I need to verify something. Immediately, a tearless crying expression appeared on Kong Bei's face. He thought of that damnable huge creature. Wasn't returning there the equivalent of seeking death? Chen Feng smiled. Don't worry. That thing can't outrun us anyway. Soon, they returned. That giant creature was nowhere to be seen along the way. They traveled through the forest without stop. When they were around 10 kilometers from their destination, Chen Feng stopped. This place. Chen Feng shivered. Where Xiaoying was, the world once again existed. Vegetation, life forms, and the lush forest, everything had reappeared. Why? Chen Feng could not understand it. He retreated 200 meters and, with astonishment, noted that where Xiaoying was, everything had once again turned into a state of nothingness. And when Chen Feng advanced, once again, everything reappeared. That place 10 kilometers away from Chen Feng, a place where the naked eye couldn't see, he was seeing clearly through Xiaoying. He witnessed the birth and destruction of all living beings. He saw the growth and disappearance of the forest. Everything there seemingly changed in accordance with their distance from that place. If Chen Feng advanced, those things would appear. If Chen Feng retreated, those things would vanish. The distance to trigger all this was 10 kilometers. Suddenly, a dreadful thought surfaced in Chen Feng's mind. Could it be? Suddenly, Chen Feng said, Xiaoying, with me as the center, take a spin 10 kilometers around me. You don't have to make a perfect circle, you can move in a wavy line. Shwa. Xiaoying started moving around him. Next, an even more astonishing scene appeared in Chen Feng's mind. Distantly, as Xiaoying moved, the environment would appear and disappear. When Xiaoying neared Chen Feng, everything would appear. When Xiaoying pulled away from Chen Feng, everything would vanish, with the distance between Chen Feng and Xiaoying being the determining factor. Shwa. Once again, Xiaoying scouted the entire region. This time, Chen Feng was casting his senses out and was able to clearly feel everything Xiaoying could feel. As Xiaoying was moving around in his illusory state, even the world failed to detect Xiaoying's existence. Finally, by the time Xiaoying returned, Chen Feng's entire body had already chilled. This was a world that would only exist 10 kilometers around Chen Feng. Apart from this, everything remained in a state of nothingness. Wherever Chen Feng went, the world would be created. Whenever Chen Feng went away, the world would perish. Everything seemed to happen so lightly. Suddenly, Chen Feng said, Kong Bei, walk in that direction and stop around 500 meters from me. Remain within my sight. All right. Kong Bei walked over without hesitation. There, Chen Feng sent Xiaoying out scouting once again. He noted that with Kong Bei as the center, a perfect 10-kilometer circle around him was a world, and everything outside was in a state of nothingness. As such, this was a world with Chen Feng and Kong Bei as the core. Chen Feng contemplated. But then, how had Xiaoying scouted the distance of 50 kilometers around them earlier? This was strange. Unless, Xiaoying, return to my body before leaving again with your physical body to scout around, Chen Feng said. Soon, Xiaoying returned and left once again. Next, everywhere Xiaoying went, a world filled with life could be seen. The nothingness from before was nowhere to be seen. With this, Chen Feng concluded that a world had been formed 10 kilometers around Xiaoying as well. This was a world that only recognized physical objects. This world was incapable of sensing Xiaoying's illusory state, thus allowing Xiaoying to see the nothingness. Without Xiaoying, Chen Feng and Kong Bei would most probably have spent their entire lives here without realizing that. This world was much scarier than they had imagined. Chen Feng was fearful. False world? No. This was a real world. The vegetations and animals that had appeared from nothingness were all real, merely depending on where Chen Feng's group was. This felt rather unreal, like a movie scene where the required environment would only be constructed where the scene required it. Outside of the constructed environment, nothing existed. Could it be? Suddenly, Chen Feng remembered a particular movie in his previous life, The Truman Show. In The Truman Show, The main character lived in a fake world that was artificially constructed. Wherever the main character went, pre-planned occurrences would happen. The families, friends, wife, and children of the main character were in fact all actors and actresses. From the birth of the main character to growing up and getting married, everything was watched by countless people and broadcast as reality TV. This continued until one day, the main character noticed some abnormalities. Now, Chen Feng was experiencing something similar. Without Xiao Ying, Chen Feng would never have seen the state of nothingness outside the area 10 kilometers around him. This world. Is this a different version of the Truman Show created by some supreme existence? Chen Feng was alarmed. However, as he thought about it, there seemed to be some differences. In the Truman Show, everything had played out according to the script, having the main character grow as had been decided in the script. Here, though, if Chen Feng and Kong Bei had been too weak, they would have died the moment that giant elephant had appeared earlier. This place. Chen Feng's brain spun at high speed. He had to figure out what was going on here as soon as possible. What's going on? Kong Bei had a solemn expression. He was aware that Chen Feng must have discovered something. Chen Feng signaled him to stop talking. SHH. He could sense that someone was observing them even though he was not aware of where this observer was. Suddenly, the earth trembled. It seemed like yet another giant creature was heading toward them from far away. From the booming sound of the ground, it seemed like this time, it was an entire group of giant creatures. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. Here we go again. Under normal circumstances, they would definitely flee without thought when encountering beyond-a-class beasts. However, here, in this mysterious world, these fellows seemed to be something that had been freshly created as well. Chen Feng could see very clearly that on the border of the 10-kilometer radius, far away from them, these giant creatures had appeared out of thin air. Let's go. Chen Feng pulled Kong Bei along as they left. Just as these giant creatures were about to leave the 10-kilometer radius, just as they were about to disappear into nothingness again, or perhaps the exact moment when they vanished, Chen Feng turned around suddenly. Shwa. Those giant creatures that were in the midst of disappearing were once again reassembled. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. Now, Shwa. Instantly, Xiao Ying transformed his body from an illusory state to a physical state. Puh, puh. The terrifying red flash streaked around before vanishing. Just like that, the several huge and terrifying beyond A-class giant creatures vanished, or perhaps one could say that they were killed by Xiao Ying. Chen Feng rushed over. As he arrived, corpses could be seen sprawled all over. Success. His heart jolted. Regardless of how powerful these creatures were, they were still at their weakest during their moment of birth, or perhaps that was the moment before their birth had fully been completed. Chen Feng glanced over. Indeed, some of them had yet to even form their tails before being killed off. Xiao Ying was very weak. Under normal circumstances, if Xiao Ying dared to transform from his illusory state into a physical state and appear within the body of an expert, even the organs of the expert would be sufficient to kill Xiao Ying. But these fellows here, Kong Bei was amazed. How did they die? I have an ability capable of long-distance attacks, Chen Feng stated calmly. The only con of using the ability is the huge energy exhaustion. Earlier, I guessed randomly at their rough location. Surprisingly, I was able to lock onto them. What a cheat ability! Kong Bei exclaimed in admiration. It is a must-have ability. Unfortunately, I won't be able to use it anymore for now. Chen Feng shook his head. The meat of these beyond-a-class mutated beasts should be filled with energy and nutrition, right? Do you want to give it a try? Kong Bei's eyes gleamed. Soon after, the two started roasting the meat right on the spot. In the short term, we are probably stuck here. I was worried that there wouldn't be anything here. Surprisingly, there are giant creatures and vegetation. I suppose it will be enough for us to survive. Kong Bei spoke as he ate. We only need to be more careful. The monsters here are way too strong. Chen Feng did not say much. He had initially been planning to expose this ruse and see if they would be able to leave that way. But since someone was observing them, Chen Feng was curious about what exactly that person wanted. When you are observing someone, please remember that you are being observed as well. Through Xiao Ying, Chen Feng could observe this world from a different perspective. Naturally, to avoid the exposure of Xiao Ying, Chen Feng would temporarily stop using such a method to kill the giant creatures. Let me see exactly what world this is. Chen Feng's heart was burning. At present, he had nothing to be worried about anyway. He was already a Beyond A class and seemed to lack only a single Beyond A class gene for his fusion. Although this place seemed rather bizarre, there were a lot of giant Beyond A class creatures around. If he could obtain his new gene here, his eyes gleamed at this thought. On the next day, bang, bang, they started exploring this land. This was a mystical world that made all sorts of mystical assassination attempts on them. Even a random plant by the road could suddenly transform into a killer. Powerful life forms seemed to be everywhere. Chen Feng and Kong Bei had seemingly stepped into a forest filled with numerous dangers. Here, all the monsters were at the level of Beyond A class. Having killed those Beyond A class creatures previously, the monsters here seemed to have increased in strength. While fleeing, Chen Feng was looking for a gene suitable for him. Alas, Kong Bei had never imagined that ultimately, Chen Feng would select a rather normal gene. Giant elephant gene. Ability: increase the quality of one's body. Class: A-. That's right. This was an A-class gene reagent. A truly useless gene reagent. This was especially true for Chen Feng, as this ability was completely at odds with his existing abilities. Kong Bei looked at him in astonishment. Have you gone crazy? Chen Feng was never one to rely on the quality of his body, let alone God Punisher and Nethergaze. All his abilities were pure energy eruption abilities. Why had he suddenly decided upon a body quality gene reagent? This is the most optimal choice. Chen Feng shrugged. In this world, this is the only gene reagent that can be produced. Naturally, the most important reason for his choice was due to the strength of the monsters here, which was increasing without stop. If he chose not to fuse with a gene reagent, he would soon be unable to defeat these monsters and would be ravaged by those monsters instead. At that time, could he rely on Xiaoying all the time? Chen Feng was certain that if he employed Xiaoying more frequently, that observer would discover some abnormalities. At that time, he would not be able to even observe this world through Xiaoying. At that time, it would be game over for real. As such, he had to fuse with an A-class gene reagent. Even if the ability provided by the giant elephant gene reagent was rather useless, at the very least, it was a genuine A-class gene. After fusing with it, Chen Feng would officially step into the realm of A-class. He would finally be able to start further improving his strength. You must consider this properly, Kong Bei stated with a solemn expression. Every single fusion is of the utmost importance. If you have decided to fuse with this gene just so you can leave this place earlier, you will be forever weaker than others of your level. You must know that the reason you are always able to fight those who are of higher level than you is thanks to the genetic abilities you have fused with, which have always been powerful. This applies to both me and you. If you fuse with a trash ability, in the future, you will not be able to fight those of a higher level anymore. Furthermore, your combat strength will even drop greatly. Kong Bei was worried that Chen Feng would make a rash decision. Right now, things are not yet that dangerous. We can wait until we return before selecting the strongest fusion gene reagent. I believe that the Genetic Union, Gene Production Association, and everyone else will assist to get you the best of the best, the fusion gene reagent most suitable for you. I am aware of that. Chen Feng smiled and patted Kong Bei's shoulder. Trust me. Kong Bei could only give up advising Chen Feng. Since Chen Feng had said that, perhaps there were some methods of mutating this ability. Unknown to him, Chen Feng had no hidden plans at all this time. The only reason he had chosen this damnable giant elephant gene reagent was because this was the easiest gene reagent to produce here in this world. The materials required to produce this gene reagent were in abundance here. Under the premise of not wasting his luck value, the giant elephant gene reagent was his only option. Naturally, the other reason for this choice was due to the abundance of such giant elephants everywhere in the forest. After fusing with it, Chen Feng could employ the gene strengthening process and slaughter these giant elephants to increase his strength. He would increase his strength rapidly and might even reach the peak of Beyond Day 9. At that time, he had something even more important to do. This was also the reason he was rushing to increase his strength and had selected the giant elephant gene reagent. Naturally, he would have to first focus on the present. He licked his dry lips. Hunt a suitable giant elephant for me. In the unknown world. Chen Feng shook his hands after finishing the production of a brand new gene reagent. This was absolutely the most ordinary gene reagent Chen Feng had ever produced in his career. It had not been produced with the best or a unique blood essence, nor had the formula been improved by luck value. This giant elephant fusion gene reagent was so ordinary one couldn't even hope to find anything special about it. Kong Bei sighed. Are you really going to fuse with this gene reagent? Chen Feng nodded. This gene reagent was already produced with the best giant elephant blood essence he could find. This fusion gene reagent didn't have any major functions. After using it, the gene would merely fuse with Chen Feng's body, improving his body quality greatly. Kong Bei smiled bitterly. This thing was rather simple to understand. Chen Feng's previous efforts had been skewed toward spiritual energy. 9/10 of his specialization was spiritual energy, while 1/10 of his specialization was body quality. After fusing with a body-related gene reagent instead of a spiritual energy-related gene reagent this time, the ration would become 6-4 between energy and body. Naturally, 5-5 might be the end result as well. More importantly, selecting this gene reagent might signify that Chen Feng could never use a 6-star secret art. One ought to know that every single 6-star secret art was something that centered around a certain gene. A huge factor influencing one's choice in one's core gene was due to the 6-star secret art that person decided upon. Since this giant elephant gene had been obtained from this alien world, it was possible that this gene would be incapable of working together with other genes to form 6-star secret arts. The difficulty would be further compounded by the fact that all the other genes Chen Feng had fused with in the past were energy-based. After selecting this gene, Chen Feng would never be able to use secret arts. Naturally, since Chen Feng was already powerful, this disadvantage might not be immediately obvious. But what about in the future? When everyone was in peak beyond A class? When everyone had reached the limit of humanity, the bottleneck of humanity, the only way one could hope to obtain an advantage over others was through one's genetic abilities. At that time, the gap between a 5-star secret art and 6-star secret art would be as huge as the sky and the earth. Even if Chen Feng had been focusing on individual abilities, with him lacking a core ability to rely upon. Kong Bei shook his head at the thought. A faint radiance swirled around. Chen Feng completed his fusion. This fusion was so ordinary that nothing special could be found from it. Such a breakthrough was so ordinary that not even a special phenomenon was generated upon breakthrough. Everything seemed way too bland. Bang! Chen Feng cast his senses inward and sensed the power within him. The quality of his body had roughly tripled. His body quality, which had originally only been B class, had successfully improved to A class. Even if it wasn't much among A classes, at the very least, his defense had increased greatly compared to before. He was able to take more of a beating now. Whoosh, whoosh. The dangers of the forest remained. Kong Bei and Chen Feng continued dodging wave after wave of attacks upon them. Kong Bei looked at Chen Feng. What do we do next? Chen Feng looked at the distant giant elephant. Kill. Since I have fused with the giant elephant gene reagent, I will fully make use of it, pushing the gene strengthening process to the end. Gene strengthening was a process where one selected a mutated beast with higher attributes than the genetic warrior and then plundered the attributes of the mutated beast that were higher than the genetic warriors. This was the process of improvement most familiar to most genetic warriors. Kong Bei nodded. All right. This was most certainly the reason Chen Feng had decided to give up on his future and focus on the present, to increase his strength as soon as possible before escaping this dangerous and damnable place. However, Kong Bei failed to notice that the giant elephants they faced seemed to be becoming stronger and stronger. Beyond A1. Beyond A2. Beyond A3. Finally, eventually, Kong Bei realized that something seemed off. The mutated beasts seemed endless in this damnable forest, and their strength was increasing constantly as well. Regardless of how many beasts they killed, it seemed to serve no purpose. Kong Bei was alarmed. How many of these fellows are there? No idea. Chen Feng smiled calmly. But then, isn't this the best opportunity to increase my strength? Bang! Yet another giant elephant was killed, and once again, Chen Feng completed the gene strengthening process. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. As the mutated beasts appeared without stop, Chen Feng's strength increased without stop as well. This was a rapid improvement in the truest sense. Regardless of where one was, one would never be able to see such a huge number of mutated beasts, and mutated beasts that would actually increase in strength at that. This seemed like a perfect strength increase service prepared especially for Chen Feng. Beyond A5, beyond A6. Now, even Kong Bei was no longer able to deal with the appearing enemies. Despite that, Chen Feng, who had previously been beyond A1 class, had actually managed to forcefully reach beyond A5 from gene strengthening alone. This was indeed a frightening speed, a speed that caused Kong Bei to be speechless. For the very first time, he wondered if Chen Feng's choice of fusing with the giant elephant gene wasn't the wrong choice after all. Bang, bang, the battle in the forest continued. Numerous giant elephants died in battle as Chen Feng's strength increased without stop. Beyond A7, beyond A8. Chen Feng's strength increased constantly. After half a month of this, Kong Bei alarmingly noticed that Chen Feng had actually reached the peak of beyond A class. That's right, in half a month, Chen Feng reached the peak of beyond A class. Kong Bei was dumbfounded. He gazed blankly at the corpses of the giant elephants that were sprawled everywhere. It seemed like this was the actual reason Chen Feng had decided on this gene, because these giant elephants were everywhere. The process of reaching peak beyond A class, which would take someone around 30 or even 50 years, had been shortened by Chen Feng to a mere 15 days. This speed was so fast that no words could be used to describe it aptly. One ought to know that in the genetic world, in the genetic era, beyond A class mutated beasts were rather rare. It was basically impossible for beyond A classes to improve by way of gene strengthening, as suitable mutated beasts were basically impossible to find. As such, they had no choice but to grow in strength slowly. To reach beyond A2 from beyond A1, around 3 to 5 years would be required. To reach beyond A3 from beyond A2, an even longer period would be required. As such, reaching beyond A9 was a long process. That was why even with the huge amount of beyond A classes appearing thanks to beyond X gene reagent, they were still unable to catch up to the older, original beyond A classes. The gap between the new and the old was extremely huge. Yet when it came to Chen Feng, his speed of growth had truly alarmed Kong Bei. Bang! Distantly, a peak beyond A class giant beast appeared. Let me deal with it. Kong Bei took the initiative to attack. A bizarre vibration flashed out. Kong Bei's attack was ineffective. Instead, he was directly flung away by that giant beast. This was a beast whose Kong Bei had no hope of matching. This beast was way too powerful for him. Let me do it instead. Chen Feng took wide steps forward and easily beat that giant beast up. He had already been someone capable of challenging those of a higher rank before this. Now that he was a peak beyond A class, it was an extremely simple affair to deal with a beast at this level. The giant beast collapsed loudly. Damn it. Kong Bei was filled with envy. I feel like fusing with a giant elephant gene myself as well. Future? Screw that. Such quick growth. Even if a part of this speed had to do with Chen Feng's existing prowess, this rapid growth was something Kong Bei had never witnessed before. If all of humanity could grow at such a speed, what was a mere ancient race? What was a mere devil race? Both could be eliminated easily. Chen Feng stretched. Finally, I have reached the peak. He could sense the powerful strength contained within his body. Even if this giant elephant gene didn't have a powerful genetic ability, the gene strengthening processes Chen Feng had spammed without stop had pushed all his attributes to an unimaginable height. Bang! With a single wave of his hand, a force so powerful that it was akin to an explosion could be felt. With one proper genetic ability as a cost, Chen Feng had amassed such high attributes and reached the peak of the food chain. Chen Feng smiled. Well then, it's time to start. Kong Bei blanked. The start of what? Chen Feng smiled mysteriously. You will know soon enough. Shwa. The forest was still filled with danger. The powerful environmental forces and giant beasts appeared without stop. However, against Chen Feng's peak beyond A class strength, all of them became nothing. He was able to deal with them easily. However, due to this, the dangers of the forest became even more vicious and the beasts became even stronger as Chen Feng dealt with them without stop. Peak beyond A class, dealt with. A slightly more powerful peak beyond A class, dealt with. Even more powerful peak beyond A class, dealt with. 1, 2, 3, and so on. The beasts of the forest became stronger and stronger, and gradually, they reached some sort of limit. At that point, the forest shook in an odd manner. A petrifying aura erupted. Kong Bei's expression sank. Not good. This aura. It's finally here. Chen Feng's gaze became sharp. S-class. That's right. This was Chen Feng's true goal. S-class. After discovering that the beasts here could become stronger without end, Chen Feng had wondered, when the strength of the beasts here reaches a certain limit, will a transformation occur? Will the beasts enter a brand new realm? Chen Feng had considered this possibility and had, without hesitation, initiated his plan. Regardless of what place this was, regardless of whether this place was real or not, Chen Feng could clearly feel that the power he had gained after his improvement was the real deal. That alone was sufficient for him to initiate his plan. As such, Chen Feng had increased his strength without stop. He had chosen Giant Elephant Gene since it was the easiest gene to improve here. Only with this gene could he reach peak beyond A-class in the shortest time possible to force the appearance of an S-class in this forest as soon as possible. Even if this was merely a guess, what they stood to gain was simply too astonishing. As such, Chen Feng had initiated his plan without any hesitation. Now, it seemed like his gamble had paid off. Bang! That terrifying aura pervaded the forest. The powerful S-class aura engulfed the entire forest. Even when the S-class beast was still at the fringe of the forest, outside the 10 kilometers Chen Feng could monitor, that aura. Kong Bei was horrified. This was your true goal? Fusing with the Giant Elephant Gene. Entering S-class as soon as possible. Everything Chen Feng did was much more shocking than he had ever imagined. Chen Feng smiled. This is the only way we can leave this place, right? If he guessed correctly, after killing this fellow. Amazing. Kong Bei had nothing but praise for Chen Feng. If it wasn't for the fact that Kong Bei had already had his eyes on a particular A-class gene reagent, he would have probably followed Chen Feng's lead and fused with a Giant Elephant Gene. Naturally, at this point, his mind was wavering and he was reconsidering his decision. Bang! Bang! The S-class giant beast started moving. The earth shook. Kong Bei's mood became solemn. That fellow is coming. He could clearly feel how frightening that S-class beast was. It was something he had no hope of dealing with. The opponent could probably kill him off with a single sneeze. I will be dealing with it, Chen Feng said solemnly. He knew that the gap between him and an S-class was. Kong Bei was not the only one incapable of dealing with an S-class here. Even Chen Feng himself wasn't a match for that S-class even though he was already a peak beyond A-class. A peak beyond A9 and an S-class were simply in two different leagues. This was something he had realized before when Lille had been defeated by a single slap from the Devil Race's S-class. In the real world, Chen Feng would most certainly have turned around and fled immediately upon encountering an S-class. But here, in this forest, Chen Feng streaked about in the forest, maintaining a distance of about 10 kilometers between him and the beast. Due to this, the beast remained in a limbo of creation and destruction. Indeed, the moment the beast went out of the 10-kilometer radius, it would vanish even though it was an S-class. Chen Feng's gaze shone brightly. Once again, he saw the disappearance of that beast followed by its reappearance. His eyes gleamed coldly. Now, Xiao Ying started attacking. As this S-class beast had yet to fully take form, as its body was in the midst of reconstruction, Xiao Ying appeared abruptly before charging at the beast with a powerful spiritual attack. Bang! Bang! The attack erupted. With the sudden appearance of Xiao Ying, the world 10 kilometers around Xiao Ying started taking form rapidly. As such, the beast started taking shape at a rapid pace as well. Instantly, Xiao Ying disappeared again, leaving no trace behind. Once again, the body of the beast started fading away. Chen Feng watched on calmly. Very good. This was the might of Xiao Ying, the ability to transform his body between the illusory and the real world at will. Only by constantly switching could they deliver a serious injury to this terrifying S-class life form. Naturally, controlling the distance was extremely important as well. Not only did Chen Feng need to ensure that the beast remained in the limbo of creation and destruction, he had to ensure that the beast would not disappear completely for real either. That was because the moment the beast vanished fully, when it reappeared the next time, its body would be brand new as well. As such, Chen Feng had to ensure the continuation of the limbo. The distance between them changed without stop. A distance of 10 kilometers, a distance of 9.8 kilometers, a distance of 10 kilometers, a distance of 9.8 kilometers. Xiao Ying switched between the illusory and real world without stop, causing the world to maintain a cycle of destruction and creation. With this, the aura of that S-class beast started weakening. Bang, bang. Suddenly, the entire forest started shaking at an odd frequency. The entire forest started showing signs of collapse, seemingly on the verge of destruction. Holy shit, Chen Feng, what have you done? Kong Bei wiped his sweat. Chen Feng ignored him and fixed his gaze on that distant battlefield. Vanish, appear, vanish, appear. The aura of that S-class beast was already extremely weak. Xiao Ying continued appearing within the body of that beast and attacking when it was in a weakened state, delivering heavy injuries to that beast without stop. Xiao Ying's final attacks caused one to feel rather speechless, as Xiao Ying had directly appeared at that place. Howl, howl. A furious and dreadful howl resounded without stop. The howl sounded even more terrifying, yet the aura was becoming weaker. At this moment, the entire forest was flickering without stop. The entire world became even more bizarre, seemingly reaching some sort of limit that the world wasn't supposed to reach at all. Faster, faster. Chen Feng urged inwardly. Bang, bang. The forest continued to be destroyed. The radius of 10 kilometers started shrinking. As Chen Feng noticed this, he reduced his distance with the beast, maintaining the balance so that the beast would remain in limbo. Once, twice, thrice. 10 kilometers, 8 kilometers, 5 kilometers. As the distance reached 2 kilometers, when the beast was somewhat within view, the S-class beast howled. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed. Here it comes. Bang. One last time, Xiao Ying erupted, blooming within the body of that beast. Pop. Blood spluttered everywhere. The S-class beast had ultimately failed to fully form its body. This beast that would be an utterly terrifying existence wherever it was placed had, in this Mafhak-like manner, in this world, been killed by Xiao Ying. How lamentable. Bang. The body that was 99% complete collapsed loudly to the ground. With a rapid speed, Chen Feng rushed over and extracted the blood essence. S-class blood essence, obtained. Bang. Along with the death of the S-class beast, the entire world started trembling. The S-class blood essence extracted by Chen Feng had seemingly exhausted all the energy supporting the existence of this world. Countless cracks appeared below their feet. The initially intact space started cracking, akin to a shattered mirror. Numerous bizarre seals appeared before shattering with a loud crack. Bang! The entire world collapsed. The world before them vanished instantly, plunging them into boundless darkness. Spirit, Chen Feng urged inwardly. All right. Spirit prepared to activate Luck Aura. Chen Feng looked at Kong Bei. Kong Bei, prepare yourself. Kong Bei nodded. Understood. The moment an irreversible crisis befell them, Chen Feng and Kong Bei would have no choice but to forcibly transmigrate. As for their ultimate destination or whether they could even survive, those were unknown. However, as they both were preparing for the worst-case scenario, a sliver of light appeared amid the dark world. Shortly afterward, the entire world became brightly lit once again. Light shone brightly. The entire world was once again firm, and before them was still the lush and green forest. Around them was still the familiar air, yet Chen Feng could keenly feel that this was no longer the same world as before. The unfamiliarity of the space here. This signified that the world earlier had already been destroyed and that this world was brand new. However, as they looked around, before Chen Feng could even awaken from his stupor, he heard numerous high-pitched yells, mixed sounds, and tremendous cheers. Chen Feng, Kong Bei, they are out. Ha 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 ha, this is too awesome. It has been a long time since I saw someone pass this level. Chen Feng, I love you. Numerous thundering yells resounded. Finally, the uncomfortable feeling brought about by teleportation vanished. Chen Feng focused his gaze and finally saw that beyond the forest, there were countless people. These people resembled humans yet at the same time did not seem human. They had two horns on each side of their forehead. Apart from this, they were completely the same as regular humans. There were males and females, and there were young ones and old ones, all of them cheering frantically. The passion with which they were yelling was not unlike a hardcore fan of a superstar. Hold on. They seem to be shouting my name. Chen Feng's brain operated rapidly. Shwa. He swept his gaze around. Instantly, the real surroundings were revealed to him. With shock, Chen Feng found that the world they had been in was actually a world that had been reduced in size by 10 times. A radius of 10 kilometers? Not quite right. That was because this arena they were in had a circumference of 1 kilometer. After magnifying this 1 kilometer 10 times, the radius of 10 kilometers had been created for Chen Feng and Kong Bei. For those incapable of viewing things beyond these 10 kilometers, this would be akin to a boundless world. The world they had been in was in fact this arena, an arena with a circumference of 1 kilometer. Chen Feng, around him, countless people yelled his name. He felt as if he was performing in some sort of concert. Shwa. A huge screen appeared mid-air. The remarkable battles of Chen Feng and Kong Bei were enlarged. The numerous times they had turned defeat into victory brought endless excitement to the spectators. Numerous people cheered. Chen Feng and Kong Bei exchanged glances, both feeling their hearts chilling. These scenes, in other words, everything they had experienced, those experiences of life and death, all of that had merely been entertainment for the people of this world. "Hello, O great warrior." A middle-aged man walked toward them. The horn on his head glowed with red. "I am truly too excited." He regarded Chen Feng as he said, "It has been a very long time since someone survived the arena of life and death." Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. "Arena of life and death?" "That's right. This great place is named the Arena of Life and Death." The middle-aged man explained in excitement. "I am the host of this place. My name is Ruo Shui. I know that both of you are presently filled with doubt. However, it does not matter. I will provide an explanation. I believe that all the spectators here are also looking forward to what you two have to say," Ruo Shui stated. Chen Feng looked around. Indeed, expectant expressions could be seen on the faces of everyone present. Chen Feng asked the question he was most curious about. "What is this place?" "Ha ha." Smiling, Ruo Shui answered, "I knew that you, great warrior, would ask this question. You must be curious about the reason you that appeared here in this world. In fact, this is the blessing granted by the great God. The Arena of Life and Death is the program with the highest ratings and viewers here in our world. Every single season, we select several life forms from alien worlds to participate. They enter the Arena of Life and Death, and they have to survive the numerous dangers of the forest and the attacks of the ferocious beasts. Ultimately, they will also have to defeat the strongest beast. You both were selected for this season." With a smile, Ruo Shui continued, "You do not need to be anxious or angry. I was once interrupted when my explanation reached this point. As such, please allow me to finish my explanation. We have no malice toward you great warriors. When selecting warriors from alien worlds, we select from the terrifying spatial current, the current with a mortality rate of 99.99%. Under normal circumstances, entering the spatial current is akin to a sure death. Our great God used his divine power to rescue those people from the spatial current, giving them a chance at a new life. However, there is a limit to the number of beings we can sustain here. As such, we can't take in everyone, and thus, this Arena of Life and Death came into being. Only the most powerful and outstanding of warriors that have survived the Arena of Life and Death are qualified to stay here. Welcome to our world, Ruo Shui said proudly. As an original inhabitant of this world, he indeed deserved the pride he felt. Spatial current. Chen Feng and Kong Bei exchanged glances. They had never expected that this had actually happened to their transmigration. In short, when Kong Bei had been randomly transmigrating them, he had accidentally stumbled upon the summoning of this world. Chen Feng did not believe this. This must be due to luck value, Spirit stated after giving it some thought. There was no helping it, as at that time, the circumstances had truly been too dangerous, and Chen Feng's luck value had been pitifully low. Perhaps this had been the only method of survival his luck value had been able to find for him. Therefore, Chen Feng rubbed his head. He finally understood what had happened. Who could have guessed that he would star in an alien world's reality show? Seemed like he was also now a superstar due to him surviving the show. Chen Feng smiled forcefully. "So, we are considered superstars now?" Kong Bei shrugged indifferently. "I guess so. It seems like our selected warriors this time are indeed intelligent, to be able to absorb everything in such a short time," Ruo Shui exclaimed in admiration. He was rather amazed at the receptivity of both Chen Feng and Kong Bei. One ought to know that during his time as the host of this show, he had witnessed way too many weird people. Some had collapsed because they couldn't accept the truth, and others had decided to attack him after figuring everything out. There had even been some who had started crying for their parents after the collapse of the arena. The weirdest contestant he had seen was a person who, upon arriving in the arena, started shouting, "I have actually transmigrated. There must be a system somewhere." Next, that person had shouted, "System, show yourself." "Grandpa. Descend. This is not an unlimited space. Main deity, get your ass out here." That person had continued spouting all sorts of nonsense from his mouth. He had attracted quite a bit of attention back then, causing people to discuss what, exactly, the system that person had spoken of was. Naturally, that person had ultimately been killed by the beasts in the area. The system, the grandpa, the main deity, everything he had spoken of had ultimately ended up as a puzzle of the arena. The people guessed that those might have been the powerful trump cards of that person. Alas, after descending upon an alien world, that person's abilities had been ineffective. People like this were numerous. As for Chen Feng and Kong Bei, these two were in fact the calmest of the contestants he had ever seen. Worthy of being a warrior indeed. I seem to remember that in this arena, any contestant that survives for a month will be considered to have passed, yet Chen Feng and Kong Bei actually managed to kill that big fellow and crash the entire world. How powerful! The fans around them exclaimed in admiration. Hee. Chen Feng merely smiled calmly. He was not one to go and make a big deal out of everything. Only by planning things out properly would he stand a chance. At present, there was no apparent danger. As such, he would take this chance to gain a proper understanding of this world. As for Kong Bei, this guy was way too used to weird occurrences due to his rich transmigration experience. Well then, Yuo Shui took out a shiny contract. Would the two of you please sign the contract? Since the both of you are survivors of the arena, you will both naturally be considered artists under our company. After signing this contract, we will provide suitable identities for the both of you. Naturally, as for the heights you two can reach in this world, that will have to depend on yourselves. Shwa. Lights swirled before them and a contract filled with unfamiliar characters appeared. Chen Feng pondered lightly. All right. In truth, he and Kong Bei had no other choice. This was an extremely unique world. All the people here had horns on their head that contained dreadful power. Every single person here had astonishing power. Chen Feng did not doubt that they would meet a bad end were they to resist the people here. Shwa. He and Kong Bei inputted their spiritual energy into the contract. The contract glowed faintly. Next, the information pertaining to the both of them appeared on the screen. Moreover, a huge featured article about them appeared, driving all the fans the crazy. Chen Feng, I love you. Kong Bei, I want to make babies with you. Chen Feng. Finally, he understood why he had kept feeling like someone had been observing him. This world. The people here. He looked at Kong Bei. It seemed like they had indeed arrived at a rather amazing world. All right. The both of you may go take a rest now. Yuo Shui was all smiles. You are warriors worthy of respect. As such, we have provided a perfect service of clothing, food, housing, and transportation for you both, which will remain until the next event. Chen Feng raised a brow. Next event? That's right. Yuo Shui smiled. After all, you are superstars here. As such, there is a need for you two to keep hold of your popularity. Thus, we will arrange some events for the both of you to participate in once per week. What are the events you are talking about? Chen Feng questioned. Something like an adventuring event. Smiling, Yuo Shui explained, the strength of the enemies will be somewhat increased. I trust that you both will definitely be able to achieve success again and gain even more fans. Finishing his explanation, Yuo Shui nodded his head before leaving. Chen Feng and Kong Bei were brought to a huge room with every accommodation one could wish for. There were even servants assigned to serve them. Living here, one could enjoy the life of an emperor. Naturally, due to the huge amount of fanatical fans, the company had proposed that before their strength reached a certain standard, they should not leave this dwelling. Chen Feng's glance swept past the huge barrier in the distance. He tried walking over, and as he arrived, a virtual window popped out. Ding. Due to your weak strength and the high frequency of injuries caused by fanatical fans, we do not recommend your departure. If you insist on leaving, please contact the person in charge. We will review your request as soon as possible. If you have any requests, please do contact us. We will provide the best of services to you as soon as possible. This company here is quite human-like, Kong Bei exclaimed in admiration. The company here felt even better than the entertainment companies in their world. Chen Feng sneered. Is that so? That's right. This was a new world for them. Here, they were celebrities. Everything seemed so perfect. However, Chen Feng was able to rearrange his thoughts shortly after and started analyzing the actual situation here. Restricting our travel, providing food and accommodations, and joining an event after a certain interval to attract spectators. Chen Feng sighed and looked at Kong Bei, who was still in the midst of excitement from all this. Do you not feel that we are no different than animals in a circus? Kong Bei blanked. Holy shit, that's not true, right? He sank into contemplation and tried viewing it from Chen Feng's perspective, and he noted that it was indeed as Chen Feng had said, they were no different than circus animals. The so-called God and Rescue, all of that was a load of shit. Essentially, this was an entertainment company that had kidnapped some aliens to improve the ratings of their show, using the numerous alien species as a means of boosting their ratings. Chen Feng was certain that among the summoned life forms, there were all sorts of species. Naturally, none of them would be allowed to leave alive. The rationale for this was that if Chen Feng was the one running this show, he would most certainly not allow aliens to loiter around his world as well. Therefore, those people would definitely not grant them freedom. As Kong Bei thought about it, his heart chilled. Without a doubt, they would be locked here and let out once per week to join the events. They would have to entertain the spectators like monkeys, continuously attracting fans. The stronger the enemies they faced, the more desperate their battles would be. In turn, the spectators would get even more excited, until one day when they finally perished. This damnable world, Kong Bei cursed in rage. Perhaps, this is not bad for us, Chen Feng stated calmly. Whether this was an opportunity or a calamity remained to be seen. Even if these people were keeping them like some pets, it wasn't like they had nothing to gain at all. For example, the world where the events would be held, the world where they could temper themselves, those would be real, including the energy and blood essence they gained. Chen Feng rubbed the S-class blood essence he hid in his bosom. He was still keeping this thing around. The power system of this world seemed completely different than the genetic era. As such, they were not aware that what Chen Feng had extracted was in fact blood essence, nor were they aware of his reason for extracting the blood essence. Moreover, they were not aware that the extracted blood essence was something Chen Feng could use to increase his strength. For Chen Feng and Kong Bei, this was an opportunity, the best opportunity. In fact, after all, it was simply impossible for Chen Feng to get his hands on an S-class gene reagent under normal circumstances. It would be apt to say that nobody could create an S-class gene reagent, as S-class beasts had never existed. But here, there was a chance. Chen Feng turned on the commodity menu and took a look at it. Here, all sorts of delivery services were provided. Anything he wanted, he would be able to obtain. Evidently, the company was hoping that Chen Feng and Kong Bei could increase their strength as well, as shown by what was available for sale. After all, the stronger Chen Feng and Kong Bei became, the higher the chances of their survival and the more money the company would make. Chen Feng took a glance and noticed countless amazing medicinal herbs that did not exist in the human world. Here in this world, the herbs would either be crushed and pasted on one's body or would be directly consumed to increase one's strength. The reason for such a crude method of using the herbs was the lack of gene production here in this world. Chen Feng pondered. It seems like the standard of their gene production is extremely low. Kong Bei curled his lips. Or perhaps they do not need gene production at all? That was quite probable as well. In any case, this was still a good thing for them. Chen Feng could make use of this chance to gather sufficient materials to produce the S-class gene reagent. Or perhaps he could even improve the S-class formula with everything provided here. If I can enter S-class, Chen Feng's eyes shone. This might be the only way they could escape their current predicament. At the genetic union, all the higher-ups had assembled together and were discussing a truth they did not dare to face. Something had happened to Chen Feng, Yan Chen, Si Fan, and Chen Feng had all lost contact with them. The entire training camp was filled with the aura of the devil race. The genetic union's reinforcements had indeed gone over and had been able to regain control over the training camp, yet no traces of Chen Feng had been found. This signified that he had probably been kidnapped or killed. Isn't this good? The head of the finance department had always harbored a dislike for Chen Feng. Now that Chen Feng was no longer here and he had left no family members behind, the genetic union could take over everything he had created. What a perfect conclusion. Shwa. Everyone's gaze landed on him uniformly, disdain in their eyes. I know that you are the nephew of the president. Would you believe me if I told you that if you said something that stupid again, you wouldn't leave this place alive? The research department head was furious. Were these people not clear yet on what Chen Feng's existence meant for humanity? The lack of foresight here was truly shocking. All right now. The deputy president waved his hand and interrupted them. At present, are there any ways of discovering any traces of Chen Feng? Nope. The scout department head shook his head. The only thing we were able to discover was the fact that on that day, something happened to the three of them at the same time. All other information was covered up by the devils. Are there no ways of clearing the cover-up? The deputy president asked with a frown. The scout department head sighed. We need time for that. Hasten it, the deputy president said solemnly. Whatever traces could be found at the training camp would be their only clues. That was the only way they could try to infer on the truth of what had happened that day. Gian Chen and Si Fan were confirmed dead. However, if Chen Feng had merely been captured, they definitely had to rescue him. At the mysterious organization, Qin Hai, with an ashen complexion, was looking at the news he had received. His source of news was different from the people of the genetic union. His news had been received from the land of legacy, where Master Mu had ultimately labeled Chen Feng's fate as sure death. Nobody could hope to survive in the spatial currents Chen Feng had landed in. Qin Hai blanked. Dead? He could not believe that a day would come when Chen Feng would really die. He could not believe this, but then, Master Mu had personally confirmed this. Oh, wait, there was that person that he had forgotten about. Qin Hai grasped his fists tightly. At that time, he had seen Chen Feng's request for help. As such, he had moved out and attacked the church to force Master Mu to return. Alas, there had actually been two experts of the land of legacy acting against Chen Feng on that day. If Qin Hai had known this earlier, if he had noticed this earlier, he could have. The most lamentable of all was the fact that when he had returned, his fellow apprentice brothers had all told him amiably that they hadn't told him about their plan as they had been worried about troubling him. That's right. They hadn't suspected his identity. Rather, they had merely been worried by the prospect of troubling him. Bang! Qin Hai slapped the table in front of him into pieces. His wristband buzzed. Wang Yao was trying to contact him. Evidently, she had also received some news and was trying to get an update from him. Qin Hai looked at his wristband, not knowing how he should even begin to tell her the truth. What to do? Suddenly, Qin Hai's gaze landed on the next name in his contact list. Hold on, this might not be a helpless situation. He recalled how they had once returned to the past to change the history. This might seem unlikely to succeed, as he might not be able to return from the past this time. However, if he was able to rescue Chen Feng, Qin Hai contacted Kong Bei. Surprisingly, Kong Bei had disappeared as well. Qin Hai got someone from the ancient race to divine news of Kong Bei. Astonishingly, both Kong Bei and Chen Feng had disappeared at the exact same time and place. Could it be? Suddenly, Qin Hai laughed. Regardless of whether it was Chen Feng or Kong Bei, if they were alone when they encountered such an impasse, they would have no way out. However, when the two of them were together, nobody could take them away forcefully. They are fine, replied Qin Hai to Wang Yao's message. He began staring into the distance. I shall be waiting for your return. Reporting, Lord, traces of the rebels have been found. One of his underlings reported in excitement. This was their final battle. After getting rid of this final rebel army, they would finally have united the entire ancient race as one. Excellent. Qin Hai's gaze became sharp. Start surrounding them. We shall talk about further actions after that. The underling was somewhat dumbstruck. Could they not attack directly? Why was there a need to surround them? With the number of rebels, it would take a week to surround them. This is the final battle. As such, we must make ample preparations. The reason for first surrounding them is to prevent anyone from escaping. I do not wish to see anyone escape, thus delaying our eventual unification of the ancient race. With this being our final battle with them, they will most certainly have prepared numerous trump cards. I wish to avoid more casualties as well. Therefore, before they discover us, we should take our time and make as many preparations as we can afford. Slowly, until we devour their entire army, Qin Hai stated with a hooded gaze. All right. The underling did not doubt Qin Hai's words and left to implement the order. Qin Hai stared ahead in silence. This was the longest he could drag this out. Chen Feng, Kong Bei, you both must return alive. Twin Horns World. That's right, that was the name of this world. The people here had observed numerous life forms and, through that, granted this world this unique and prideful name, Twin Horns World. At present, within a certain room, Chen Feng was painstakingly studying the breakthrough into S-class. Under normal circumstances, one would first need to break through into the new realm before fusing with a new gene reagent. At present, the limit of humanity was BK class. Breaking through into the next realm was an impossibility. As such, an S-class gene reagent would be required to force this breakthrough. Thus, some contents that would normally only be consumed after the breakthrough needed to be added to the fusion gene reagent.